Chapter 1511. Everyone was making their final preparations. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Xiaoqun did not show himself again. As more and more cultivators poured into Heavenly Star Island, things became extremely complicated. Many cultivators of different factions lived together in one city. It was hard to avoid conflicts. Clearly, it would be hard to manage this place with just the Dragon's Gate disciples. Fortunately, there were the 3 primes holding down the fort. There would not be any major disturbances, but small disturbances would come one after another. Over the past few days, Mo Chen and Lan Tianji had struggled to maintain order, managing all this mess. That was right, it was a mess. Some of the remnant factions were Holy Lands, some were ancient noble clans, and some were people of the evil sections. There were also many loose cultivator powerhouses, from sovereign martial emperors to ordinary martial saints. There were countless of them. Anyone who saw this chaotic flow of people, the refugees that poured in every day, would think of one word: chaos. This was not just an ordinary kind of chaos. The order that the heavenly starry ocean had maintained for 10,000 years had been broken. It would be hard not to fall into chaos. However, no matter how chaotic it was, they had to reorganize it. They could not allow it to fall into chaos. No one knew when the treasure master would charge over. These remnant factions and scattered cultivators needed to be reorganized. The upper echelon of the various factions argued non-stop. Some wanted to regroup and attack the root of the problem, eliminating the treasure master. Some suggested that with the Blue Dragon King escorting them, everyone could safely retreat to Kunlun Mountain. Everyone expressed their opinions, finding it hard to balance things out. Some wanted to live, and some could not bear to part with what they had built. Even though Mo Chen and Lan Tianji were smooth and slick people, they could not stop working, not daring to waste any time. After all, no one knew when the treasure master would charge over. The sooner they sorted things out, the better. To make use of these cultivators to defend Heaven Dragon City was the right path. Originally, Xiaoqun thought that with the Blue Dragon Palace's 5-element absolute ceiling formation, Heaven Dragon City should be safe. Later on, he found out that the 5-element absolute ceiling formation could not cover the entire Heaven Dragon City. At best, it could cover the area around the city lord's residence. He had no choice but to change his mind and use another array formation in the Blue Dragon Palace, the Worldly Absolute Dragon Array, to defend Heaven Dragon City. The Worldly Extinction Dragon formation was a pure defensive formation. Its weakness was that it did not initiate an attack. The advantage was that the defensive barrier was strong. If there were cultivators guarding the nodes, the defense would be even stronger. If it were at its peak, the Dragon's Gate disciples would have been able to block the attacks of these immortal statues. Now, it was much weaker. However, Xiaoqun had passed down the yin-yang saber formation, making up for the difference in offensive power. Therefore, no one in the dragon sect was idle. Everyone started to move. As for Xiaoqun, he naturally obeyed the old dragon horse's wishes. After returning, he immediately entered the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the old dragon horse led Xiaoqun to a medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace. The medicinal pool was bubbling with steam, and mist pervaded the air. Just by standing at the side, Xiaoqun could feel the ferocious medicinal energy surging in the medicinal pool without even soaking in it. The bubbling sounds were like ferocious beasts roaring and roaring. Xiaoqun could even vaguely see all sorts of desolate illusions in the mist. That was a vast illusion with all sorts of mutated beasts roaring proudly in the mountains and rivers, fighting with the world. There was a ferocious white tiger with wings on its back that could shatter mountains with one stomp. There was a white wolf with snow-white fur and proud eyes that stood on a glacier for 5,000 kilometers. There was a golden lion with 9 heads and scarlet eyes. There was also a huge snake with a dim light radiating from its entire body. That was an extremely terrifying scene. All sorts of mutated beasts fought with the world, and even with the gods. With just one look, Xiaoqun found it somewhat unbearable. However, the blue dragon divine blood in his physical body stirred strangely. It felt like Xiaoqun's blood was burning, his entire body surging with essence blood. The scarlet dragon seal representing the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance above the veritable essence energy lake in his dantian trembled slightly. This is, Xiaoqun showed a grave expression, sensing that this medicinal pool was extremely extraordinary. The old dragon horse revealed a proud expression as it said, "This is a medicinal pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts and 3,000 kinds of spirit herbs. During the Great Desolate Aeon, the pure-blooded dragon race ate raw meat and drank blood. The moment they were born, they would be baptized in this. Now, the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. The physical bodies of mixed-blood dragon race cultivators can endure the surging medicinal energy only when they reach the veritable personage realm. Now, only my blue dragon bloodline can possess this ancient medicinal pool in the entire dragon race. The medicinal pools in the other divine dragon inheritance palaces cannot compare to this." Xiaoqun asked out of curiosity, "Why?" "Because of the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Every time this medicinal pool is used up, he has to add in new ancient ferocious beast's essence blood. The dragon race has declined, and there are very few opportunities to hunt ancient ferocious beasts on a large scale. In the martial epoch, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor managed this." The blood-soaked dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, the blood-soaked dragon emperor still had such horrifying means. In the future, you will know of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's fame in the great thousand realms. He is the true legend of my dragon race. You can say that you obtained his inheritance. You are very fortunate and honored. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he asked, "However, when can I truly receive the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance? Can I use it now?" If he could use it, then the immortal statues outside and the treasure master would not be a match for him. The old dragon horse looked at Xiaoqun gravely. "Not to mention the fact that you are not strong enough to obtain the inheritance, even if you could, don't use it. There is a limit in this abandoned land. Once you exceed a certain limit, you will suffer the attack of the heavenly Tao. If you do not want to die, don't ever use it carelessly. Also, don't use that martial technique that increases your combat prowess by 10 times. Such martial techniques are forbidden in the outside world. If you injure the enemy by 1,000, you will injure yourself by 10,000. It will leave hidden injuries in the physical body that are hard to recover from." Seeing that Xiaoqun did not seem to mind, the old dragon horse said sullenly, "Why is it called a forbidden art? It is because if you use it too much, you will forever lose the chance to become a deity." When Xiaoqun heard that, he felt stunned. Unexpectedly, there were such severe consequences. Then, he thought of something and asked, "Is there really a deity?" "Of course. Every dragon emperor of my dragon race has to be a true god before they can assume the position. If you cannot become a deity, you will lose the chance to become a dragon emperor. Then, everything will be meaningless." "I understand. However, where is the limit?" The old dragon horse answered, "Right now, you have just entered the veritable essence stage, not even at small perfection. As long as you do not break through the veritable essence stage and enter the Yin essence stage, you will be fine." Xiaoqun rejoiced in his heart. This meant that he still had a lot of room for improvement. As for the physical body, you have already cultivated the blue dragon body nourishing art to the 3rd layer. You have to do your best to cultivate it to consummation. Xiaoqun smiled bitterly and said, "I would like to. However, I do not have a secret treasure with a dragon soul. My cultivation speed is very slow. Before the seniors of the dragon race died, they would nourish this medicinal pool with the dragon soul. This is to protect the descendants of the dragon race from being possessed or injured by the remnant souls of ancient ferocious beasts." Xiaoqun felt slightly shocked. This small medicinal pool was much more complicated than he imagined. "Let's not talk anymore. Enter the medicinal pool first and stabilize your cultivation. Do your best to stay here for a while longer." The old dragon horse gestured for Xiaoqun to enter. Then, it slowly left, leaving Xiaoqun alone. After glancing at the misty medicinal pool, Xiaoqun took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned muscles. Her fair skin looked somewhat delicate. However, the explosive power contained within her was even more ferocious than a clap of thunder. Plop! Xiaochen gently landed in the medicinal pool. At first, he did not feel anything. After a while, he felt his entire body heat up, and his mouth dry. As the medicinal energy permeated his body, the blood in his body started circulating rapidly like a gushing river. Bestial roars came from his body, sounding horrifying and scary. Xiaochen was greatly startled. Such speed made it impossible for him to calm down. Not to mention entering a state where he forgot about everything else, cultivating his cultivation technique, and stabilizing his cultivation. The ferociousness and tyranny of the medicinal energy far surpassed his expectations. Xiaochen could not help roaring softly. Either he refined this medicinal energy or he vented out this energy. Otherwise, there would be only one result: exploding and dying. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Xiaochen felt many ferocious beasts in the medicinal pool charging and biting at his physical body. When it rains, it pours. Bad news came one after another. Xiaochen's face immediately darkened. This is just the baptism of an infant dragon? This is simply too strong. Xiaochen felt somewhat suspicious. A medicinal pool of this level. If something goes wrong, he will die. Calm down. Calm down. Xiaochen did his best to suppress the heat in his body and the anxiety in his heart. At this moment, there was no way out. Unless he jumped out now. However, that would not only be difficult, but it would also be a form of admitting defeat. He remembered that the old dragon horse told him to stay a while longer before it left. If the other party knew that he would come out after jumping in, who knew what expression it would make? However, what Xiaochen did not know was that the old dragon horse and the other item spirits in the Blue Dragon Palace were all observing through a water screen in a meditation room at the side. Big Brother Dragon, isn't this too ruthless and risky? That is not the baptism of an infant dragon. It is the coming-of-age ceremony for an infant dragon. The girl in her prime could not help saying when she saw Xiaochen's appearance, feeling some heartache. Risky? If I don't take risks, do I still have a chance? Back then, the Qing Emperor failed even though he was stronger than he was now. The situation now was even more complicated than 10,000 years ago. Xiaochen's strength was not even comparable to the Qing Emperor's. There was only one result: failure. Not only will he die, but his friends and family will all die as well. The old dragon horse felt complicated in its heart. However, it still maintained an expressionless face as it spoke coldly. The black-clad old man said, "Don't worry. Even if Xiaochen finds out, he will not blame us, because he will not be able to bear the consequences of failure." That was right. Xiaochen was not afraid of death. However, if his friends and family were all going to die, he would definitely choose to risk it all. However, could the current Xiaochen really endure this medicinal pool, which was originally used for the baptism of an infant dragon after it matured? Chapter 15:12. In the medicinal pool, Xiaochen's life hung on the line. The ferocious medicinal energy caused his blood to surge. His blood was like a river, but it was not a clear and cool river. Instead, it was a river of magma that was burning with heat waves. Behind them, the ferocious beasts in the pool tore at their bodies. Every time they struck, they felt like vomiting blood. First, he had to solve the first problem. His qi and blood were surging too quickly, and the medicinal effects were too overbearing. There were two ways. The first was to vent it out, and the second was to refine it. It was obviously impossible to vent it out. That would be a waste. It was better not to enter the medicinal pool. There was only one way left, and that was to refine it. No matter how difficult it was, he had to refine it. Amid the pain and suffering, Xiaochen did his best to remain calm. He had to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, it really was difficult. The medicinal pool contained the blood of over 100 types of archaic vicious beasts. After the medicinal strength was released, it would be tyrannical and ferocious. His entire body felt like it was about to burst open. Just withstanding this pain was incomparably difficult. The mysterious ferocious beasts in the pool would be interrupted when they tried to mobilize their quintessence with great difficulty. The greatest taboo for true essence was to be interrupted. If true essence flowed backward, it would burn one's meridians, and one's tendons would feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Once, twice, thrice. After more than 10 experiments, all of them ended in failure, and with every failure, the pain would intensify. Inside the cultivation room, the old dragon horse and the other item spirits could not bear to see this scene. Their hearts clenched. They had no choice but to be ruthless. Right now, Xiaochen was still too weak. There was no chance of success if they wanted to deal with the crisis outside. 0. Little fellow, don't blame me for being ruthless. You are one of the lucky ones of the dragon race to obtain the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately for you, you are weaker than many of your fellow geniuses in this banished land. At such a young age, he had to shoulder the entire Kunlun. This was an even greater misfortune. The old dragon horse sighed in its heart. If it knew what Xiaochen had experienced along the way, it would have been shocked. This sigh would probably make them look at Xiaochen in a new light. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Along the way, Xiaochen had laughed, felt tired, cried, felt pain, and felt sad. He had already opened his eyes. At the very least, he lived in this world without being humble or pushy. He didn't bend his back or lower his head. He lived proudly until now. That was enough. Success. The azure-clad man staring at the water screen revealed an expression of joy and excitement. The old dragon horse quickly looked over. After failing 100 times, Xiaochen finally succeeded in circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. All right. The normally calm and steady old dragon horse could not help but say, "Good," loudly. Everything was difficult at the beginning, but there was no need to fear the rugged and thorny road ahead. Only by taking the first step would there be a chance of success. If he didn't take that step, there was no chance of success. When the purple thunder divine incantation circulated in the medicinal pool, it became like a huge whirlpool. The medicinal energy contained in the blood fell into the small lake of veritable essence like a storm. The pressure that Xiaochen faced immediately lessened, and the ferocious beating of his blood slowed down slightly. When the medicinal energy entered the originally calm veritable essence lake, it instantly surged. However, this kind of surging was different from before. It made Xiaochen feel incredibly comfortable. This was the veritable essence energy slowly solidifying and condensing as the medicinal energy infused into it. As the medicinal energy continuously refined, Xiaochen's condition improved. The redness on his face also became more natural. It no longer looked as scary as before, like blood would flow out at any moment. Now, he looked much better. Whoosh! When the purple thunder divine incantation completed a great cycle, Xiaochen spat out a long mouthful of turbid qi. He immediately felt refreshed, like his body had been purified. Suddenly, Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his right hand moved ferociously. Boom! Xiaochen saw a ferocious beast being pulled out of the water. It was something formless. After it was pulled out, it struggled endlessly. It wanted to escape from Xiaochen's hands. How can it be that easy? Now that he could divert some attention to deal with this ferocious beast, Xiaochen naturally would not let it off. Xiaochen clenched his fist, and the formless thing revealed itself. It turned out to be a huge snake giving off a dim light. However, it did not seem to be a true ferocious beast, just a strand of a ferocious remnant soul. It is already dead, yet it is still causing trouble. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold, and he smashed it with a palm strike, scattering its body and soul. Plop! Plop! When the ancient ferocious beast remnant souls below saw the situation, they all leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Xiaochen. These ancient ferocious beast remnant souls seemed to come to life in the hazy mist as they launched themselves at Xiaochen. The entire scene was incredibly horrifying. The ancient ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts born during the Great Desolate Aeon. They were the descendants of the gods and demons, running amok in the great desolate continent. Xiaochen frowned slightly as he felt a huge pressure bearing down on him. His entire body trembled. Roar! Just at this moment, a loud dragon roar came from below the medicinal pool. Dragon might surged out, forcing back all these ferocious beast remnant souls. Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally quieter. The old dragon horse was right. There were indeed countless dragon souls guarding the bottom of the water. After Xiaochen stabilized his cultivation, he could absorb these dragon souls to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. After the purple thunder divine incantation circulated 100 great cycles, the veritable essence energy lake in Xiaochen's body turned from the original white to a pure purple. After the baptism of the purple thunder divine incantation, the veritable essence energy became even purer and denser. Xiaochen's cultivation finally stabilized at small perfection veritable essence energy. What surprised Xiaochen even more was that the remnant medicinal energy entered his sea of consciousness. The sea formed by magic energy expanded several-fold once again. It felt like he was about to reach a bottleneck. There was also his physical body. His vital qi continued to grow. His initial 1,000 dragon force had increased several-fold, reaching 3,000 dragon force. The 10,000 dragon force of the heaven-punishing corpse god, who used his physical body to substantiate his Tao, was no longer an unreachable existence to Xiaochen. The many miraculous effects made Xiaochen wonder if this medicinal pool was as simple as the old dragon horse made it out to be. However, this doubt passed in a flash. After the ordeal, Xiaochen finally got used to the environment of this medicinal pool. I have to make good use of it. Xiaochen relaxed his body and slowly sank down. After a long while, his feet touched the bottom of the medicinal pool, and he stood at the bottom. Xiaochen did not dare to open his eyes. The essence blood of the ancient ferocious beasts in this medicinal pool was too tyrannical. Furthermore, the eyes were the weakest part of the body. If he got careless and burned his eyes, it would be problematic. Xiaochen's six senses were very sharp. He could sense many dragon souls in the surroundings, some strong and some weak. These dragon souls all showed their goodwill to Xiaochen's arrival. Several of them even took the initiative to come over, waiting for him to absorb them. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like many people would sink to the bottom of the medicinal pool. They would either use the dragon souls to strengthen their souls or cultivate some kind of cultivation technique like Xiaochen. The dragon souls at the bottom of the medicinal pool were already used to it. This was a kind of feedback. If one day, after Xiaochen died, he would leave behind his dragon soul here to benefit his descendants. Xiaochen no longer hesitated. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art at the bottom, where the medicinal energy was the most ferocious. The blue dragon body nourishing art had a total of 5 layers. Xiaochen already cultivated it to the 3rd layer. As long as he made 2 breakthroughs at the bottom, he would reach peak consummation. According to the introduction of the blue dragon body nourishing art, after reaching peak consummation, the physical body would become the bona fide blue dragon war body. Xiaochen could materialize the blue dragon war armor as he pleased. When he grabbed, it would be like the claw of an ancient blue dragon. He could easily tear apart the physical bodies of ferocious beasts as if they were dry weeds. At the same time, on the island of the Treasure Master's residence, the Treasure Master's adopted son finally returned from the Penglai Sea with 17 immortal statues. After the immortal cultivators refined these immortal statues, not only did their defenses increase significantly, but their movements also became more nimble. Even more horrifying was that they could now use magic treasures. Naturally, the magic treasures of the immortal statues were peak immortal equipment of the immortal epoch. Now, the combat prowess of an immortal statue was more than twice as strong as before. However, the many cultivators and the 3 primes on Heavenly Star Island did not know about all this. This time, the Treasure Master did not hesitate. He directly ordered his 10-odd adopted sons to charge to Heavenly Star Island with the experts of the Treasure Master's residence. Chapter 1513. In the City Lord's residence of Heaven Dragon City, Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai counted the number of experts on Heavenly Star Island. Lan Xiaobai took out a stack of vellum and looked at Imochen. The numbers are out. Martial sages and below are ignored. The blue-robed emperor has a total of 2,000 people, 300 minor heavenly emperor Wu, 80 greater heavenly emperor Wu, 20 sovereign martial emperors, and 10 holy lord level existences, including primes. So few. Imochen said with a frown. Indeed, very few. Before the Golden Age arrived, the entire heavenly starry ocean's accumulations totaled about this many people. After the Golden Age arrived, people continuously broke through to Emperor Wu's level. Many of the older generation cultivators also advanced further. However, now, after the calamity, the blue-robed emperor only had 2,000 people dead. Minor heavenly emperor Wu and greater heavenly emperor Wu did not even have 400 people in total. As for sovereign martial emperors, there were only 20. Most of these people were from the 3 immortal holy lands. Excluding the 3 immortal holy lands, there would be even fewer. The sudden appearance of 18 immortal statues was equivalent to 18 primes. Their destructive power was so great that it was no exaggeration to call it the end of the world. Lan Xiaobai nodded and said, "This is indeed too few." The entire heavenly starry ocean probably lost more than 50% of its peak combat power. Actually, if they had organized things properly, they would not have suffered such great losses. Unfortunately, the heavenly starry ocean is leaderless. I also do not know what happened to the Kunlun continent. To think that the deity Dao Union and Bushan Palace did not send reinforcements. The treasure master's timing is too accurate. Imochen corrected, he did not choose this timing. He created it himself. Imochen believed that the treasure master had been planning for this day for a long time. If the deity Dao Union and Bushan Palace had sent reinforcements, the heavenly starry ocean would not have suffered such great losses. The treasure master could not have been unaware of this. He definitely had a hand in the matter of the Blue Dragon Palace. Lan Xiaobai smiled, "Don't worry about that now. There's good news. The Heaven and Earth Absolute Dragon Formation has been tested several times. It's enough to withstand the attacks of the immortal statues." However, Imochen was not very optimistic. There is another condition. If the strength of the immortal statue does not change, then, dong dong dong. Just at this moment, footsteps came from outside the residence. Several Dragon's Gate disciples rushed in and reported, "Oh no. The treasure master's residence's people are charging over." Imochen and Lan Xiaobai suddenly stood up and instantly flew out of the hall, looking into the distance. At the end of their line of sight, they could see the upper body of the celestial statue. The immortal statue's eyes were cold and lifeless, as if it was already within reach. In reality, there was still a long way to go. It was just that these immortal statues were too tall. Like a towering mountain, it could be seen clearly from 100 li away. "Prepare for battle." Imochen's expression remained calm. She had long expected that the city lord's residence would not let this matter rest. The calm from before was just the prelude to the storm. It was the brewing of an even bigger storm. However, there was a shadow in her heart. The treasure master's residence's people were somewhat slow. Under normal circumstances, after the immortal statues were tidied up, the treasure master's residence would have charged over in one day. However, 8 days had already passed before the treasure master's residence made their move to the city gates. Imochen did not have much time to think. After calling out to Lan Xiaobai, she flew towards the city walls. Many experts had already arrived at the eastern city gates. As they looked at the huge immortal statue in the distance, they all felt very worried. Before the great calamity arrived, these people were either the sect masters or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. They were all tyrants of their regions. They could be said to be major characters of the heavenly starry ocean. They definitely would not have any problems taking charge. However, now that these major characters were gathered together and looked at the immortal statue, they did not have much confidence. "City lords, can the worldly absolute dragon formation block the attacks of these immortal statues?" The one who spoke was the clan head of an ancient noble clan. he still felt some lingering fear from the attacks of the immortal statues. The clan head of an ancient noble clan had a physical body that rivaled that of a prime, nimble and agile, strong magic skills, and a huge body. A mere statue of an immortal was enough to destroy his entire clan, causing the entire clan to be wiped out in an instant. If we cannot block it, let's retreat. The Heavenly Province Academy's vice sect master clearly lacked confidence. Back then, the three Holy Lands, the Yinyang Paradise, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Five Poison Sect, worked together to resist the immortal statues. In the end, they missed the best time to retreat and suffered heavy casualties. Even now, they still felt lingering fear. What's there to fear? With the Blue Dragon King and the three primes around, I don't believe that we cannot take down these 17 immortal statues. Rather than passively defending, we might as well take the initiative to fight. There were also people who did not give up on their ambitions and were very confident in Xiaoqin. However, they were in the minority. Most people tended to be conservative. If they could defend, they would defend. If they could not, they would retreat. After all, these people had feelings for the heavenly starry ocean and were tied to their interests. They could not just leave at a whim. Imochen felt somewhat helpless. She did not know how to answer these people's questions. When one's strength reached a certain level, all intelligence and schemes would seem very useless. Whoosh! 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 3 figures appeared. They were the Bright Moon Empress, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. The appearance of the primes immediately boosted the confidence of the people on the city walls. One had to know that these supremes had taken on quite a few immortal statues on their own back then. The Myriad Law Fiend Master looked at the immortal statues and said in confusion, "They are still playing this game? With the 3 of us working together, we can block 17 immortal statues. The Treasure Master is overthinking if he wants to use this to break through." The immortal statues were as strong as primes. However, they were inanimate objects in the end. In terms of intelligence, they were not as agile as primes. If the 3 primes worked together, they would be able to block 17 immortal statues. At the very least, they would not lose. The Bright Moon Empress frowned slightly. It is definitely not that simple. Given the Treasure Master's character, he will either not make a move or be confident of victory the moment he makes a move. The immortal statue this time will definitely be different in many ways. The Cyclic Astral Lord nodded and said, "That's right. The Treasure Master is sinister and crafty. He definitely came prepared." The Cyclic Astral Lord could be said to have suffered a great loss against the Treasure Master. Originally, he felt that even if the Treasure Master had some scheme, the 3 primes working together would be sufficient to suppress him. Before absolute strength, the Treasure Master would not be able to cause any trouble. Unexpectedly, when the other party turned hostile, he used absolute strength to suppress them, preventing them from causing any trouble. If not for Xiaoqin appearing out of nowhere and surpassing Prime, the consequences would have been dire. When the others heard the words of the primes, they all felt some disbelief. That can't be. If he is really that incredible, why did he not use it earlier? The person who threatened to charge out and fight with these immortal statues earlier said in disbelief. Right after that person spoke, someone suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone looked over and saw a straight beam of light tearing through the clouds in the distance, quickly flying towards Heavenly Star Island. The 3 primes focused their eyes on it. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. It's a sword. That was a 1-kilometer-long treasure sword. It had an exquisite design and flickered with a faint light. Even though it was 1 kilometer long, the cold light of the blade was still clearly visible, down to the finest detail. Imochen reacted very quickly. She crossed her hands and held the formation plate between them. Then, she closed her eyes and quickly formed hand seals. A bright light shot out from between her hands. Immediately, the Dragon's Gate disciples at the formation nodes in the city and the other cultivators all sensed it. The Dragon's Gate disciples quickly sat down cross-legged and activated the node they were at. Thousands of azure-colored pillars of light immediately soared up from the vast Heaven Dragon City. The pillars of light gathered in the sky. Chen stretched out her hand, and a screen of light descended, encasing the entire heavenly star island. Dang! The 1-kilometer-long sword also instantly descended at this moment. A loud sound spread throughout the entire city. All of Heavenly Star Island shook intensely. Fear and panic spread in everyone's heart. Chi! Chi! The sword tore through the screen of light, revealing half of its blade. Then, it hovered above the city gates, above everyone's heads. The worldly absolute dragon formation that could block primes actually blocked the might of this sword. This was simply horrifying. It looked like the entire sword was about to pierce through. The cyclic astral lord soared into the air, and a bright starlight descended around him. Then, it gathered in his palm. He struck out with all his might at the critical moment, smashing out this half of the sword. Everyone, be careful. These are the magic treasures of the immortal statues. They are all peak immortal equipment. The cyclic astral lord shouted after blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Chen did not dare to be careless. Her hands moved increasingly faster, and the azure light barrier slowly darkened. Finally, dragon motifs appeared on the light barrier, giving off a loud dragon roar. The power of the sound wave knocked back the 1-kilometer-long sword. The 17 immortal statues soared into the air. At this moment, they finally arrived. They looked down at the people below, aloof and aloof. Their cold, lightless eyes were like they were looking at a group of ants. A magic treasure hovered above the head of every immortal statue, emitting a misty immortal aura. There was a flying sword, a treasure mirror, a jade fan, a bell, or an ancient lamp. Every one of them was very shocking, deterring anyone from looking at them directly. Despair appeared in the depths of everyone's heart on Heavenly Star Island. No one had expected that the immortal statues, which were already strong enough, could actually use magic treasures. The result of this battle was decided the moment it started. Prepare to retreat. There is no more fighting, the cyclic astral lord whispered to Chen. If there were only one immortal statue with a magic treasure, it would be fine. However, all 17 immortal statues had magic treasures, so there was no need for that. My 3 old friends, how have you been? Laughter resounded, and a black figure flew out from behind the 17 immortal statues. That person's appearance was blurry. One could only vaguely make out a terrifying saber wound on his face. Treasure Master. The Bright Moon Empress and the other 2 were startled, recognizing this person. Since the immortal statues appeared, the Treasure Master had not appeared. This was the first time he appeared before everyone. The Treasure Master stood on the head of an immortal statue and looked down at everyone. He said, Cyclic Astral Lord, Fiend King, and Palace Master, the 3 of you are the strongest. You should know the pros and cons. I'll cut to the chase. Leave behind half of the cultivators in the city. The rest can leave. Don't wait until the very end before you know what's good for you. The Treasure Master's tone was calm, but his casual words determined the life and death of half the people in the city. This simply made the cultivators in the city unable to calm down. After a long period of silence, no one answered. This question was too heavy. Haha. It looks like not everyone is willing to give me face. I still have to knock them down a peg or 2. The Treasure Master smiled coldly, and the magic treasures of the 17 immortal statues flew out at the same time, heading for Heavenly Star Island, eliciting startled cries. Chapter 15-14. The magic treasures of the 18 immortal statues attacked the Heaven Dragon City at the same time, displaying their might. Immediately, all sorts of mysterious phenomena covered the sky. All the magic treasures were peak immortal equipment, reproducing the vast immortal might of the immortal epoch. Multicolored light filled the sky. 9 lights and 10 colors dyed the world like a painting. The painting unfurled, and the first to descend was a feather fan. That jade fan had a total of 18 divine bird feathers, refined from them. Just as it was about to descend, it suddenly turned into a divine bird and scattered. Each of the 18 tail feathers was slender and long, burning with a blazing flame. They were like needles, easily piercing through the defensive light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation. Then, they merged back together. Then, they turned back into a feather fan. With a flap, a boundless strong wind and surging flames blew. A rain of fire spread out, descending into the city. Countless buildings immediately ignited. The many sovereign martial emperors on the city walls executed their various means to block the rain of fire. However, the strong wind was too strong, and the flames were too dense. They could not block all of them. Rumble. The 1-kilometer-long sword attacked again, continuously striking the light barrier and giving off loud, deafening sounds like thunder. The light barrier of the worldly absolute dragon formation looked like it could shatter at any moment, shattering on the spot. Mo Chen held the formation plate in her hand and quickly retreated. After she sent out a hand seal, the formation plate disappeared. After sending out a hand seal, the cultivators guarding the various nodes immediately reacted and sent out more power. An overwhelming tsunami surged up on the surface of the sea. The entire Heavenly Star Island soared into the air. It was like a primordial beast, incredibly vast. Even the immortal statues did not seem that huge before the entire island. Heavenly Star Island quickly went far away, wanting to fly away. You think you can escape? The treasure master smiled coldly. With a thought, he grasped the puppet pearl. The 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time. Whoosh! 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 They surrounded the flying Heavenly Star Island and punched. The immortal statues clenched their fists, and the fist lights of the immortal statues became like a mountain. Just one immortal statue could erupt with the strength of a prime. How incredible would it be if 17 immortal statues attacked at the same time? Amid loud sounds, the soaring Heavenly Star Island was forcefully smashed down and returned to the sea. Immortal equipment and magic treasures flew everywhere in the city. Even if the three Supremes attacked at the same time, they would not be able to stop all the immortal artifacts and magical treasures. The entire city was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled in all directions. Every time one of the mirrors shot out a beam of immortal light, even Emperor Wu would be pierced on the spot. There was also a celestial bell, which sounded incredibly pleasing to the ear. However, the power of the sound waves caused the ground to tremble, as if the entire world were spinning. 17 immortal statues and 17 immortal magic treasures were simply undefeatable. The Heaven Dragon City was on the verge of collapse. No one knew how long it could last. The Treasure Lord suddenly waved his hand. The many magic treasures returned to their positions, and the immortal statues stopped attacking. In just a short moment, the entire Heaven Dragon City had fallen into a sea of flames, the ground had collapsed, and the casualties were extremely heavy. The many sovereign martial emperors and the three primes all showed signs of fatigue. As he looked at the celestial statue, he revealed an expression of extreme indignation and helplessness. Xiao Chen was truly dissatisfied. He had not even managed to touch the treasure master's clothes, and he was already reduced to such a sorry state. The treasure master hovered in the air, feeling confident of victory. He asked casually, "How is it? Do you still need to consider?" Mo Chen bit her lip, her complexion pale. She showed some helplessness and bitterness. The other party was simply too strong. Before the Treasure Lord's true body made a move, the immortal statues already swept through the place. Based on the other party's expression, he had far more tricks up his sleeves. Was the Kunlun Realm's end really here? Although the treasure master did not speak loudly, the cultivators in the city still felt a mountain-like pressure. They felt despair and helplessness. Did they really have to agree to the other party's request and leave half the people behind before they could leave? If you are not saying anything, then let's do it again. The treasure master snorted coldly. The immortal statues all formed hand seals, and the 17 magic treasures flickered with light, preparing to launch a new attack. Stop! Just at this moment, the myriad law fiend master stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Treasure master, there's no need to bully others. I'll go with you. Let these people in the city go." Old ancestor. The moment the myriad law fiend master said that, the people of the Myriad Fiend Island all cried out in alarm. The Myriad Law Fiend Master waved his hand to stop these people. Then, he looked at the Treasure Master and said, "I know what you want to do. I alone am sufficient." The Treasure Master remained silent. A light flickered in his eyes as he revealed a complicated expression. However, after a while, all the strange light in his eyes vanished. He said, "If you are willing, naturally, you can. Of course, using a prime as a sacrifice would be the best." This was something the Treasure Master did not even dare to think about. After all, with the strength of a prime, even if the entire Kunlun realm was occupied and everyone died, it would be very difficult for a prime to kill. After all, it would be too easy for them to leave if they wanted to. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the Bright Moon Empress exchanged glances, both shocked by the Myriad Law Fiend Master's decision. "Why are you doing this?" the two asked in unison. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said calmly, "I have already seen through life and death. If not for this demonic calamity that suddenly arrived, would not have died. If not for this demonic calamity, I would have already walked the Kunlun realm's path. There is no need to grieve for me. Being a prime is a kind of grief in itself. As a supreme being, he was lonely and helpless in this land of exile. The higher he stood, the more he felt that this world was just a cage. He could feel invisible restraints binding him increasingly tighter. He lived a free and unfettered life. Only when he reached the peak did he realize that he was not free. This was the sorrow of smart people. Perhaps death was just a release. "Old ancestor, don't go." The Myriad Fiend Island's cultivators cried out in pain, their eyes turning moist when they saw that their old ancestor was really going to go out and surrender. Di Xinhan's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists, suffering intense torment in his heart. As the Myriad Fiend Island's holy son, he was helpless in such a situation. He simply could not accept watching his old ancestor send himself to death. "There's no need to say any more. I've already made up my mind." "Very good. I promise you. As long as you are willing to come out, I will let everyone in this city go." The Treasure Master did not show much joy after obtaining a prime as a blood sacrifice. "However, I do not agree." Suddenly, a clear voice came from the City Lord's residence's Blue Dragon Palace. Following that, an azure light shot out and blocked the Myriad Fiend Master. The Myriad Fiend Master stretched out his hand and placed it on the Myriad Fiend Master's shoulder. His hand was heavy and strong, stopping the Myriad Fiend Master. "Blue Dragon King!" Startled cries filled the city. The one who arrived was Xiao Chen, who had just come out of closed-door cultivation. "Treasure Master, I finally see your true self. You are indeed mysterious. Even though you are right before me, I still cannot see your true appearance," Xiao Chen said indifferently as he looked at the Treasure Master in the air. "Haha. Blue Dragon King, you really appeared at the right time. I thought that you went to Kunlun Mountain to seek reinforcements. Unexpectedly, you are still in the city. Kunlun Mountain sought reinforcements. Could there be an even stronger existence at Kunlun Mountain?" This thought flashed in a flash, and Xiao Chen stopped thinking about it. There were more important things that he needed to do. "You don't even need reinforcements just to kill you. Revealing your true self before me will definitely be the decision you will regret the most." Xiao Chen narrowed his right eye, and the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness flickered. The vast power of the lightning tribulation poured into his right eye. 3 lightning tribulation seeds bloomed and spun quickly in Xiao Chen's eye. Then, they layered over each other and sent down the lightning tribulation. The divine lightning I could send down a lightning tribulation with just one look, deciding life and death. There was no way to dodge, as the world had already locked onto one's aura the moment the divine lightning I looked at you. 3 terrifying bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, immediately plunging this world into darkness. Only electric light flickered in the world. Every bolt of lightning made one's heart tremble. When the 3 bolts of lightning intertwined and gathered, even primes trembled. This sudden scene shocked everyone. At the same time, anticipation welled up in their hearts. Whoosh! The treasure master's foggy face suddenly revealed a pair of eyes. At this moment of life and death, he was scarily calm as he stared straight at Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. This gaze seemed somewhat familiar. There was no time to think, as the lightning tribulation already landed on the treasure master. Chapter 15:15. Xiaochen vaguely felt that he had seen this gaze somewhere before. However, he could not immediately recall it. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wanted to see the results. Actually, Xiaochen already had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not willing to think about it or guess. Right now, all that mattered was whether this divine lightning eye could truly injure the other party. The three bolts of tribulation lightning tangled with each other. The piercing electric light made it hard to look directly at it. Before this intense light, everyone either closed their eyes or squinted slightly. Only Xiaochen did not close them. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, even silently activating his heavenly eye. Xiaochen faced the dazzling electric light, wanting to see it clearly. Even if the intense light injured him, he did not care. Bang! The tribulation lightning struck the treasure master very quickly. There was no way to dodge. In reality, the treasure master did not even bother to dodge. The vast lightning-attributed energy quickly exploded. The impact knocked the surrounding immortal statues into the courtyard. A hazy mist rose up. That was the lightning-attributed energy, instantly vaporizing a large amount of seawater. Sparks flickered in the mist, crackling endlessly. When refracted by the mist, the sparks flickered with resplendent light, turning the mist into a glazed color. No one could clearly see what was happening inside. No one knew whether the treasure master was dead or alive. "Is he dead?" someone asked. Someone said in a novel. The world was strangely quiet, so quiet that it made people feel a little scared. Even if he is not dead, he should be severely injured. It would be best if he is dead. Who knows how many people of the heavenly starry ocean that fellow killed? I heard that many cultivators were taken away as sacrifices. Many people discussed this in whispers. No one dared to speak loudly. The cyclic astral lord frowned and said, "How strange. Such vast lightning-attributed energy actually exploded so quickly." That's right. The shock waves are also smaller, the myriad law fiend master said in agreement with a nod. This feels somewhat strange. Experts could always see things differently from ordinary people. The three primes all found it strange. The power of the three bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. Even primes found that terrifying. After the explosion, the shock waves should have reached Heaven Dragon City. However, in reality, the shock waves only reached 1 kilometer around the treasure master. Xiaochen could not wait. He stretched out his right hand and pushed. Ha! This seemingly ordinary palm strike exploded with power that shocked everyone. More than 7,000 streams of energy formed by roaming dragons appeared behind Xiaochen. His vital qi had already reached 7,000 dragon power, only 3,000 less than the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragon power. He withdrew his palm gently, and the mist was pushed away like a piece of floating ice. This scene once again shocked everyone. 7,000 dragon power was already terrifying enough. Furthermore, Xiaochen was able to use his vital qi so proficiently, grasping such skillful moves. This was simply incredible. Could it be that the 7,000 dragon force was only the tip of the iceberg that Xiaochen had displayed? What shocked him even more was not Xiaochen, but the result after the mist was pushed away. When the mist scattered, the treasure master's true body was revealed. His aura remained the same, looking like he was not injured at all. Not bad. Unfortunately, you are still unable to truly injure me, the treasure master said calmly without any fluctuations. Impossible. Everyone was in disbelief. How could such a powerful lightning tribulation be unscathed? Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. That was what everyone was aware of. Even the three paragons were stunned. At the same time, they felt despair. Even such a strong lightning tribulation could not injure the treasure master. In that case, was there any hope of victory? Only Xiaoqun maintained a calm expression. However, he closed his eyes in disappointment. When Xiaoqun opened his eyes again, the disappointment was gone. Replacing it was an unfathomable look that was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. "Mo Chen, let's go," Xiaoqun said without turning his head back, staring at the treasure master. Mo Chen said with some difficulty, "I tried once before. However, with 17 immortal statues working together, I could not leave at all." "Don't worry. We can leave." After obtaining Xiaoqun's promise, Mo Chen soared into the air. Then, she held up the formation plate and activated the formation once more. Together with the thousands of Dragon's Gate disciples, she controlled Heavenly Star Island and soared into the air again. "You can't say that we can leave." "Only I can say that," the treasure master said casually. His face was hazy, making it hard to see his appearance. The 17 immortal statues leaped into the air. Their bodies were as huge as mountains. Their bodies were clearly as huge as mountains, but when they moved, they were as nimble as a cunning rabbit. Whoosh! 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 This time, the 17 immortal statues were even more violent and direct. Each of them stomped on Heavenly Star Island's light barrier. The light barrier had already been destroyed many times already. If it got struck again, it would shatter on the spot. Mo Chen, who was in charge of the formation, would definitely suffer a huge backlash. She might even die from severe injuries. "3 seniors, please help me imitate the treasure master." Xiaoqun left those words in a hurry and shot out of the light barrier. With a thought, he clenched his 10 fingers tightly. The instant his 10 fingers clenched, vital qi surged in his body, forming countless roaming dragons around him, roaring ferociously. 10,000 dragon force. When the 3 primes saw it clearly, they were all startled. The vital qi that Xiaoqun displayed was actually no weaker than the heaven-punishing corpse gods. What a fellow! What exactly did he experience in the Blue Dragon Palace? The cyclic astral lord could not help exclaiming. The myriad law fiend master muttered, "I feel that he went through some kind of metamorphosis. In the past, it was his cultivation that broke through the restrictions. Now, it is his physical body that broke through the restrictions of the Kunlun realm." The myriad law fiend master was right. The vital Qi Dao was also prevalent in the great 1,000 realms outside the Kunlun realm. Many cultivators substantiated their Dao with the physical body, focusing on vital Qi. After they became powerhouses, they could move unhindered. The power of a supreme existence could even shatter a star with one strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god substantiated his Dao with the physical body and achieved 10,000 dragon force. However, he also reached a bottleneck and could not continue cultivating. However, it was different for Xiaoqun. The medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace was from the ancient era. It was used for pure-blooded true dragons to undergo their coming-of-age ceremony. Once they successfully endured it, they would be reborn. The essence blood of an ancient ferocious beast was 1,000 times more precious than Xiaoqun imagined, even 10,000 times. It looked like the feet of the immortal statues were about to stomp down in the sky. Xiaoqun roared, and 10,000 dragon force quickly gathered above his head. There was no bright light in the center of the gathering of 10,000 dragon force. There was only a wild aura, simple and natural. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the 10,000 dragon force gathered and formed a 3-legged treasure cauldron. Faint dragon patterns appeared on the cauldron. 10,000 dragon force gathered into one cauldron force. Outside the abandoned land, 10,000 dragon force was a bottleneck for all vital Qi cultivators. After clearing this bottleneck, one would enter a brand new realm. During the Great Desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, every strong tribe would forge a cauldron to show off its strength and prosperity. Any treasure cauldron would be forged from mountains and rivers, astral divine iron, and the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. The cauldron was a symbol of honor and authority. After the monarchs worshipped it, it even gained a lot of divinity. During that era, strength was measured by cauldron force. 1 cauldron force equaled 10,000 dragon force. More importantly, this was a kind of sublimation, a sign of vital qi reaching the palm's level. When the three-legged dragon cauldron formed, the treasure master's expression immediately changed drastically. He took out the puppet pearl and sent out strands of thought to get the immortal statues to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw Xiaochen throw 17 punches. To others, it looked like he had created countless clones, and all of them punched at the same time. However, in reality, it was just that Xiaochen's punches were too fast, giving the illusion that he punched at the same time. Bang! 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 With every punch, a three-legged dragon cauldron shot out from the fist light. The dragon cauldron contained an ancient aura from the great desolate Aeon, faintly flickering with the light of divinity. Ka-Xie! Ka-Xie! Shattering sounds rang out. Half a leg of each immortal statue broke on the spot, and they fell like small mountains. The 17 immortal statues were knocked back at the same time and fell into the sea, kicking up waves. After throwing 17 punches, Xiaochen appeared somewhat fatigued. He spun around and landed on the city wall again. Blue Dragon War Body, the treasure master muttered to himself with a somewhat complicated expression. 10,000 years ago, that person who swept through the world and used the demonic Dao to enter the Dao also displayed the Blue Dragon War Body. After 10,000 years, the treasure master saw the Blue Dragon War Body again, a clearly superior Blue Dragon War Body. Chapter 15-16. Xiaochen punched out 17 times in a row. Each punch contained a cauldron's worth of power. He even broke one of the immortal statue's legs. In a short period of time, the immortal statue's battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. However, it was clearly not the time to be careless, because the treasure master had not truly made a move yet. Xiaochen stared at the treasure master, not relaxing for a moment. The Blue Dragon War Body that Xiaochen displayed triggered a memory of the treasure master, causing him to fall into a momentary daze. By the time Xiaochen startled to his senses, Heavenly Star Island had already flown into the clouds, moving further away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The treasure master snorted coldly, and a medallion in his hands suddenly burned. A certain order was quickly sent to the people who also had medallions. In the astral battlefield, the 18 demon monarchs of the abyss led their subordinates and waited quietly. They formed a circle, and within the circle, there was a huge teleportation array. Every demon emperor was waiting quietly. The Eros demon Lengyu was also among them. Her charming face did not show any emotion. They were all major characters of the deep abyss demonic world. When a demonic monarch was enraged, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. But at this moment, none of them said a word, only quietly waiting for a certain order. Who could make 18 demon monarchs bow their heads and follow their lead? Naturally, he was the mysterious sect master of the Nether sect in the deep abyss demonic world. Everyone in the demon world believed in the demon god. From the moment they stepped onto the path of martial arts, they had fused a strand of their soul with an oath and offered it to the demon god. As for the Nether Church's sect master, he was the demonic god spokesperson in the world. His words were like divine decrees. No one dared to disobey him. Although the sect master rarely showed himself, and most of the sect affairs were handled by the Nether sect's 2 vice sect masters, no one dared to disrespect the sect master's authority. Because those who were disrespectful would become private, of the 18 demon emperors, the top 9 were all supremes. The last 9 demon emperors were not supremes. They were existences second only to primes. Furthermore, with the innate abilities of the demon race, they were even stronger than some of the holy lords of the Kunlun realm. Lengyu, who appeared to be expressionless, was actually feeling complicated. She knew very well what was waiting for her. She was not afraid of fighting. She was only afraid that she would not be able to face someone. Xiao xiao xiao. All of a sudden, a command medallion flew out from each person's body, ignited, and then embedded itself into the nodes of the formation. In just a short while, the formation shone brightly and emitted a vast demonic aura, causing every demon monarch's expression to become extremely grave. Let's go. Sect leader has already given the order. The celestial demon monarch was the first to enter the formation, followed by the earth demon monarch, the thunder demon monarch, the shadow demon monarch, and the dark demon monarch. The charm demon monarch, Ling Yu, sighed in her heart but still entered. After the demon sovereign entered, the various abyssal demon race experts behind him also waited quietly, preparing to be transported over in batches. When one looked around, one would discover that the square formations of the various demon cultivators stretched as far as the eye could see. All the cultivators of the demon race who could fight had already come out in full force. This was the final battle. They had to cut off all means of retreat. They would not allow any forces to remain. In the air, there were also countless cultivators wearing black robes with the symbol of a black lotus on them. They were the most mysterious nether sect cultivators in the deep abyss demonic world. Their status was higher than the demons. Among the many nether sect members, there were two extremely strong auras, not at all weaker than primes. These were the two vice-church masters of the nether sect, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. These two were the true controllers of the nether sect. This was because most of the time, the church master did not see anyone. Xing Wang controlled the life and death of the people, dealing with those who judged the nether sect and those who violated the rules. Fa Wang managed the members of the nether sect and was responsible for offering sacrifices to the demonic god. The two had a clear division of labor, equal in status. Strange. According to the church master's intentions, we should not be going over so early. Xing Wang frowned slightly and said with some misgivings, could something have happened? Fa Wang appeared more optimistic. He smiled and said, it is also possible that the church master dealt with the problem there in advance. Right. No matter what, we have been preparing for so long this time. We will definitely succeed. There will not be any accidents. At this moment, the many cultivators on Heavenly Star Island watched as the treasure master did not make a move. It looked like Heavenly Star Island was about to enter the clouds and fly to the Kunlun continent. Everyone released their bated breath. Only Xiaochen kept staring at the treasure master. He clearly saw the other party burning a strange medallion. Xiaochen did not know what the other party was planning. Little friend Xiaochen, what's wrong? The 17 immortal statues have temporarily lost their combat prowess. The treasure master should not dare to charge over alone. The myriad law fiend master explained when he saw that Xiaochen still had a grave expression, not relaxing at all. Xiaochen shook his head and said, it's hard to say. From the start to the end, this treasure master has not revealed his strength, the cyclic astral lord said with deep emotions, we still can't relax. Back then, although I knew that this treasure master had some connection to the demonic world, I did not care about him. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. The bright moon empress nodded and said, that's right. However, we should not raise the other party's morale. With Xiaochen here and the three of us, the treasure master will not dare to take the risk alone. These words were right. Xiaochen's current strength already surpassed that of a prime. He could knock back 17 immortal statues alone, reaching an unfathomable level. The three primes could no longer understand Xiaochen's strength. They did not know how far he had progressed. An existence that rivaled the Qing Emperor back then, with the three primes assisting from the side, did not fear the treasure master charging over alone. The treasure master did not fear charging over alone. However, while this was the theory, no one had seen the treasure master make a move before. The result was hard to say. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze from the treasure master and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he said, do be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Right after Xiaochen spoke, a mysterious energy suddenly parted the clouds in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. On the orders of the church master, the celestial demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the earth demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the shadow demon monarch is here. The 18 demon monarchs appeared at the same time. Overwhelming demonic might spread out in the sky. A formless aura spread out from the demon monarchs, and a huge pressure landed on Heavenly Star Island. 9 primes worked together with 9 Holy Lord-level demon monarchs. When their auras merged, they looked like a majestic mountain range stretching out endlessly, pressing down on the sky above Heavenly Star Island. As the 18 demon monarchs slowly descended, the pressure suddenly increased, slowly pushing down Heavenly Star Island. Mo Chen, who was maintaining the formation, immediately paled. Pu Ci. She simply could not endure the pressure, and blood leaked out of a corner of her mouth. 18 demon monarchs. Xiao Chen's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw that it was the real deal. It was indeed the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, and Leng Yu was among them. However, the other party did not dare to meet Xiao Chen's gaze, purposely avoiding it. He is the Dark Church's church master. Only the Dark Church's church master can command the 18 demon monarchs. The cyclic astral lord showed a startled expression. As he looked at the treasure master, horror flashed in his eyes. Although the cyclic astral lord had long guessed that the treasure master had a connection to the demonic world, no matter how he thought about it, he could not guess that the treasure master was the Dark Church's church master. As Xiao Chen looked at the treasure master, his mood turned even heavier. He immediately figured out all the details. It turned out that the other party had already laid out this trap 10,000 years ago. All sorts of doubts suddenly cleared up. All the clues connected. So, that was the case. Xiao Chen revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the treasure master. He really wanted to ask, why? However, he managed to endure in the end. 3 seniors, come with me to face the enemy. The cultivators in this city are the final flame of Heavenly Star Island. As long as the flame still exists, the Heavenly Starry Ocean will be rebuilt after the calamity. Xiao Chen looked at the 18 demon monarchs and made up his mind, not thinking about anything else. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the other 2 did not hesitate at all, following Xiao Chen and charging out of the barrier. With the auras of the 3 primes and Xiao Chen, they immediately blocked the demonic might of the 18 demon monarchs. The pressure on the entire city decreased. Heavenly Star Island, which was continuously being pushed down, soared into the air together. Chapter 15-17. I obey. The demonic monarch's expression did not change. As he prepared, he sent a voice projection to Leng Yu. Don't send me a voice projection. The treasure master is extremely horrifying. If we are not careful, we might give ourselves away. Compared to the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen was clearly more important to the demonic monarch. Xiao Chen, did you hear me? Why are you not using martial techniques? To many people, the 18 demon monarchs were legendary characters. It was difficult to see any of them. Today, they all appeared at the same time. It was hard not to be nervous. Everyone felt nervous for Xiao Chen and the 3 primes. Xiao Chen was confident of knocking back the 17 immortal statues alone. However, when facing the 18 demon monarchs, Xiao Chen brought along the 3 primes. Many thanks. The celestial demon monarch stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen attacked at the drop of a hat. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Chen's figure vanished from everyone's vision. This was especially so for Xiao Chen. He had interacted with the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Cyclic Astral Lord, and the Bright Moon Empress before. Myriad Law Fiend Master, I only defeated you in a somewhat sorry state. Why hold a grudge against me? After saying these 2 simple words, Xiao Chen instantly attacked without hesitation. The blue dragon divine wings appeared on his back. With a ferocious flap, he turned into an afterimage and launched himself at the celestial demon monarch. I do not dare to offer advice. I heard that you are now the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, so my hands are itching. Before the great battle begins, will you exchange one move with me? The celestial demon monarch narrowed his eyes and finally saw Xiao Chen's figure. What appeared before him was a simple and unadorned fist light. Xiao Chen showed an indifferent expression as he explained softly. A miserable shriek rang out, and the celestial demon monarch was immediately blasted back. As he looked at his missing right arm, he looked at Xiao Chen again, horror flashing in his eyes. Demonic shadow palm. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning roared in the sky. That was the rage of the heavenly Tao, not allowing such an evil thing to appear in the world. The smile on the celestial demon monarch's face froze before it disappeared. In the past, during the minor devil tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years, they had fought several times, so they were quite familiar with each other. An invisible aura spread out between them. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and said softly, "You can say that. What can I do for you?" The treasure master, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, revealed a cold smile on his face, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A projection of a demonic god that gathered the faith of countless demonic worlds, as well as the foul and evil aura of the world, appeared behind the celestial demonic emperor. Bang! The three primes exclaimed in their hearts. The might of the demonic shadow palm was well known. It was one of the 10 great martial techniques of the deep abyss demonic world. Xiao Chen's group of 4 guarded the periphery of Heavenly Star Island, coldly eyeing these 18 demon monarchs. Celestial Demon Emperor suddenly said, "You're the Blue Dragon King." A smile appeared on the Celestial Demon Monarch's face as he said, "How bold. Let's begin. Xiao Chen, be careful. The Celestial Demon Monarch will not exchange moves with you so easily. He will definitely have a backup plan. When he exchanges moves with you later, he will definitely use the demonic shadow palm, materializing the image of a demonic god. It is extremely horrifying. Be careful. You don't understand? You will understand very soon. Don't agree to him. I've interacted with this celestial demon monarch before. He is very crafty and incredibly crafty. Although he said that he wants to exchange moves with you, he definitely has other plans," the myriad law fiend master whispered to Xiao Chen. This battle was destined to be the official start of the demonic calamity. After receiving the treasure master's order, the 18 demon monarchs instantly turned around and quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. The 18 demon monarchs moved to the side, leaving the celestial demon monarch to face Xiao Chen alone. The 3 primes felt helpless, so they gave Xiao Chen some space. The demon monarchs were different from the immortal statues. They were also primes. In a one-on-one battle, the immortal statues could not compare to the cyclic astral lord and the others. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. The celestial demon monarch's spiritual sense was very sharp. When he heard the myriad law fiend master's words, he laughed loudly. This was especially so for the other party's crafty means, which were hard to guard against. The moment the gigantic image of the demonic god appeared, it gave off a boundless demonic might. The celestial demon monarch clearly understood the strength of the demonic god monarch. As the celestial demon monarch threw a palm strike, the demonic god image smashed towards Xiao Chen. Clearly, the celestial demon monarch did not dare to be careless. "I agree," Xiao Chen said indifferently with a calm expression. The celestial demon monarch's true target did not seem to be Heavenly Star Island. Clearly, he was more concerned about how strong Xiao Chen was. The many demon monarchs in the air bent one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Church Master." The demonic god image was even larger than the immortal statues. Its figure seemed to block half the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star Island in darkness. Among the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, the celestial demon monarch's position was equivalent to that of Emperor Forsaken, the strongest of the demon monarchs. When the demonic god image vanished, the celestial demon monarch raged, "Blue Dragon King, I respect you as the strongest of the Kunlun realm, which is why I fought fairly with you. You are not even using a martial technique. Are you insulting me?" Xiao Chen's answer did not answer the question, stunning everyone. They could not understand what was going on. The arm that the celestial demon monarch used to point at Xiao Chen exploded with a scarlet light. All the cultivators on Heavenly Star Island held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. "It's over. Why is Xiao Chen not using a martial technique? The celestial demon monarch cursed in his heart. Then, he instantly executed his killing move. Damn it! Is he looking down on me? To think that he did not use any martial technique. Of course, the celestial demon monarch had heard of Xiao Chen before. However, it was hard to say whether he was itching for a move or not. The instant Xiao Chen clashed with that palm strike, he felt like he was clashing with a world and not a palm strike. Xiao Chen's internal organs were significantly injured. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. Young man, you are indeed a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. I'll show you this move. The celestial demon monarch made an inviting gesture as he looked at Xiao Chen. The celestial demon monarch moved very quickly and decisively. A flowing light flickered, not hesitating at all. It was like the celestial demon monarch drawing his saber, never pausing or panicking. After all, the celestial demon monarch could not cultivate martial techniques. Even though their bodies were nimble, their thinking could not compare to that of a living person. However, the celestial demon monarch had the advantage of numbers and stature, suppressing the 3 primes of Heavenly Star Island. This punch of mine condenses all the veritable essence energy in my body into one cauldron force, working with the blue dragon war body. It does not matter whether I use a martial technique or not. Do you understand now? The huge Heavenly Star Island behind Xiao Chen started shaking intensely. It flew up again, wobbling unsteadily like it would fall back down. Very few people could cultivate it. Furthermore, cultivating it to the peak was something that only the celestial demon monarch could do. Both sides looked ordinary, not showing anything outstanding about their appearances. However, this was the scariest confrontation at the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen wiped off the blood on his lips and looked at the blood on his hand. Then, he entered deep thought and muttered, "The might of a demonic god is really horrifying. It is just an image, and yet it can erupt with such might." Xiao Chen and the others soared into the air, preparing to fight the 18 demon monarchs. Who could have imagined that the 18 demon monarchs would fly directly to the treasure master? Xiao Chen had only experienced such a feeling when he executed the cycle chop. To think that a casual palm strike from the demonic god image could easily achieve that. The treasure master did not say anything, not reminding the 18 demon monarchs of Xiao Chen's strength. In terms of strength, the treasure master was even stronger than Emperor Forsaken. Back then, when the myriad law fiend master clashed with the treasure master, he lost to the treasure master, leaving a deep impression on him. Whoosh! 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 As the 18 demon monarchs faced each other, the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch led them. The 3 did not move rashly. Instead, they sized up Xiao Chen's group of 4, checking out their strength. I see it. In the darkness, everyone could only see a demonic god image that was even darker than the night sky. Even the light of lightning was engulfed in the boundless darkness. The only one that could not understand was Xiao Chen. He felt that this person was like a deep spring, bottomless. Xiao Chen's body gave off a mysterious aura that only the treasure master could see. Just as everyone worried for Xiao Chen, a loud explosion resounded. Light returned, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips. This palm strike sent Xiao Chen flying back 1 kilometer before he could stabilize himself. The 3 primes worried that Xiao Chen was injured. They wanted to go forward and protect him first. However, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and stopped them. The treasure master did not say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he got the many demon monarchs to stand up. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen's group of 4 and said, "Block that island." Lin Yu felt warmth in her heart. She knew that the other party still cared about her. However, her expression remained cold, not showing any doubt at all. Chapter 15:18. The force of one punch shattered the celestial demon monarch's arm. Xiao Chen's strength shocked everyone. Attack! Surround and kill him! The celestial demon monarch roared in a fluster. Flesh continuously regenerated on his arm, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. The physical body of the demon race was stronger than that of the various races of the Kunlun realm in the first place. Furthermore, the celestial demon monarch was a prime-level existence. His recovery speed was even faster. However, even if this arm regenerated, he would need at least a month before he could use it as freely as when he was at his peak. The flesh needed some time to regenerate. It would not be as good as new so quickly. With one arm crippled, the celestial demon monarch's combat prowess dropped by at least 20%. He posed no threat to Xiaoqin. The chaotic battle started. The first to bear the brunt was a bolt of lightning descending on Xiaoqin. That was the thunder demon monarch's lightning-attributed attack. After that, the iron demon monarch charged over. The winged demon monarch flapped its wings and flew over to harass Xiaoqin. The shadow demon monarch was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He continuously launched sneak attacks at Xiaoqin, annoying him to no end. The ice demon monarch held up a cold sword. Together with the iron demon monarch, he clashed head-on with Xiaoqin. The cyclic astral lord and the other two also quickly joined the battle, helping Xiaoqin share some of the pressure. However, the three's strength was limited in the end. Even with their full power, they could only delay 5 or 6 demon monarchs for Xiaoqin. Most of them were not even primes. Xiaoqin faced 6 primes and 7 holy lord-level demon monarchs alone in the air. 13 demon monarchs surrounded Xiaoqin, fighting a chaotic battle. Although Xiaoqin surpassed prime and had the horrifying blue dragon war body, he still could not defeat the demon monarchs alone. Compared to the immortal statues, these demon monarchs had many more tricks up their sleeves. They knew how to harass and sneak attack. Their martial techniques were nimble, and their advance and retreat were orderly. When they worked together, their combat prowess was not something the immortal statues could match. More importantly, the demon monarchs all had protective treasures. It would be very difficult to seriously injure them in a short period of time. Xiaoqin, who was surrounded, was in a bad situation. He was in great danger, but he did his best to stabilize himself, not suffering any serious injuries. The one Xiaoqin fought with the most was the Iron Demon Monarch. This Iron Demon Monarch had met Xiaoqin once before. It was the Iron Demon that saved him in the savage battlefield. It's only been half a year, but your strength is getting heavier and heavier. I really shouldn't have saved you back then. Now, Xiaoqin's punch contained a cauldron's strength. Even the Iron Demon, who was born with a strong physical body, could not withstand it. The Iron Demon, who was being continuously attacked by Xiaoqin, was in great pain and could not help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Even without your help, I can still escape from the 3 holy masters, but it'll be more troublesome. You, on the other hand, should thank me properly for becoming the Demon Emperor so quickly after returning. Ha ha ha, good, I'll give you a punch to thank you properly. The Iron Demon Monarch laughed loudly. Suddenly, his 5 fingers, which looked like metal, glowed faintly. Martial technique? Xiaoqin's gaze sank. To think that a creature like the Iron Demon learned a martial technique. However, after thinking about it, this Iron Demon before him was intelligent and knew the principles. It was not strange that it could learn a martial technique. The Iron Demon's heavy punch was like a ferocious beast charging over. When the punch was thrown, boundless beast roars rang out. It was like an ancient ferocious beast reappeared in the world and roared ferociously. After Xiaoqin dodged many sneak attacks and knocked back the Ice Demon Monarch's sword, he had no choice but to clash head-on with this punch. Xiaoqin's veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Dao might appeared behind him as great Dao energy infused into his fist. In terms of sharpness, the saber was slightly inferior to the sword. However, in terms of absolute tyranny, it was the king of weapons. The great Dao energy of the saber Dao infused into this punch made Xiaoqin's ordinary punch seem tyrannical. He became tyrannical, and an aura of supremacy burst forth from his body. As for a creature like the Iron Demon, it was like a natural tyrant body, invulnerable to weapons. However, the Iron Demon's talent was low, and its comprehension ability was 0. However, this Iron Demon Monarch before Xiaoqin became an anomaly. The martial technique that the Iron Demon Monarch executed was not only very ferocious but also extremely smooth. Clearly, he had already practiced it to the peak. Unfortunately, the Iron Demon Monarch ran into Xiao Qin, who had already cultivated the Blue Dragon War body. From the moment the Iron Demon Monarch wanted to clash with Xiao Qin, he was destined to fail. He could only blame himself for being born at the wrong time. Bang! The two fists clashed. A loud sound rang out, and the Iron Demon Monarch was immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Iron Demon Monarch's body, and black blood leaked out. His skin looked like it was covered in black cracks, looking extremely terrifying. Not bad. Many thanks for your gift. Xiao Qin moved back 100 meters. His palm felt slightly sore. Although he had knocked back the Iron Demon Monarch, the other party's punch was not weak either. Die. Taking advantage of the time Xiao Qin moved back, the other 12 demon monarchs attacked at the same time as if they were connected, charging at Xiao Qin. The Ice Demon Monarch executed a vast ice sword light. Everywhere the sword passed, cold chi spread out. A starlight flickered at the tip of the sword, looking boundlessly resplendent. The Winged Demon Monarch kicked up a strong wind, kicking up tornadoes that spanned 500 kilometers. The strong wind stirred up the clouds, bringing out lightning. The terrifying mysterious phenomenon flickered continuously. The Winged Demon Monarch was trying to form a superstorm. The Thunder Demon Monarch was the most tyrannical. Boundless lightning shot out of his body, and thousands of electric lights exploded on his body. Finally, he merged with the lightning and turned into a lightning bolt that surpassed the lightning tribulation, hacking at Xiao Qin. The 12 demon monarchs executed their killing moves together, triggering an overwhelming mysterious phenomenon. The surrounding 50,000 kilometers looked like the end of the world. The might and pressure of the various killing moves merged and pointed at Xiao Qin. This pressure was even more horrifying than that of an inanimate object like the immortal statue. The vast heavenly star island behind Xiao Qin wobbled under this pressure, finding it hard to fly. Mo Qin, who was maintaining the formation, felt like she could not endure it anymore. Her pale face drained of blood. The cultivators in the city were startled when they saw this. It was like they were there, sweating profusely for Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin showed a grave expression. He did not dare to underestimate this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Flawless saber technique's final move, heaven swallowing stance. This was the first time Xiao Qin used the lunar shadow saber to execute the heaven swallowing stance. It was also the first time he executed the flawless saber technique after his strength improved significantly. Heaven swallowing represented the greatest ambition of the flawless saber technique. The flawless Tao was a kind of comprehension that Xiao Qin had. No matter what martial technique he cultivated, he would infuse this comprehension into it. There was no such thing as a perfect and flawless Tao in the world. There were only people who pursued flawlessness, endlessly perfecting it. After Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber, he instantly unleashed all sorts of martial techniques related to the flawless Tao, forming thousands of mysterious phenomena. There was a soaring bright moon burning like fire, as if it was being watered with hot-bloodedness. That was the 1,000-year flame. There were the 4 seasons of reincarnation. That was the 4-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena were vast and boundless. Xiao Qin's flawless Tao vaguely formed a silhouette of a Tao. As the saber light chopped down, the thousands of mysterious phenomena formed a huge mouth to block the attacks of the many martial techniques. The huge mouth opened and swallowed up all the martial techniques, drowning them in the flawless Tao. All sorts of horrifying mysterious phenomena within 50,000 kilometers vanished, devoured by Xiao Qin's saber strike. I'll return them to you. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Just as he could no longer hold on, the saber light spun around in the air. Then, the huge mouth opened again and spat out everyone's martial techniques. Icy sword lights, strong gales, berserk lightning, under the guidance of the saber light, they all appeared. Like a dam breaking, they surged towards the 12 demon monarchs. Pu Ci. The 12 demon monarchs were immediately stupefied. What kind of strange martial technique was this? All of them got hit, severely injured by their consummate techniques. Just as the many demon monarchs felt helpless, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the silent treasure master. Suddenly, he said, "Continue fighting. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He cannot last much longer." When Xiaochen heard that, his heart sank. He cursed in his heart, "Wily old fox." Earlier, when Xiaochen knocked back the immortal statues with 17 punches, he had already put in a lot of effort. Now, he executed the heaven-swallowing stance to resolve the situation. Xiaochen's veritable essence energy and vital qi were already on the verge of drying up. Fighting 12 demon monarchs at the same time was still somewhat taxing. Enough. Just at this moment, a furious shout came from the air. Ingzongtian, the Fox King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god appeared at the same time. At this critical moment, they finally rushed over. Chapter 15:19. Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the Fox King, and the heaven-punishing corpse god arrived at the same time. They instantly deterred the restless 12 demon monarchs and the 6 primes fighting the cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, and the myriad law fiend master. They all stopped in regret. The two sides met up and faced each other. "Big brother, you came at the right time," Xiaochen thanked Ingzongtian. Ingzongtian smiled helplessly and said, "We are still too late. We have been guarding against a sneak attack from the 18 demon monarchs." Unexpectedly, the 18 demon monarchs would use the heavenly starry ocean as a breakthrough point and descend here. The 4 primes guarded their respective races and dealt with the aftermath. Back then, during the storm in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the 4 primes fought, their subordinates and friends fought even deeper battles because of their different stances. The damage they caused was extremely great. It took more than 2 months to deal with the aftermath before everything stabilized. At the same time, the 4 primes feared that the demons would take this opportunity to charge over. Hence, even though they found out about the chaotic situation in the heavenly starry ocean, they did not rush over immediately. After confirming that the 18 demon monarchs arrived in the heavenly starry ocean at the same time, they rushed over. That was not too late. At least, it gave Xiaochen a chance to catch his breath. Xiaochen's recovery ability was startling. The 4 primes could not defeat him in one go and wanted to continue attacking him. The 12 demon monarchs were already injured in the first place and would be exhausted to death. What's going on? The heaven-punishing corpse god asked in confusion when he saw the 18 demon monarchs standing behind the treasure master. The myriad law fiend master sighed and said, "He is the Dark Church's church master. He has been hiding in the heavenly starry ocean all this time. Today, he truly exposed himself." Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes as he looked at the treasure master. "Your distinguished self really hid deeply. To think that you even managed to fool me." The treasure master smiled leisurely and said indifferently, "I have fooled many people before. You are not the first, nor will you be the last." "Humph. Very well. In that case, I will settle this debt today. Let's see how strong you, the Dark Church's church master, are." The last time Emperor Forsaken fought the Dark Church's church master, they only managed to draw. Today was the right time. "Haha, you? You are still not a match for me. If not for me not wanting to expose my identity too early, I would have made it so that you would not be able to return last time." The treasure master laughed loudly, not caring much about Emperor Forsaken. Arrogant. Emperor Forsaken was enraged. He stretched out his hand and circulated the boundless power of faith. His body released rings of divine light as a huge deity finger pointed at the treasure master. "Impudent. How dare you disrespect the sect leader?" 3 figures flickered. The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch stood in front of the treasure master, each making a move to block Emperor Forsaken's finger. Emperor Forsaken was slightly stunned. He did not expect his subordinate demon monarchs to be so loyal to the treasure master. I feel that the space here is fluctuating greatly. This place seems to have become the port of a teleportation array. There will be a continuous stream of demon experts coming here. The cyclic astral lord, who was extremely sensitive to spatial formations, suddenly said softly with a frown. The Fox King continued, should we delay? The experts of the deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, and the Fiend Domain will arrive soon. At that time, we can capture all these demon monarchs and the treasure master in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was gambling. If the experts of the demonic world arrived early, their group would be in trouble. On the other hand, if the reinforcements of the Kunlun continent arrived, the treasure master's side would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, could they afford to gamble now? As Xiao Chen pondered, he suddenly discovered many gazes on him. It turned out that many primes were waiting for him to make a decision. Xiao Chen, what is your decision? Ing Zongtian asked, handing the decision to Xiao Chen. Let's retreat. I'm somewhat tired. This was not physical fatigue but mental fatigue, the fatigue of learning some truth. Let's go. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm worked together with Xiao Chen, escorting Heaven Dragon Island as they retreated step by step. Without the treasure master's orders, the 18 demon monarchs did not dare to give chase. Church master, should we stop them? Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the experts of the demonic world will arrive soon, the celestial demon monarch said angrily as he looked at Xiao Chen. The treasure master shook his head and said, there's no need. The deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, and the Fiend Domain's army are all there to receive them. There's no rush. After the demonic god is summoned, no one can save the Kunlun realm. Church master is wise. The 18 demon monarchs said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not dare to show any disrespect to the Dark Church's church master, or rather, the treasure master, on the surface. The worried hearts of the many Heavenly Star Island cultivators finally calmed down. With the 7 primes protecting them, Heavenly Star Island quickly flew into the clouds, carrying the last flame of the Heavenly Starry Ocean and quickly heading for the Kunlun continent. With no one to disturb them, the operation of the formation became increasingly smoother. It flew along with the blue dragon auspicious cloud. Ing Zongtian and the others followed behind unhurriedly, discussing something in soft voices. Most of their words were rather pessimistic. They discussed that the first thing to do after they returned was to move the ordinary people of the various races and the cultivators with lower cultivations to the back of Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun Mountain range spanned nearly the entire profound domain. At that time, as long as Kunlun Mountain was not broken through, these ordinary people and cultivators would be fine. As for the countless resources and cities facing the sea, they could only strategically give up on them. The treasure master's next attack would definitely be the decisive battle. The 17 immortal statues would be repaired once more, and their strength might even increase. At that time, it would be hard not to give up. Aside from Kunlun Mountain, the formations and cities of the other sects would find it hard to defend against the attacks of the immortal statues. Along the way, Xiao Chen remained rather silent, only quietly listening to the discussions of the crowd. This was a rare opportunity. Under such a life-or-death situation, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not dare to have any other thoughts. Of course, Xiao Chen's deterrence was also a factor. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. When Ing Zongtian noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Chen? I did not hear you say anything along the way. Didn't we already save Heavenly Star Island?" Xiao Chen remained silent for a while, not answering directly. He stopped and looked at the crowd. "Who do you think the treasure master is?" "The treasure master is indeed the treasure master. However, he now has the identity of the Dark Church's church master," the cyclic astral lord answered without even thinking. The others could not understand Xiao Chen's question. Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? The oldest of the group, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, thought for a while before saying, "The treasure master's identity is mysterious, and his origins are a mystery. For as long as I can remember, the treasure master's residence already existed in the Heavenly Starry Ocean and controlled the sea markets of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, which are those immortal statues. That is to say, the treasure master is just a title, like the master of a sect, passed down from generation to generation. The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Zongtian thought of something. He said, "That's not right." In the past, everyone did not know that he was the Dark Church's church master. At that time, we could say that the title of the treasure master was passed down from generation to generation. However, now, no matter how we think about it, that is not right. That was right. If he were the Dark Church's church master, then he would have been living in the deep abyss demonic world. It was impossible for him to appear in the heavenly starry ocean and establish the treasure master's residence without causing any commotion. After all, the Dark Church's church master would definitely attract some attention when he came to the Kunlun realm. Suddenly, the bright moon empress said, "The treasure master's residence was established after the demonic calamity 10,000 years ago. My bright moon palace had an old man from the same generation as the Qing emperor. I asked her about it. 10,000 years ago, the immortal statues were still in the hands of different factions. After the Qing emperor died, the treasure master's residence rose up and merged with the other factions, gaining complete control of all the sea markets." After hearing what the bright moon empress said, everyone thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down their spine. Based on this speculation, the treasure master might very well be a person of the Kunlun continent. Then, they thought about the treasure master's other identity. In other words, the Dark Church's church master was a person of the Kunlun realm. This was simply incredible. If that was true, how horrifying was this person? Whoosh! 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 Many sharp gazes looked at Xiaoqin. Emperor Forsaken said, "Xiaoqin, do you know the treasure master's true identity?" Chapter 15:20. Half a day later, Xiaoqin and the others arrived in the profound domain. When they looked up, they could see the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain, which towered into the clouds. The silent Xiaoqin revealed an expression of joy. He said to Mo Chen, "Open the barrier and let her in." After all the demon cultivators appeared, many ferocious demonic beasts appeared. However, as the demons grew stronger, the scattered management of Kunlun Mountain's guards became unified. They formed an independent faction called the Kunlun Palace, which stood above the various large sections. Be it the deity race or the Bushan Palace, they cannot interfere in the matters of the Kunlun Palace. Many people did not understand why the treasure master, who possessed 16 immortal statues and could command the 18 demon monarchs at any time, did not launch an all-out attack. Now that they thought about it, the only thing they feared was this unfathomable Kunlun Palace. Many pairs of sharp gazes stared at Xiaoqin, somewhat surprising him. However, he really did not want to answer this question now. After arriving in the profound domain, Xiaoqin naturally thought of the saber sword two sovereigns. He should have added the word former. However, all of this was fabricated. No matter what he said, it was pointless. However, the news of the demonic calamity had already spread everywhere. The entire Kunlun realm was discussing it. The undulating Kunlun mountain range crossed the entire profound domain, splitting it in half. Whoosh! This is the news that Ingyu brought back not long ago. Originally, I wanted to tell you earlier. However, the heavenly starry ocean is in chaos, and I did not dare to go over. I thought that you would come to Kunlun Mountain sooner or later, so I waited here. Return to Kunlun Mountain and quickly inform the various races to retreat. Countless black lights flickered endlessly, looking exceptionally eye-catching on the boundless sea. Those were demonic world cultivators currently forming groups and teleporting over in the form of an army. The dark mass stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how many demons there were. Just as everyone was about to ask, an overwhelming demonic chi suddenly came from the distance. The demonic chi was so strong that even Zongtian and the others, who were almost at the edge of the continent, could feel it. Tens of millions of demon cultivators appeared in the distance. To the small deep abyss demonic world, this was the entire population mobilizing. When Xiaoqin heard Yu's name, he had a bad feeling. Then, he thought of something. Suddenly, a pretty figure flew over in front, tearing through the air. Her target was Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It was Ying Qiong from the Ying family. He had not seen Ying Qiong for many years. He wondered why Ying Qiong was here. He seems to be from the profound domains Ying clan, the cyclic astral lord said uncertainly as he looked at Ying Qiong. Emperor Forsaken and the others had no time to think. They turned around and quickly left. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't listened to Xiao Chen's suggestion and dragged on a little longer, they would have been completely surrounded. He immediately asked the Myriad Law Fiend King about this question. Emperor Forsaken's question also represented the doubts of the other supreme martial artists. How could Xiao Chen have brought up this topic for no reason, stirring up everyone's suspicions? Soon, the armies of the deity Dao Union, the Bushan Palace, the Corpse God Palace, and the Fiend Domain arrived. Emperor Forsaken and the others took their leave in a hurry. Boom! In the next few days, the supreme martial artists would be busy. They needed to evacuate the low-leveled cultivators and commoners under their jurisdiction in the shortest time possible. When the primes saw this scene, their expressions turned grave, forgetting about the earlier topic. If this legendary character were still around, together with Xiao Chen, this demonic calamity would not be a problem. The deep abyss demonic world has moved out in full force. They have already cut off their path of retreat. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly with a frown. Xiao Chen felt confused. He did not know why there was a need to avoid arousing suspicion. At the mention of the Thunder King, the cyclic astral lord and the bright moon empress showed somewhat gloomy expressions. Right now, the saber sovereign was himself. Chu Chaoyun probably snatched away the sword sovereign medallion. The Myriad Law Fiend Master introduced some things about Kunlun Mountain to Xiao Chen. Then, he continued, furthermore, the various major factions know very little about how strong the Kunlun Palace is. Once the cultivators of the various races enter the Kunlun Palace, they rarely come out and do not leak too much information. Then, Ying Qiong's figure flashed a few times, and he arrived before Xiao Chen. The Myriad Law Fiend Master muttered, "This is, if the Kunlun realm had not fallen into chaos, the deity Dao Union and the Bushan Palace would not have fought so intensely. Both sides would have suffered severe injuries, and the deep abyss demonic world would not have had an opportunity to make a move." After exchanging some pleasantries, Ying Qiong said to Xiao Chen, "Can I have a word with you?" Xiao Chen remained silent. His expression changed slightly, and he no longer asked about the Kunlun Palace. Clearly, the profound domain was affected as well. Xiao Chen discovered that they passed to the west of the Kunlun mountain range. This place was clearly much more desolate than before. The various large clans of the profound domain must have received news and made preparations in advance, retreating to the rear of Kunlun Mountain. The guards of Kunlun Mountain are very special. There are not many of them. There are cultivators of the various races. However, they are all elite selected in secret. They have existed since the martial epoch. At first, they were rather scattered. The various races sent some people to protect the Kunlun realm together. This humble girl, Ying Qiong, greets the primes. Ying Qiong knew the rules very well. After she arrived, she greeted the cyclic astral lord and the others first. The profound domain looked calm and peaceful. This neutral territory that connected the various races had not suffered any attacks for now. The Fiend Masters had participated in a demonic calamity and could not avoid interacting with the Kunlun Palace. "Xiao Chen, do you know the true identity of the Treasure Master?" The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled softly and said, "The three of us have interacted with this Kunlun Palace before. However, we are not familiar with many of them. If the Thunder King were still around, we would be familiar with many of them. After all, the Thunder King experienced the most demonic calamities. Many of the upper echelon of the Kunlun Palace are humans in the first place. They received the Thunder King's favor or guidance." When Xiao Chen looked back, he saw clumps of demonic clouds covering the sky where Heavenly Star Island originally was. "We'll talk about it later." "I am not sure either." Ying Qiong continued, Chu Chaoyun used lightning-quick methods to occupy the Sky Dome realm. The various sects of the martial empire were all destroyed. Now, there is only one empire left, the Heavenly Emperor Wu's nation. The emperor is Chu Chaoyun himself. Are the people of my Shao clan alright? Yu sent back news that Chu Chaoyun captured all the people of the Shao clan. It is unknown whether they are alive or dead, Xiong said in a low voice, not daring to look at Shao Chen. Shao Chen looked at the myriad law fiend master and said, others might not understand this Kunlun palace, but senior fiend master should know more, right? This is my friend. The Ying clan is also a clan that submitted to the Qing emperor 10,000 years ago. They have been taking care of the Shao clan in secret for many years. No wonder the treasure master said that Shao Chen had called for reinforcements from Kunlun Mountain. It looked like the treasure master understood the Kunlun palace very well. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Given that person's identity, it was impossible for him not to understand the Kunlun palace. After the treasure master followed Xiong some distance away, the smile on Xiong's face vanished. With a grave expression, he said, Shao Chen, you have to be mentally prepared for what I said. Don't get too excited. Given such a shocking scene, it was no longer important who the treasure master was. So what if Shao Chen knew? Could it be that if he knew, he could immediately kill the other party? Suddenly, Shao Chen recalled something. The treasure master once thought that Shao Chen had gone to Kunlun Mountain to call for reinforcements. At that time, Shao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. Are the people of Kunlun Mountain very strong? As for Shao Chen, he headed for Kunlun Mountain with the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the bright moon empress. Logically speaking, the Kunlun palace had existed since the martial epoch and had a long inheritance. Furthermore, it had absorbed the elites of the 5 major races, secretly nurturing them since they were young. They should be very strong. In fact, after Shao Chen rose up, he might even reorganize the various major factions and charge into the demonic world. Of course, the most important thing is that the minor demonic calamity occurs once every few thousand years. Most of the time, the Kunlun Palace does not have much of a presence. It will not interfere with the matters of the outside world. It is like this faction does not exist at all. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to it. Shao Chen's heart sank, but his expression did not change. He tried to find some clues on Xiong's face. After failing to find anything, he said, I promise you. What is it? Or rather, as long as the Thunder King was still around, Shao Chen's tribulation would not be that simple, and the Kunlun realm would not fall into chaos. Shao Chen now understood. Now, he had a rough understanding of this Kunlun palace. It felt like a paradise. It was rather similar to what he remembered. Chapter 1521. Contrary to Xiong's expectations, Shao Chen's expression did not change much, appearing rather calm. Are you alright? Xiong asked carefully. After all, she was somewhat responsible for this matter. Right now, she was the Ying clan's clan head. The great Qin Empire of the Sky Dome realm was equivalent to the Ying clan. No matter what, she was somewhat responsible for not being able to protect Shao Chen's family. Shao Chen smiled faintly, not wanting to put any pressure on Xiong. He said, I'm fine. Thank you for protecting my family for so long. You should not feel indebted. Are you really fine? Xiong asked in some disbelief. Shao Chen nodded and said, I'm really fine. Chu Chaoyun promised me that he would not touch my family. Furthermore, he has something in my hands. Perhaps it has something to do with my control. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiong felt relieved of a heavy burden. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, that's good. Otherwise, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. Shao Chen felt embarrassed in his heart. He smiled and said, don't overthink. The Ying clan has already moved, right? Do you have time? Xiong answered honestly, yes, they have already moved to the rear. Once the demonic calamity starts, all the clans and factions of the profound domain will move over. They are already very experienced. Good. In that case, help me with something. What is it? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. Xiaochen turned around and pointed to Heavenly Star Island. The people on this island are all cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean. They have never been to the Kunlun continent before. There will definitely be a lot of trouble moving them. At that time, can you help to make arrangements for them? Ying Qiong smiled and said, it's just a small matter. Leave it to me. In that case, many thanks in advance. Come with me. I'll introduce you to them. Right. The two returned to the top of the city wall, trying to find some clues from Xiao Chen's expression. Unfortunately, they found nothing. This was especially so for Mo Chen. Her eyes occasionally stared at Ying Qiong, her attention clearly on this girl. Mo Chen. Ah. Suddenly, Xiao Chen called out to Mo Chen, startling the other party to his senses. Immediately, Xiao Chen's face revealed a trace of worry. I was going to ask you and Ying Qiong to help settle everyone down. Looks like I didn't think it through. You're too tired from presiding over the array. Go and rest for a while. Mo Chen blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and said, it's fine. I don't need to rest. Are you sure? I really don't need it. Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. However, it was not good for him to ask. He looked at the three primes and said, Seniors, I have some matters to attend to and have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. I will not be able to accompany everyone to the Kunlun Palace. The Sky Dome realm. It seems that the Kunlun realm and the demonic world have an agreement not to allow Emperor Wu to enter, the Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a frown. The Bright Moon Empress said, right now, the demonic world and the Kunlun realm are focused on the Kunlun realm. No one should pay attention to these rules. Xiao Chen, why are you going to the Sky Dome realm? Is that okay? Many thanks for seniors' concern. It's just some trivial matters. I'll come back after I deal with them. Be careful. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chen tore open a hole in the sky and searched for the Sky Dome realm, sensing it. After a while, he sensed the Sky Dome realm, which was once an immortal's residence. Then, his figure flashed and he barged in. During the immortal epoch, the 3,000 lower realms were all immortal lord residences. After the martial epoch, it slowly developed into a miniature world attached to the Kunlun realm. Previously, Xiao Chen did not feel much about the Sky Dome realm. However, after he found out that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. It was hard to imagine that long ago, this place was once his residence. No wonder his luck in the Sky Dome realm had always been heaven-defying. He had survived so many calamities and never died. Perhaps the Sky Dome realm's heavenly Tao was watching over him. Strange, why do I feel that this Sky Dome realm is rejecting me? Xiao Chen, who had just entered the Sky Dome realm, said doubtfully without frowning. In the past, when Xiao Chen entered the Sky Dome realm, he did not feel anything strange or terrible. It was just ordinary. However, this time, the moment Xiao Chen entered, he felt a sense of exclusion. Although it was not intense, it was definitely there. Could it be that Chu Chaoyun has already merged the complete Sky Dome heart and refined it? Never mind, I will not think about this. The other party is determined to obtain it. This is just a matter of time. Right now, Xiao Chen felt rather calm. He had not lied to Ying Qiong. Firstly, Xiao Chen had the heavenly flame, a treasure that Chu Chaoyun yearned for day and night without touching. Secondly, Chu Chaoyun once promised Xiao Chen that he would not touch his family. Xiao Chen looked around and opened his heavenly eye. Then, his vision traversed thousands of kilometers, looking in the direction of Mo City. In the next moment, Xiao Chen casually tore space and instantly appeared in the Xiao residence. Second brother, you really came. After a momentary daze, Xiao Jian's voice rang out. Then, Xiao Chen looked around. He discovered that he was in the dueling ground of the Xiao clan. Everyone in the Shao clan was there. When they saw Shao Chen, they all felt extremely excited, their excitement evident in their words. They all came over to greet Shao Chen. However, Shao Jian scolded them and scolded them. The familiar scene relaxed Shao Chen somewhat. "Big brother, there is no need to be so serious." Shao Jian smiled and said, "Let's go somewhere else and have a word." Shao Chen nodded. After they were far away, Shao Jian said, "The great Qin nation toppled overnight. The entire Sky Dome realm has already reinstated the banner of the Tianwu dynasty. The dynasty has changed, and Chu Chaoyun is now king. The Shao clan is still fine. Everyone is fine. They are just surrounded. Chu Chaoyun's attitude is rather good. I wonder what he is up to." In one breath, Shao Jian told Shao Chen everything that happened in the past few days. It was more or less as Shao Chen guessed. Chu Chaoyun did not make things difficult for the Shao clan. However, Shao Jian knew his limits and did not dare to act rashly. He strictly forbade the Shao clan disciples from going out. Now that the outside world was in chaos, the Shao clan was still rather calm. "Where's father?" Shao Chen asked. Shao Jian replied, "Father is doing well. He is currently drinking tea with Chu Chaoyun in the Great Hall. He said that you would arrive before sunset at the latest. Unexpectedly, you really did come. It looks like this fellow has spies in the Kunlun realm as well. He is very well informed. I'll go and meet him." The two headed for the Great Hall. When they got close, they heard Chu Chaoyun's voice. "This is superior grade Misty Cloud tea. Its full name is Misty Cloud tea. Uncle, try it properly. In the future, brew it by yourself at home. Remember, the first brew requires at least 10 breaths. Otherwise, the Misty Cloud immortal qi will not be able to precipitate." Chu Chaoyun seemed to have a deep understanding of tea. As he spoke, he drew on the classics in great detail, appearing ingenious and lively. "Good tea," Shao Chen said as he stepped over the threshold with Shao Jian. Chu Chaoyun put down his teacup and looked at Shao Chen. He smiled faintly and said, "You have not tasted it yet. How do you know it is good tea? You are not me. How do you know that I do not know?" Shao Chen argued. Then, he walked over and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tip of his tongue tasted sweet, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. It was like misty clouds, like immortal qi. Shao Chen put down his teacup and looked at Chu Chaoyun. "This is indeed good tea. Chu Chaoyun, you are really willing to part with it?" Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, he smiled and said, "One can only gain by giving up something, right? Chen why are you back?" Shao Chen explained and comforted his father. "I came back to take a look. Lord Father, I will go out with Brother Chu to discuss some matters. I will be back in a while." Shao Xiong was not a fool. He knew that while the two appeared to be chatting cheerfully, they were actually at loggerheads with each other. Shao Xiong nodded and did not say anything. "Let's go out and talk," Shao Chen said as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. "That is exactly what I was thinking." Right after Shao Chen spoke, the two left the Shao clan's great hall as though they had teleported. Then, they appeared at the summit of Seven Horn Mountain, facing each other. Clouds surrounded the summit, and the wind blew at the two's clothes and hair. Shao Chen waved his hand and tossed the heavenly flame to Chu Chaoyun. "This is the heavenly flame's origin flame, the big gift you wanted." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "This gift is indeed big. However, I do not need it." Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chaoyun gently fanned the heavenly flame's origin flame back. Shao Chen caught the crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin flame. Then, he looked at the other party and asked in surprise, "What do you want?" Chapter 1522. "What do you want, then?" Shao Chen found this strange. Chu Chaozhu did not even want the heavenly flame. This was a treasure that the other party wanted to obtain. In that case, what could be more attractive than the heavenly flame's origin flame? I want a promise from you. Xiaochen felt stunned. He looked at the other party and said, all right, I promise you. There's something else I want to ask you. Do you know who the treasure master is? Chu Chaozhu was stunned for a moment. He did not know why Xiaochen agreed without even thinking. After a while, Chu Chaozhu replied, naturally, I do. His other identity in the deep abyss demonic world is the Dark Church's church master. However, I rarely interacted with him. Most of the time, he does not appear in the demonic world. He also leaves the matters of the sect to the two vice church masters. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he muttered, actually, I have been meaning to ask, what is your relationship with him? Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, there is no relationship. I only met him once. I helped him with something, and he helped me with something. That is all. More accurately, he should be an enemy now. If you cannot kill him, the one who will kill him will be me. Xiaochen revealed a contemplative expression. It looked like Chu Chaoyun did not know about the treasure master's other identity. In the entire world, probably only he would think of that person. If not for learning some things in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaochen would not have thought this way. He could only say that that person hid very well. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen said, I feel that we can talk about the grudges between us. I already have a rough idea. Don't worry. I will not want the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. You can just leave. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, the divine item is just a catalyst. There is no way to reconcile the differences between us. I will repeat everything that the last Tianwu Emperor did 10,000 years ago, unless you stop asking. Xiaochen was speechless when he heard that. The last Tianwu Emperor 10,000 years ago wanted to merge the 3,000 lower realms. Then, he wanted to swallow up the luck of the entire Kunlun realm before leaving the abandoned land. Sacrificing the future of everyone in Kunlun for him alone. Seeing that Xiaochen was silent, Chu Chaoyun continued with a smile, I already said long ago that we have the same goal. Unfortunately, a battle is inevitable. Xiaochen frowned and said, why? So many people want to leave the land of exile, but it is difficult to succeed. You have this opportunity, so you should cherish it. Why do you have to be so ambitious? Ambition? Chu Chaoyun smiled bitterly in his heart, but he didn't want to say much about this matter, nor did he want to explain anything. With your talent, I believe that even without the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, you can still make a name for yourself outside the abandoned land. Chu Chaoyun didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He needed to defeat the person. It wasn't that simple. Even if he used up his entire life, he might not be able to injure the other party. Only by obtaining the luck of the entire Kunlun realm would he have a chance. You should go. Your family is safer in the Sky Dome realm than in the Kunlun realm. I will help you take good care of them. Since they didn't get along, Chu Chaoyun was not in the mood to continue the conversation. So, he asked Xiaochen to leave. Goodbye. Xiaochen's face sank. Similarly, he didn't want to say more. He simply could not understand why the other party insisted on doing this. Do unto others what you do not want others to do unto you. This had always been Xiaochen's principle. He would never do something for the sake of his own selfishness, ignoring the rest of the world. Chu Chaoyun didn't want to explain either. After all, even if he did, Xiaochen wouldn't understand either. Those who know me say that I am worried. Those who do not know me say that I seek something. As Xiaochen took his leave, he recalled a scene from the past. When the seven thrones merged, he saw the end of fate. Chu Chaoyun stood in the Sky Dome realm, merging the 3,000 lower realms and waiting for him to fight. It seemed like fate really could not be changed. After saying goodbye to Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen was in no rush to leave the Sky Dome realm. Since he came to the Sky Dome realm, he had to spend a few days at the Xiao clan. The many things that happened in the Kunlun realm fatigued Xiaochen, preventing him from resting properly. Perhaps this would be his last leisure time in the Kunlun realm. After this, he would have to face the demonic calamity of the Kunlun realm. He would either die or live. 3 days later, Xiaochen left the Sky Dome realm and returned to the Kunlun realm's profound domain. Xiaochen walked alone to the foot of the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain. This peak towered into the clouds. No one knew where the summit was. Rumor had it that the Kunlun Road was at this peak. If one walked up this peak, one would be able to leave the Kunlun realm. However, this Kunlun Road was now a dead end. Very few people dared to take it. Only those who were truly on the brink of death would muster the courage to take it. Along the way, Xiaochen discovered that the western side of the mountain range had already become completely deserted. In a mere 3 days, all the sects and clans that could retreat had retreated to the eastern side of the mountain range. This Kunlun mountain was like the final barrier of the entire Kunlun realm. A long line lined up at the foot of the mountain. Countless cultivators wanted to enter this peak. Most of them were loose cultivators. Without any sect connections, they did not have the authority to pass directly. Xiaochen glanced at the line. If he had to line up, who knew how long he would have to wait before he could truly enter the mountain? Just as Xiaochen hesitated over whether to sneak in or not, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed before Xiaochen. You are Xiaochen. These 2 wore long robes and carried treasured swords on their backs. Their attire was the same as Emperor Wu's. Xiaochen nodded and took out his lunar shadow saber to verify his identity. It's the lunar shadow saber. This saber of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochen is the best proof. We are the Kunlun Palace's 4th-generation disciples. On the orders of Palace Master Feng, we are here to receive you. After verifying his identity, the 2 looked at Xiaochen with an additional trace of respect and deference. Xiaochen, who had been worried about not knowing the way and not wanting to line up, did not think too much and followed the 2. As Xiaochen followed the 2, he flew up. Along the way, he met with many gazes sizing him up. Vaguely, this unremarkable mountain peak hid many checkpoints and experts guarding the checkpoints. I wonder what the Kunlun Palace is like. Xiaochen was also very curious about their palace master. He did not know how strong such a mysterious person was. An existence that even the treasure master feared should not be weak. At the very least, he would not be weaker than the primes. After flying through the clouds, Xiaochen saw a palace. This palace stood on a cliff. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like one was floating in a sea of clouds. As they rose and fell, it looked like a fairyland. As Xiaochen approached the plaza in front of the palace, he discovered many young cultivators cultivating. He felt shocked in his heart. These youths were all existences that the outside world had never heard of. However, their cultivations were no weaker than those of the outstanding talents of the outside world. The 3 of them flew quickly and soon passed the plaza. The disciples in the plaza all put down their weapons and curiously sized up Xiaochen as he flew by. Is he the Blue Dragon King? He is very young. He looks even younger than us. Rumor has it that he is already the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, someone who surpassed primes. That's impossible. Could he be stronger than the palace master? That should be true. Didn't you see the palace master personally invite him? However, it is hard to say if he is stronger than the palace master. Among the disciples discussing, there was a girl who appeared disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything. This girl was Lang Liusu. Back then, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nguan Muyun, sent her to the Kunlun Palace before she went to the astral battlefield. After that, Nguan Muyun died in the astral battlefield, and Lang Liusu never left. Just as Xiaochen was about to reach the main hall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to take a careful look. In that brief glance, Xiaochen vaguely saw someone familiar. At this moment, he squinted and discovered Lang Liusu. Immediately, all sorts of memories flooded into Xiaochen's mind. After not seeing her for a long time, Xiaochen thought that she had fallen in the astral battlefield like Nguan Muyun. When Xiaochen first entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, something interesting had happened to this person, who was once the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, after that, Xiaochen did not have much interaction with her, nearly forgetting about her. Blue Dragon King, you are familiar with one of these junior brothers and sisters. Xiao Qin nodded and said, there is one. Do you want to meet her? If it is not long, the palace master should be able to wait. Never mind, it is better not to meet her. After meeting her, Xiao Qin did not know what to say. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 1523. Junior Sister Lang, the Blue Dragon King seemed to be looking at you earlier. Indeed, that seems to be the case. He looked for a long time. Will he come over? Hey, he's gone. The disciples in the plaza had been paying attention to Xiao Chen's every move. When he turned around, they naturally saw him clearly. With a sigh, the commotion quietly died down. Leng Liusu smiled faintly. She did not feel much disappointment or melancholy. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. There was no need to be envious or thirsty. At the very least, the other party could look at her one last time. This meant that he had not forgotten. That was already sufficient, there were no regrets. The Kunlun Palace was like a large courtyard built on a mountain. All the buildings were painted with a faint layer of golden paint. That was not pure golden paint. Instead, it was made from some special divine material after it was crushed and refined. Aside from being aesthetically pleasing, it could be used with formations, increasing the might of the formations. Xiao Qin had a feeling that while it looked like he was walking in the palace, he was actually isolated from the outside by some kind of formation. The entire Kunlun Palace gave off layers of faint golden light. As one walked in it, everything looked golden. The two Kunlun Palace disciples were bathed in a layer of light. As for Xiao Qin, he looked the same as before he entered the mountain. This further confirmed Xiao Chen's guess that he was not included in the formation. If the person in charge of the formation wanted to, they could squeeze him out at any time. Of course, this was under the premise that Xiao Qin did not resist. It was noble but not tacky. It matched the aura of the Kunlun Palace, which surpassed all the sects in the world. The palace at the highest point had a staircase made of white jade, winding all the way down. Xiao Qin followed the two Kunlun Palace swordsmen up. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the words, Qingyang written on the palace. It was said that the founder of the Kunlun Palace was an extremely strong cultivator named Feng Qingyang. Later on, Qingyang Hall became the main palace. Only the palace master and a few elders could enter. We cannot enter this Qingyang Hall. Senior Blue Dragon King, please enter by yourself. The palace master and some elders have already been waiting for a long time, the sword-wielding disciple said with a smile. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qin stepped into the hall, but what greeted him was darkness. It formed a stark contrast with the bright background outside. Under the dim light, the hall was filled with a sinister and eerie smell. Xiao! 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 figures appeared in the dark space. There were a total of 5 people on the left and right, and the person sitting on the main seat at the front must be the palace lord. In the dark space, the 5 elders and the Kunlun Palace's master were all encased in light, their figures clearly visible. As for Xiao Qin himself, he was bathed in the darkness and seemed to be one with it. However, the palace master had his back to Xiao Qin and did not turn around. This strange arrangement made Xiao Qin slightly uncomfortable. However, he still politely asked, "Palace master, what business do you have with me?" Take a guess? The Kunlun Palace's palace master still did not turn around. He said some mischievous words, making Xiao Qin depressed. Take a guess? The meaning of these 2 words was clear and concise. Xiao Qin naturally understood it, but he didn't have the time to guess. Goodbye. Respect was mutual. Since Xiao Qin was willing to come, he was showing respect to the other party. The other party had his back to Xiao Qin, yet he said such childish words. That was disrespectful. In that case, there was no point in Xiao Qin staying. He still had to go to the Dragon's Gate's people's situation. You want to leave? I'm afraid that is not up to you. One of the 5 Kunlun Palace elders said indifferently with a cold snort. Xiao Qin recognized these 5 people. He had seen them once after the road to Emperor and once after the incident at the Blue Dragon Palace. However, those were images. This time, they were real people. Xiao Chen had always held respect for these 5 elders. He stopped and said, "Seniors, what exactly is the matter? Just get straight to the point." Whoosh! Right after the Kunlun Palace's palace master spoke, he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. The Kunlun Palace's palace master's gaze was like a sharp saber light flickering with resplendent light in the darkness, carrying an incredibly tyrannical and sharp aura as it pierced towards Xiao Chen. What a tyrannical saber might! Where did this person come from? Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he used his Dao might and easily blocked the other party's saber might. Whoosh! 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 In the dark space, the pillars of light encasing the 6 suddenly vanished. Then, they layered over each other and encased Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen could not see the other 6 in this pitch-black palace. Instead, he was exposed to the 6. His every move, even the slightest movement, could be seen clearly. Interesting. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. Are they going to force me to tell them something? Blue Dragon King, now that the Kunlun realm is in danger, please tell us how to surpass Prime, a voice rang out in the darkness. Please forgive us for using such means. In this Azure Yang Palace, the strength of outsiders will be suppressed by half. As long as you are willing to tell us the secret to surpassing Prime, we will naturally let you leave. Let's work together to resist the demons and survive this calamity. I hope you can think of the big picture and not act rashly. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It turned out that this was a trap for him. He circulated his veritable essence energy slightly. He discovered that when he circulated his veritable essence energy, it did not affect him at all. However, since the other party said that his strength would be reduced by half, it should be true. Suddenly thinking about it, Xiao Chen somewhat understood what was going on. From the start to the end, he had not been merged into the Kunlun Palace's formation. Perhaps this was where the problem came from. There was no problem with circulating his veritable essence energy. However, his offensive and destructive power would be affected. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen hated it the most. He would not compromise at all when others forced him or threatened him. Originally, Xiao Chen still had some respect for these people. Now, he no longer had any, only deep loathing. Hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have something to say it to me face to face. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and ignored the other party's barrage of questions. After all the questions, there was only one meaning: to hand over the secret to surpassing Prime. Not to mention that there was no secret, even if there were, Xiao Chen would not be scared into handing it over. If there was a problem, it would be fine as long as everyone discussed it peacefully. What was the point of setting up such a trap? It looks like you do not agree. In that case, we can only use some forceful methods. A strand of sword chi silently shot towards Xiao Chen in the darkness. Dang! Xiao Chen held his saber horizontally in front of him and blocked the strand of sword chi. Then, he quickly retreated 100 meters. The light encasing Xiao Chen persisted without scattering, looking like a ghost. As for the person who attacked, he remained hidden in the darkness, nowhere to be seen. Dang! 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 The 5 elders worked together to attack Xiao Chen like a flood. Xiao Chen calmly made his move, retreating step by step, dealing with the moves as they came. The other party's figure was hidden in the darkness, invisible to the naked eye and hard to detect with spiritual sense. An invisible barrier blocked the attacks that Xiao Chen sent out, reducing their might by half. He was in a very passive position. The 5 old men did not give up. All sorts of killing moves appeared one after another. They came from different races. Some were of the deity race, some were of the human race, and some were of the ghost race. Their moves were all very experienced. Xiao Chen was like a small boat in a violent storm, drifting in the wind like he would capsize at any moment. Hand over the secret technique that surpasses Prime, and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving the hall. The Kunlun realm is in danger. Blue Dragon King, are you still going to be so selfish? The roars were like thunder. As the 5 elders supported Xiaoqin, they continuously shouted at him. How noisy! Unable to endure any longer, Xiaoqin shouted coldly and suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! The instant Xiaoqin drew the saber light, a resplendent saber light lit up the entire hall. The 5 old men could no longer hide. Lingyun stance. Void-breaking stance. Dragon-subduing stance. Falling moon stance. Heartbreaking stance. In that instant, Xiaoqin executed the flawless saber technique. It was like he split into 5. With the support of great Tao energy, every move contained startling might. Pu Ci. The 5 old men revealed horrified expressions as their defenses were torn. They vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh! 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 The afterimages merged, and Xiaoqin sheathed his saber. Ka Xie. Suddenly, a finger snapped in the darkness. The entire hall was brightly lit, and the darkness swept away. This was the first time Xiaoqin saw the situation in the hall clearly. The 5 old men that he knocked back were nowhere to be seen. Only one person remained standing on the throne in the hall. This person's hair was disheveled, and he looked at Xiaoqin with a sinister smile. Indeed, you are the Thunder King's inheritor. You did not disappoint me. Chapter 1524. Xiaoqin felt that something was wrong. Just as he was feeling suspicious, many figures walked out of the hall. Among them were Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and other familiar people. There were also many old men that Xiaoqin did not recognize. However, without exception, they were all experts, the supreme elders of the Kunlun Palace. As for the sloppy bladesman in front, he was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At the very least, he was a prime. Big brother, what's going on? Xiaoqin looked at Ingzongtian somewhat helplessly, wanting an explanation. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood. Ingzongtian smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. This is a test. We are discussing who should be the leader of the alliance to resist the demons. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the others, and I recommended little brother Xiaoqin. However, these 5 old men do not believe in your strength and want to recommend their palace master. Hence, we set up this trap, hoping to agitate you and make you attack without holding back, to see your true strength." As the deity race elders spoke, the 5 old men that Xiaoqin injured earlier walked out again. Their injuries were much better now. The deity race elders looked at Xiaoqin and said, "Sorry, we had no choice but to resort to such a method. Without truly testing your strength, we could not feel at ease. There is only one chance. If we fail, the entire Kunlun realm will be destroyed. We need to be cautious about who should be the leader." After understanding the whole story, Xiaoqin did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was not a petty person. Furthermore, although he was upset, the other party had already apologized. So, Xiaoqin could not blame them. Alright, back to the main topic. Since we have already recommended Xiaoqin to be the alliance chief, we have no more disputes. Let's discuss the demonic calamity that we are about to face. The Kunlun Palace's palace master clapped his hands, and the entire roof of the Azure Sun Hall suddenly separated, revealing the sky and clouds. A rectangular table made of dragon-patterned wood appeared in front of everyone. With everyone's recommendation, Xiaoqin and the Kunlun Palace's palace master sat together at the head of the dragon's head. On the right sat the 7 primes of the Kunlun realm, Ingzongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Fox King, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord. On the left were the 8 elders of the Kunlun Palace. All of them were half-step primes and very old. Many of them had experienced minor demonic tribulations before. Almost everyone present here was the gathering of the peak combat power of the entire Kunlun realm. Now, all these people obeyed Xiaoqin. How to deploy, how to resist the devil race, these were all arranged by him. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiaochen returned from the Sky Dome realm, he would have to face such a large formation. Xiaochen was truly unprepared. However, at this time, he could not retreat. He carried the hopes of the entire Kunlun realm. He had to endure all the pressure. How much time do we have? Xiaochen was the first to ask. At most, 7 days. At the very least, 3 days. After the demon army reorganizes, they will charge over in half a day, a Kunlun palace old man said. There was really not much time. Xiaochen nodded and continued, are our people done reorganizing? In the 3 days that you were in the Sky Dome realm, the Dragon's Gate's Imochen already finished reorganizing all the cultivators of the various sects of the Kunlun realm. Speaking of which, we still have to thank you. If not for this wondrous girl from your Dragon's Gate, we would have had to work for several months. Mo Chen's contribution? When Xiaochen heard this, he did not find it strange. Mo Chen had already verified her abilities at the Dragon's Gate long ago. What's going on with the ghost race's side? After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor died, no one came to replace him? Xiaochen asked with a frown. The ghost domain was a great help. Ghost Mother Sun Shi and her disciple Qing Cheng are currently reorganizing the ghost domain. They will probably need some time, someone answered. Xiaochen indicated that he understood. Then, he analyzed the strength of the demons and the dark church with the others. At this critical moment, all the people present had revealed everything they knew about the Nether sect and the demon clans. Naturally, the strongest person in the Dark Church is the Dark Church's church master, who is also the treasure master. This person is mysterious and unfathomable. He has never made a move before, but the fact that he could subdue the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch proves how horrifying his strength is. Xiaochen indicated his agreement. Then, he said, I'll deal with this person. Secondly, there are the 2 vice church masters under him, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strengths are strange, stronger than regular primes. After that, there are the 18 demon monarchs that everyone is more familiar with. You should have interacted with them before. 18 demon monarchs, 9 primes, and 9 half-step primes. With the experts here and the Holy Lord of some holy lands, they should be able to deal with them. The crucial thing was who would deal with Xing Wang and Fa Wang, these 2 troublesome people. I'll do it. With my strength, delaying the 2 should not be difficult, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said. The Kunlun Palace's palace master asked sullenly. With his strength, delaying these 2 would not be difficult. Just based on this, it looked like the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had an even chance of victory. Aside from this, what we are most worried about is the demonic god. That's right. Every minor demonic tribulation is to obtain enough fresh blood and souls to sacrifice to the demonic god. The demon race has been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years. This time, the demonic god will definitely appear in the Kunlun realm. I heard that the treasure master captured nearly half of the elite cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, including several holy lord, in preparation to summon the demonic god. The demonic god, the primes present, and the Kunlun Palace's elders all fell silent. The demonic god was a huge problem. No matter how one thought about it, they all felt some despair. At that time, I will summon the deity race ancestor, and Ingzongtian will summon the soul of the Bushan Palace's founder. They should be able to deal with it. Emperor Forsaken spoke, breaking the silence. Our corpse race also has a 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. We can use it at the crucial moment, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. Suddenly, Ingzongtian said, you all forgot an important point. The demonic world's demonic beasts have many peak demonic beasts. They are no weaker than sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, there are many demonic beasts. At that time, we might end up surrounded. After a few rounds of analysis, no matter how one looked at it, the deep abyss demonic world was stronger than the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, it was not just a little stronger but more than double or triple. Just in terms of peak combat power, the Deep Abyss demonic world had more primes than the Kunlun realm. After the discussion ended, the Kunlun Palace's palace master handed a banner to Xiaochen. This is the Kunlun banner. After you refine it, there will always be a banner flying behind you. Every cultivator in battle will see the banner when they look up. This is the use of the Alliance Chief. As long as the banner is still there, it means that you are not dead. This will infinitely boost the confidence of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. Xiaochen received the Kunlun banner and entered deep thought. He somewhat understood why the 5 old men set this up for him earlier. If Xiaochen was not strong enough, the Kunlun banner would break not long after the battle. This would undoubtedly lower the morale of the entire Kunlun realm's cultivators. Don't worry. I will properly refine it. I will definitely persevere until the last moment, Xiaochen said seriously. The Kunlun Palace's palace master smiled and said, if Sangmu knew that his successor was this strong, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xiaochen looked at the other party and entered deep thought. He asked, could it be that you know Sangmu? Ha ha ha. Not only do I know him, but if not for him, this old man would not have to run to the Kunlun Palace in such a sullen manner. The Kunlun Palace's palace master laughed loudly and said, however, this has also helped me. I am the Saber Demon. I once competed with him in the Sky Dome realm. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, we continued to compete. Who knew, he died right after he became king. How unfortunate. The Saber Demon. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He had heard of this person before. The one who fought with Sangmu in the 5-nation youth competition back then was this person. Unexpectedly, due to fate, this person became the Kunlun Palace's palace master. No wonder that saber might was so scary. It looks like you have heard of me. I really wish to have a good fight with you. That way, I can fulfill my final wish of fighting with Sangmu. Unfortunately, I no longer have this opportunity. In at most 7 days, the demons will be charging over. The saber demon sighed, revealing a complicated expression on his unkempt face. Xiaochen's expression was similarly complicated. He muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the distant heavenly starry ocean. 7 days later, I will be fighting with that person. Will I win? I have to. Chapter 1525. After the final discussion ended, it was time to mobilize everyone. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain became the gathering place of various experts. Several experts volunteered to come to the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Most of the older generation experts gathered at the summit, where the main hall of the Kunlun Palace was. The outstanding talents of the younger generation and the outstanding talents of the Golden Age gathered at the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Now that the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring was sealed, countless experts stood guard in secret. The reason why the youths liked to gather here was simple. Most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring before. This included Xiaochen. Back then, he had fought Di Wuk in this Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, slowly rising to prominence in the Kunlun continent. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and 2 people descended from the sky, standing side by side. They were the sons of the former 3 holy masters of the Tianwu domain, Xiahou Ju and Feng Wuji. These 2 had a good relationship and usually traveled together. The moment they showed themselves, several people immediately recognized them. Among the younger generation, these 2 were the cream of the crop. They had already been influential people for a long time. During the Golden Age, they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. This was especially so after they obtained the help of the deity race to forge their deity statues. Their strength and cultivation improved very quickly. A king's might was emitted from the 2 of them, causing many people to be astonished. What a strong emperor's might! Unexpectedly, these 2 already advanced to sovereign martial emperor. This is expected, right? Di Wuk advanced to sovereign martial emperor a year ago. These 2 are so close to Di Wuk. Their talent is not bad, and they have, whoosh. Suddenly, a cold intent came from the sky. 3 figures quickly flew over from the distance. When these 3 got closer, they discovered that they were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Shui Lingling. The men were Jianghu and Bai Wuxia. The 3 also gave off the emperor's might of a sovereign martial emperor, attracting the attention of many. More importantly, the sovereign emperor's might of these 3 was even denser and steadier than that of Xiaoju and Feng Wuji. Vaguely, there was already a trace of the Holy Lord's aura, which was no less than that of the emperors of the ninth heaven. After leaving the savage battlefield, the 3 entered closed-door cultivation and only came out recently. As the disciple of the Thunder King, Jianghu's foundation was naturally extraordinary. As for Shui Lingling, she possessed the resources of an entire sect. As for Bai Wuxia, after he refined the eternal ice that Shao Chun gave him, he finally advanced to sovereign martial emperor. The 3 of them had not relied on the power of faith to be conferred the title of king. Instead, they had relied on their foundation and fortuitous encounters. After being conferred the title of king, they would naturally be stronger than the 2 saints. Shui Lingling, Bai Wuxia, and Jianghu, the 3 of you are actually conferred kings as well. Xiaoju exclaimed in shock, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Bai Wuxia smiled and said, "Why not? Do you want to have a competition to see who is the true sovereign martial emperor? Is it interesting? The demonic calamity is upon us, and the final battle is at hand. If you want to compete, let's see who can kill more demons." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the 2's conversation. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could be seen. The voice reverberated for a while. When it stopped, the owner of the voice finally revealed himself. A black-clad man with an indifferent expression stood on a stone pillar, hugging a treasure sword as he looked at the crowd. Yan Shisan. Some of the Profound Domain's people immediately recognized Yan Shisan. This was the top swordsman of the Profound Domain's younger generation. He cultivated the killing sword. After not seeing him for many years, his aura had become even colder than before. However, the killing chi in his eyes was even more easily hidden, no sharpness visible at all. No one could guess Yan Shisan's strength. However, he did not fear it at all. Given the sovereign might of Shui Lingling and the others, they were definitely sovereign martial emperors at the very least. How lively! Unexpectedly, there are so many old friends here. Laughter rang out. Qi Wuxia and the white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, walked over with smiles on their faces. Qi Wuxia had a wanton and unrestrained nature. He was indifferent to worldly affairs, and his smile never faded. Those who liked him said that he was an optimistic person. Those who disliked him said that he had an evil air that would never fade. The various influential people of the younger generation appeared here for only one purpose: to wait for the impending demonic calamity. As the crowd chatted, more people arrived. However, this time, it was not just 1 or 2 people who came. Mo Chen led the Dragon's Gate's people, the chubby Kim Tae-ho, the Azura races Lan Xiaobai and Lan Yu, the Sky Dome realm's Xianyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, Yu Bingyun, and the others. Even further behind were the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, Fu Hongyao, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yi Chen, Di Xinhan, and the other experts of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in with the Dragon's Gates group. It's the Dragon's Gates people. There are so many experts. Unexpectedly, the Dragon's Gate actually gathered so many outstanding young talents. That's not right. There seems to be some other outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in. Could they all be the Dragon's Gate's people now? That should not be the case. After all, the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Gate is the only major sect left. Only the Dragon's Gate can take the lead. The arrival of the Dragon's Gate's people made the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring even livelier. After a while, 3 strong auras rushed over. They were the fiend races by Yuan Su and Kong Yuan. More and more people arrived. Sima Lingxian, Ba Tu, and Ba Yan, the descendants and disciples of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, rushed over as well. Demonic Qi? Suddenly, someone sensed the presence of a trace of demonic Qi, which immediately alerted countless people. However, when they saw the owner of the demonic chi, they relaxed slightly. The one who came was the human demon C's absolute genius, Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao seemed to feel that his identity was somewhat complicated, so he did not stick close to the crowd. Instead, he stood far away, closing his eyes and entering deep thought. Dugu Ao was a demon mixed blood. However, now that the human demon C had joined the Kunlun realm's camp, they could be considered on the same side. Although the people here hated the demons to the bone, they would not make a move on their companions. After half a day, nearly all the outstanding young talents of the entire Kunlun realm had gathered here. However, no matter how the crowd counted, they discovered that there was a very important person who did not come, Diwuk. As the divine son, Xiaochen possessed outstanding talent. His strength was even more so. However, everyone knew that there was a huge rift between Xiaochen and Xiaochen. This time, Xiaochen was leading the Demon Resistance Alliance. No one knew if Xiaochen would put down his grudge and rush over. Xiaoju? Diwuk? Are you sure he is not coming? Could it be that he is going to be a coward? Someone mocked with a cold smile. He is probably too embarrassed to come. Before the Blue Dragon King rose up, he was always at odds with Xiaochen, trying to kill him several times. Xiaoju showed a troubled expression, not knowing how to answer. Humph. A cold snort rang out, and golden light filled the sky. A person bathed in golden light appeared above everyone. Who else could it be but Diwuk? Diwuk coldly glanced at the people mocking him. Then, he withdrew his aura and landed in a deserted place. Xiaochen's expression was cold, unreadable, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Only the youths that Xiaochen glared at felt pressure. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, not daring to say anything more. How strong! This was everyone's evaluation of Diwuk. He competed with Xiaochen for the title of Luck's favored one. Although he lost, his strength still rendered most people speechless. Not long after Diwuk arrived, a person flew over from the Kunlun Palace's peak. This person wore snow-white clothes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was delicate as he held his saber and landed firmly. The Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. The moment this person landed, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many gazes either showed respect or helplessness, looking incredibly complicated. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiaochen appeared, many older generation experts landed and stood behind him. The 7 primes, the 5 elders of the Kunlun Palace, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, and the various holy lords, they were all powerful experts, influential people. However, these people all followed behind Xiaochen silently. There was no need to describe the identity of the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. Clearly, the experts of both the old and new generations gathered for one purpose, to resist the demons and save the Kunlun realm. Diwuk looked at Xiaochen and said slowly, unexpectedly, I will fight alongside you one day. Even my master will stand behind you. Xiaochen said calmly, the demonic calamity is coming. Naturally, we have to put down all grudges. I welcome you coming. At Xiaochen's height, standing at the peak of the Kunlun realm, many of the grudges of the past were like floating clouds at the summit. Chapter 1526. The experts of both the old and the new generations gathered here. Nearly all the martial emperor experts of the entire Kunlun realm were here. There were more than 2,000 of them. It was hard to imagine that so many martial emperors would step forward. Aside from the many young experts rising up in the Golden Age, many white-haired old men who had retired from the world and lived in seclusion all stepped forward at this moment. With the old and the new doubling, the number of experts in the Kunlun realm reached its highest in the past 10,000 years. After the peak of the martial epoch passed, rarely had so many Emperor Wu appeared in another age. Perhaps the heavenly Tao knew of the danger this time and could not bear to see the Kunlun realm destroyed. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Although there were many Emperor Wu, there were only 100-odd sovereign martial emperors. Compared to the vast number of Emperor Wu, there were simply too few. After all, the Golden Age gave these geniuses too little time to grow. Not every outstanding talent could be as lucky as Shui Lingling, by Wuxia Xianxia, and the others, obtaining their own fortuitous encounters. In a very short time, they succeeded in being conferred king, advancing to sovereign martial emperor. What a pity. There are so many outstanding talents here. They are much stronger than our generation. If they had more time, they would not be like this. How unfortunate. If they had another 10 years, no, just 5 years, it would have been enough. The many older generation cultivators sighed as they looked at the group of young outstanding talents. Xiaochen felt deeply moved. The treasure master probably saw this point as well, which was why he decided to make a move. The treasure master would not give the Kunlun realm any chance. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his heavenly eye, and a divine eye shot out from it. Then, it flew out, crossing mountains, rivers, and cities for 5,000 kilometers. After flying for 5,000 kilometers, it hovered in the air like Xiaochen's eyes, looking at the treasure master's island. All of a sudden, he saw a shocking scene. The air was filled with demonic race cultivators riding demonic beasts. They were so densely packed that they looked like ants. Their numbers were unimaginable. There were also several powerful demonic beasts that gave off Emperor's might. They led the demonic beasts around them, waiting for orders like sovereigns. These were demon king-level ferocious beasts. They were no weaker than sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. There were flaming demon lions, black gold snakes, twin-headed demonic eagles, and many others. Xiaochen was shocked. There were so many king-level beasts among the demonic beasts. The situation was not looking good. However, this was not what he wanted to see. The god eyes hovering in the air turned, and his gaze pierced through the layers of barriers covering the treasure master island. Xiao Chen saw a square. In the middle of the square, there was a black altar. Boundless demonic chi rose, and it was especially frightening. What was even more frightening was that a soul that could be seen with the naked eye would occasionally rise from the dark altar cavern. His face contorted as if he was screaming in pain as he was sucked into the dark clouds in the sky. Before the altar, Xing Wang and Fa Wang stood beside the treasure master. Behind them were the 18 demon monarchs, followed by the sovereign martial emperors of the demon race, and finally, the ordinary Emperor Wu of the demon race. A rough count put the number of Emperor Wu of the demon race at least 2,000. What was even more frightening was the number of sovereign martial emperors. There were more than 400 of them. Furthermore, there were those king-level demonic beasts. Emperor Wu had 2 to 3 times more than the Kunlun realm. This was an extremely terrifying number. Xiaochen could imagine what kind of enormous pressure the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu would face at that time. Could he hold on? Xiaochen was not confident. Xiaochen fixed his gaze on the treasure master's back, feeling somewhat complicated. Church master, someone is watching you. The treasure master did not turn his head back. He said indifferently, I know. Help me deal with it. Is it the Blue Dragon King? Interesting. As Xing Wang spoke, he suddenly turned around. His gaze immediately met the heavenly eye hovering in the air extremely far away. On the other side, Fa Wang also turned around at this moment. He smiled and said, I'll test him out first. Not just anyone can watch me. Suddenly, a black flame appeared on Fa Wang's fingertip. Then, he pointed at the air, and the black flame released a boundlessly resplendent black light in Xiaochen's eyes. Whoosh! What a strange flame. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat as he quickly withdrew his gaze. However, he was already too late. A beam of black light quickly headed for the heavenly eye. Divine lightning eye. With a thought, Xiaochen drove the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly eye, which was millions of kilometers away, immediately sent out a bolt of lightning tribulation to strike the strange black demonic flame. Then, he quickly stopped circulating, and the heavenly eye quickly flew back. Hee. You can break Fa Wang's abyssal demonic flame, but can you dodge Xing Wang's axe? Xing Wang smiled coldly. Suddenly, an axe with black chains at the end fell from above the heavenly eye in the distance, hacking at Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Scatter. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen chose to scatter his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye immediately scattered into countless beams of light, dodging this axe strike. The price of forcibly scattering his heavenly eye would prevent Xiao Chen from using the heavenly eye for some time. However, this was still better than smashing the other party's axe. After all, eye techniques were not Xiao Chen's strong suit. There were not many ways he could salvage the situation. At Kunlun Mountain, after scattering his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen took a step back, his expression changing slightly. Blue Dragon King, what's going on? What did you see? The people at the side asked quickly, knowing that Xiao Chen was using an eye technique. They urgently wanted to know the movements of the demonic world. Xiao Chen did not rush to answer. His face suddenly sank, and the Dao disc of great Dao energy appeared behind him. Then, it condensed into a line, and Xiao Chen shouted, Dao. Immediately, Saber Dao energy that surpassed Saber intent, Saber soul, and Saber domain surged in Xiao Chen's body. His long hair fluttered. In an instant, Xiao Chen was like a sharp, unsheathed saber, boundlessly sharp. The surrounding people unconsciously took a step back. Xiao Chen pointed with his finger, and a saber light flashed like lightning. Ka-ca. 5 million kilometers away, this saber light struck the axe that seemed to fall from the sky. On the Treasure Master Island, Xing Wang took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a berserk expression. Xing Wang actually lost to Xiao Chen from a distance. Enough. You are not a match for him. There is no need to let your emotions affect your decisions. Continue paying respects to the demonic god. We will be heading out soon. Yes. The rage in Xing Wang's eyes vanished. After the treasure master reprimanded him, he stretched out his hand and withdrew the strange axe. On Kunlun Mountain, Xiao Chen gave a simple account of what he saw and experienced. Everyone was startled. Unexpectedly, in just a few moments, Xiao Chen already clashed with the 2 vice-church masters of the Dark Church. Prepare yourselves. They will charge over before sunset tomorrow at the soonest. Xiao Chen said softly as he rested with his eyes closed. The place fell silent. However, no one retreated amid the silence. They all quietly brewed. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, and just as the setting sun was about to set, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened, as if night had descended early. They are here. Indeed, the demon race had arrived. Those black clouds covered the sky. This was the main force of the demon race. The final battle had not started yet, but a bitter atmosphere had already spread. Everyone knew that this battle could not be avoided. The demon race had already retreated to the last step. Kunlun Mountain was the final barrier. There was no way to continue retreating. Either you die, or I die. Once defeated, one would become a slave or even a sacrifice. Their family and friends might suffer the same tragedy as the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, dying painful and cruel deaths. They could not retreat or be defeated. On the mountain peak, be it the outstanding talents of the younger generation or the older generation cultivators, their eyes all turned bloodshot. They were like wild beasts, wild and raging. Behind Kunlun Mountain, many war chariots and warships carrying the high-ranked cultivators of the Kunlun realm appeared. These were troops made up of the blue-robed emperor, martial sages, and martial monarchs. There were tens of millions of cultivators of the various races. They were insignificant. However, when gathered together, they were even stronger than Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor on the mountain. They were extremely important. Whoosh! 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 1 hour later, the demon army arrived. The treasure master led the 18 demon monarchs and the 2 vice-church masters to the very front, coldly eyeing the people of Kunlun Mountain. Seeing the vast army, many of the youths on the mountain felt their arms tremble slightly. However, no one took even half a step back. Haha! I have many old friends, and I am not a heartless person. As long as Emperor Wu enters my dark church, he will not die. The treasure master said as he looked at the cyclic astral lord, Xiaochen, and the others. Scram! You bastard! You killed the people of my Kunlun realm like pigs and dogs, sacrificing them to the demonic god. You want us to surrender? Dream on. Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender to you. The crowd raged. Several Emperor Wu, who had lost relatives in the heavenly starry ocean, cursed loudly. Countless people followed suit, shouting, "We will not surrender even if we die." That's exactly what I wanted. The more sacrifices, the better. The treasure master said coldly, not caring. Suddenly, Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at the treasure master. His eyes flickered with electric light. The treasure master stared at the other party and said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word, "Senior Thunder King, it has already reached this point. Are you still going to continue lying?" Chapter 1527. What? The two armies faced each other, the decisive battle at hand. However, Xiaochen said something that shocked everyone in the Kunlun realm's camp. "Xiaochen, what did you say?" "The Thunder King already went to the Kunlun road. It is impossible for him to appear." This news deeply shocked the myriad law fiend master. He thought that Xiaochen was joking. Xiaochen asked indifferently, "Did you personally see him walk the Kunlun road?" "No. Do you know who dealt the fatal blow to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago?" "It was him." 2,000 years ago, who dealt the fatal blow to the Thunder King?" "It was him." "Why did the entire Kunlun realm fall into chaos the moment he left?" "Why?" After the Qing Emperor died, the treasure master's residence quickly rose up in the heavenly starry ocean. I have never believed in coincidences. However, there are too many coincidences, which makes one suspicious. Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all as he calmly voiced his opinion. "Xiao Chen, although I respect you as my brother, don't slander my master." The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Jianghu said in dissatisfaction, not liking Xiao Chen speaking of his master like that. The other experts on good terms with the Thunder King all spoke up, dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's words. Such a scene surprised the 18 demon monarchs. They smiled coldly as they watched the internal conflict in the Kunlun realm's camp. "Xiao Chen, this is just your guess. Without concrete evidence, you cannot casually convict the Thunder King." Ing Zongtian frowned slightly. Clearly, he was also dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's words. The Thunder King's prestige was unexpectedly high. With just these words, the morale of the Kunlun realm's camp fell into chaos. Xiao Chen did not say anything. Many times, without evidence, it might not be the truth. Although Xiao Chen could not see the other party's appearance with his heavenly eye, he could see the other party's eyes. If it was just a guess before, after seeing the other party's gaze, Xiao Chen was deeply suspicious. Although he had never seen the Thunder King's true body, he had seen the eyes of the Thunder King's clone during the king conferral ceremony. Whether it was the real body or the avatar, a person's gaze was the shining point of their inner spirit. It had nothing to do with his physical body. His eyes could not lie. The Treasure Lord's eyes were too similar to the Thunder King's. At that time, Xiao Chen's heart was somewhat shaken. Later, when he tried to probe, he was not willing to believe that it was a coincidence, nor was he willing to accept this fact. But the result made him sad and tired. The divine lightning eye, which could severely injure a prime, had no effect on the treasure master. If he was not an expert at the peak of the way of thunder and lightning, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a result. Just this point alone was enough to prove Xiao Chen's guess. Not to mention, there were many coincidences before, which already explained the problem. Ignoring the dissatisfaction and disbelief of the others, Xiao Chen continued to look at the treasure master. He asked sullenly, "Senior Thunder King, are you still going to continue deceiving me now? Perhaps this is the last time I address you as Senior, Lord Dark Church's church master." Silence. The treasure master did not refute. This made everyone who doubted Xiao Chen turn their gazes to him. Facing the many gazes, the treasure master, whose appearance remained shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through him, said, "Why the need to seek the truth so bitterly? There are some things that are better not knowing than knowing." Boom! This was a bolt from the blue. The treasure master's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging Xiao Chen's guess. Many people could not accept this. The treasure master felt dizzy. He had always respected the Thunder King, seeing him even more seriously than his father. The Thunder King was in Jianghu's faith, his motivation to advance. It was like the god in Jianghu's heart suddenly crumbled. And Jianghu felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, dispirited and in incredible pain. The people of the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not feel good either. Their emotions were not much different from Jianghu's. Zongtian, the myriad law fiend master, and the other old friends could not accept this either, showing complicated expressions. This was especially so for Zongtian. He had a good personal relationship with the Thunder King. This was a rather big blow to him. On the other hand, the 18 demon monarchs calmed down after some shock. It did not matter who the Dark Church's church master was. It was sufficient as long as he could control the Dark Church. Xing Wang and Fa Wang did not feel surprised at all. It was like they had known this secret long ago. "Treasure Master, don't lie to me. My master is absolutely not the Dark Church's church master." And Jianghu roared with all his might, refusing to believe this fact. Whoosh! The hazy layer of black chi on the treasure master's face vanished, revealing a face that resembled the Thunder King's. The treasure master's facial features were exactly the same as the Thunder King's. Even his aura was the same, there was no difference at all. It really is the Thunder King. At this moment, the treasure master's identity was verified. This dealt a heavy blow to everyone in the Kunlun Realms camp. Everyone had a question in their hearts. Why? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, an ugly saber scar suddenly appeared on the right side of the Thunder King's face. The Thunder King's entire aura suddenly changed, surging with a sinister aura. It was terrifying and horrifying, putting immense pressure on everyone. The Thunder King touched the saber scar on his face with his right hand. As he looked at Xiao Chen, intense hatred flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This is something that your Qing Emperor ancestor left for me 10,000 years ago. Even if I do my best to suppress it, I can only hide this saber scar for 3 days. Today, I will return the pain and torture that this saber strike brought me to you 10-fold, 100-fold." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This saber strike should have come from when the Qing Emperor sneak attacked the Qing Emperor back then. No wonder it could not be removed. It was very easy for a regular Emperor Wu to remove a scar. However, if this saber strike came from the Qing Emperor, then it would be a different story. The scar had already penetrated deep into the marrow, blood, and even the soul. Even if the other party did his best to suppress it, he could only hide it for 3 days. Suppressing it like that should be something that exhausted the mind. Hence, when the other party was still the Thunder King, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, concealing it must have been an extremely painful and troublesome thing. That was why the other party's hatred for the Qing Emperor ran so deep. "Give me an answer. Why did you lie to me?" Zongtian's heart turned cold. He simply could not stand the feeling of being lied to. "Why did you lie to me? Do you think that I can live for more than 10,000 years without a reason and still not die? You are the one who cannot figure it out." "Zongtian, I have never lied to you. I am the Thunder King, the Treasure Master, and the Dark Church's Church Master. I have never lied to anyone. Like you, I hope that Xiao Chen can mature. Otherwise, how could he turn the Kunlun realm upside down?" In the battle to advance to Martial Emperor, blood dyed the sky red, causing half of the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu to die. You and him are both my pawns. Furthermore, you are both willing pawns. I have never lied to you. I also want to leave this damned abandoned land. I will not age or die. If you were me, back then, when the previous Dark Church's church master sought you out, you would have agreed to be his successor. It seemed like the Thunder King had held back these words for a long time. Now that he said them in one breath, he felt much more relaxed. Many people were startled when they heard this. Unexpectedly, there was someone with such deep schemes. Xiao Chen's schemes were so broad that he toyed with all the people of the Kunlun realm in the palm of his hand. Ingzongtian remained expressionless. His expression turned even colder as he shook his head and said, "Don't find excuses for yourself. Everyone has their own principles. You just fell for your own principles. The victor is king, and the loser is in the wrong. The so-called principles are meant to be trampled." The Thunder King swept his cold gaze over the people of the Kunlun realm's camp. Then, he said, "On account of our past friendship, I'll give you all one more chance. As long as you are willing to surrender and believe in the demonic god, I can show mercy." "Show mercy? Just use your filthy hands and draw your treasure sword. I, Xiao Chen, will never surrender to you." Xiao Chen frowned coldly, ignoring Njunyi. "The demonic sect slaughtered my Kunlun realm compatriots like pigs and dogs. You want me to surrender? Dream on." "Sorry, master. This is the last time I will call you master. I cannot agree to it this time." And Juanxi's expression was even scarier than Ingzongtian's. It hurt so much that he did not feel pain in his heart, only a chill and numbness spreading throughout his body. "We will not surrender even to the death." "Ha ha ha. Good. 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 18 demon monarchs, heed my command. Kill everyone in the Kunlun realm without mercy. I want to wash the Kunlun mountain in blood." When the treasure master heard the many people swearing not to surrender, he laughed maniacally and gave the order to massacre. Dao might spread out from Xiao Chen's body. With a thought, a war banner appeared behind him. As the war banner fluttered in the wind, Xiao Chen looked at the vast and boundless demon army. Then, he said, "Protect the Kunlun realm. Our family and friends are behind us. We absolutely cannot retreat. Kill." The final battle between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world began. Chapter 1528. Kill. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The sky was instantly dyed red with blood. A torrential rain of blood mixed with severed limbs rained down. What kind of scene was that? In the sky, on the ground, everywhere one could see was a bloody battle. This was a true doomsday. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of living beings died on the spot. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 18 demon emperors of the demon clan dropped their hands. The celestial demon emperor's demonic shadow palm fell, and 10 Emperor Wus died on the spot. A supreme being, to a lesser celestial Emperor Wu, could be killed in an instant. There was no chance for him to retaliate. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm attacked together. The heaven-punishing corpse god was like a ferocious beast in human form as he rampaged about. Those who stood in front of him were smashed to death and turned into a mist of blood. Finally, the Iron Demon Monarch of the 18 demon monarchs blocked Xiao Chen's path and laughed strangely. These two powerhouses with pinnacle physical bodies quickly clashed with each other. Their fists collided directly with each other. The Iron Demon race was innately impervious to swords and spears, and the corpse race's fleshly body was similarly not inferior. What was even more advantageous was that the corpse race was intelligent from a young age. They could practice cultivation techniques and martial techniques. They had an extremely deep foundation. Even if the Iron Demon's physical body was stronger, it would not be easy to deal with the corpse race. The eldest brother, Ingzongtian, opened his palm and a strong light burst out. The sun behind him soared into the sky and he struck out with his palm. The radiance of the sun spread out, and an empty space immediately appeared in front. All the demonic beasts and human cultivators would die. So. Of the 18 demon monarchs, the figures of the Ice Demon Monarch and the Flower Demon Monarch flashed, clashing with Big Brother Ing. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the Divine Kingdom. He was also fighting 1 against 2, resisting the Celestial Demon Emperor and a Supreme Demonic Beast. A steady stream of faith power poured into his body, causing his body to grow bigger and bigger. With the divine sword in his hand, he was like a real deity, unbelievably powerful. The peak primes of the Kunlun realm were all extremely strong. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Because there were too few of them, each of them basically had to face 2 people at a time, so they couldn't split up. Several king-grade demonic beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty. They tore the corpses of the Kunlun realm cultivators with one swipe of their claws. Then, they opened their mouths wide and ate with relish. These powerful magical beasts all had their own intelligence. They were extremely cunning and vicious. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. It's been a long time since I've drunk blood to my heart's content. This is much more delicious compared to the flesh of other magical beasts. A black demonic condor spoke the human language. Every time it attacked, its hard claws would bring forth a rain of blood. After that, the eagle opened its beak wide and swallowed the remains of dozens of cultivators, appearing extremely cruel. The eyes of the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists were bloodshot. They wanted to avenge their companions. However, the difference in strength was too great, and this was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. You overestimate yourself. The black demon condor snorted coldly. Paw! Just as it was about to pounce and kill again, a whip with flickering lightning bolts lashed at it ruthlessly. Bastard, die! It was Jianghu. His true dragon lightning whip lashed through the air, mangling this demon condor and sending its feathers flying everywhere. The black demon condor roared furiously, I'm going to kill you and swallow you alive. You guys go first. Leave this to me, Jianghu said to the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists. Many thanks, young hero, and after the other Emperor Wu thanked Jianghu, they immediately rushed to the other battlefields. On the other side of the battlefield, Shimen Bao rushed over and hugged a humanoid demonic wolf. No matter how that demonic wolf tore at his body, Shimen Bao did not let go. Just a second ago, 2 of Shimen Bao's seniors died in the mouths of this demonic wolf to protect him. Ka-ca. Blood spurted out as the other side of Shimen Bao's body was torn off. However, Shimen Bao's only hands still held on tightly. Ha ha ha. Die, you stinky dog. Shimen Bao laughed loudly and chose to self-detonate, dying together with this demonic wolf that was far stronger than him. Not far away, Shimen Bao's good friend, the outstanding talent of the battle realms, Niu Deng, had bloodshot eyes as he roared, Shimen Bao. However, no matter how Niu Deng shouted, he could not change the result. In the intense explosion, Shimen Bao died without a complete corpse. Kill. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he immediately went berserk, going berserk. Niu Deng held his saber and chopped down, ignoring the wounds on his body. As Shui Lingling stood on the profound sun bird, she held the Emperor Yi shooting sun bao in her hand. This transcendent divine weapon continuously fired arrows. Her arrows were arrows that could kill, but they were also arrows that could save lives. Countless demons and demonic beasts died miserably under these arrow lights. Her arrow lights also saved countless Kunlun realm cultivators. Her figure flickered in the air, appearing ethereal and unfathomable. She remained expressionless, already numb to killing. Not long after the battle started, before both sides clashed, the Kunlun realm's camp had already lost more than 100 Emperor Wus. Below Emperor Wu, there were even more deaths. The demon race's losses were equally startling, perhaps even more. This made Xing Wang and Fa Wang frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the various races of the Kunlun realm, which originally had intense internal strife, were so united in this final battle. Xiao Chen and the Kunlun Palace's palace master did not make a move. This was because Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the treasure master, the Thunder King, did not make a move either. Many cultivators charged over to Xiao Chen's side, and all sorts of intense battles ensued. Xiao Chen's already calm heart could not help but ripple. A baleful air appeared on his face. Xiao Chen, don't ever let the baleful air control you. Otherwise, today's battle will cast a shadow on you. Your future path of martial arts can be considered as crippled. You still have a long way to go. You still have a long way to go, the Kunlun Palace's palace master, the Saber Demon, who was of the same generation as the Thunder King, said calmly. Xiaoqun nodded and said, I will control it. It's time for me to make a move. The Saber Demon's expression changed, and he suddenly vanished from Xiaoqun's side. This was because Xing Wang and Fa Wang also moved at this moment. The Saber Demon drew his saber. It was an extremely strange scimitar that looked like a crescent moon, flickering with a scarlet light. Saber Demon, after not seeing you for 1,000 years, let me see if your saber techniques have improved. Xing Wang laughed loudly, and his axe, which was connected to a chain, charged into the air. The sinister Fa Wang smiled coldly, and an abyssal demonic flame burned on his fingertips as he moved silently. Both sides were very familiar with each other. Soon, they started fighting. The Saber Demon was very strong. Even when fighting 1 against 2, he did not end up at a disadvantage. Xiaoqun looked at the treasure master. The entire world seemed to vanish, there was only the treasure master in his eyes. This was a strong opponent. 10,000 years ago, the treasure master was second only to the Qing Emperor. For the past 10,000 years, the treasure master had been the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Even though the treasure master had already surpassed Prime, comprehended Great Tao energy, cultivated the Thunder Domain, the Ice Domain, and the Blue Dragon War Body, he still could not be careless when facing this person. Against this person, he could not afford to be careless at all. After all, it was very likely that a single mistake would result in death. The price of death would be the destruction of the entire Kunlun realm. The price was too high, the treasure master could not bear it. The lunar shadow saber trembled slightly. It was not clear whether it was excited or nervous to face the true culprit of Sang Mu's death. Xiaoqun, you are not a match for me. Back then, the Qing Emperor fell at my hands. Today, you will fall at my hands as well. However, this time, you will not be as lucky as the Qing Emperor. The treasure master, the Thunder King, smiled coldly and punched at Xiaoqun. Boom! Loud thunder burst out of the Thunder King's body. Resplendent electricity flickered on his fist. The sky suddenly turned dark, and dense thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiaoqun shouted, and the 10,000 dragon force in his body spread out. Countless dragon-shaped strands of energy reverberated in the air. When facing the Thunder King's punch, Xiaoqun did not show any fear. He clenched his fist, and tens of thousands of strands of energy gathered, forming a dragon cauldron on his fist light. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the two quickly moved back. Shock flashed in their eyes. Xiaoqun was shocked by his opponent's lightning-attributed energy, while the Thunder King was shocked by Xiaoqun's vital qi. Unexpectedly, after the dragon cauldron was formed, it would be so strong. Interesting. However, this is just the beginning. My lightning-attributed energy has already mutated. Take this properly. The Thunder King snorted coldly, and the purple lightning on his body suddenly changed, turning into black lightning. Bolts of black lightning extended from his body, spreading out like a spiderweb, looking as terrifying as the tentacles of a demonic god. Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes. This is lightning. It actually merged with the purest demonic qi of the demonic world. The lightning contained many negative energies: grief, worry, horror, despair, and pain. When mixed together, it looked incredibly ugly. Chapter 1529. Xiaoqun frowned slightly. This lightning was truly strange. Although the other party had not broken through the Thunder Domain and comprehended the Thunder Tao like Xiaoqun, he had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak. However, Xiaoqun had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak, even opening up a new path and coming up with new tricks. Xiaoqun's Great Tao energy of the Saber Tao was still in its initial stages, so he might not have much of an advantage. Again. The Thunder King shouted. The scar on his face looked exceptionally sinister as he punched again. His movement technique was exquisite. With every step he took in the air, electric light flickered under his feet. It was like he was walking on flat ground. The force under his feet was very heavy, making his aura exceptionally stable. The condensed thunder might was like a mountain. As it flickered, it moved forward step by step, as if the mountain peaks were connected. By the time it reached Xiaoqin, it had formed a majestic mountain range that rose and fell undulating endlessly. The force of this punch looked ordinary. However, it was extremely mighty and had many tricks up its sleeves. With one glance, Xiaoqin could tell that this punch was completely different from the earlier one. Xiaoqin sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a vast Dao might spread out. A faint Dao disc appeared behind him, flickering with a weak saber light. As the Dao disc slowly spun, Xiaoqin's Dao might sank like an erupting volcano storing up energy. When the other party's fist light approached, Xiaoqin shouted coldly and punched decisively. Bang! 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 The two punches clashed, each strike striking the other's body. The two clashed head-on. The sound was even louder than thunder. The sound waves that erupted out made one's heart tremble. However, the strange thing was that the space around the two did not break. That was because their auras were simply too powerful, too condensed, and firmly locked down the surrounding space. The black lightning on the Thunder King fist light contained countless kinds of negative emotions. Although it looked like an ordinary punch, in reality, it was full of changes. Every move had a different state. Furthermore, it created all sorts of horrifying illusions for Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin's heart remained unmoved. His state of cycle continuously changed as well. Slaughter, destruction, despair, pain, grief, and death formed one illusion after another, dispelling the interference of the other party's negative emotions. After fighting for half a day, the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The war between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world also reached its climax. Tens of millions of cultivators, demons, and demonic beasts from both sides clashed. Tragic sounds of fighting could be heard endlessly. It was like hell on earth, the end of the world. As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to the Kunlun realm. The demonic world's kings outnumbered the Kunlun realms by 3 times. At first, they could barely hold on, but slowly, the 1-on-2 turned into a 1-on-3, and then a 1-on-4. The results were getting worse and worse. Am I going to die? The thunder and lightning palaces in Jianghu was incomparably fatigued. He could no longer remember how many demons and demonic beasts he had killed. In the end, he was stopped by 3 king-level demons, Emperor Wu. Fighting 1 against 3, he was gradually losing ground. 2 sovereign martial emperors of the thunder demon race and a 3-headed demon hound looked at him coldly. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, boundless snow drifted down. Amid the snowflakes, a huge ice palm smashed into the 3-headed demon hound. Ka-ca. The huge ice palm was like an ice mountain as it smashed the 3-headed demon hound into pieces. And Jianghu, are you going to give up so soon? The one who came was by Wuxia. When he saw that Jianghu was in danger, he immediately rushed over to provide support. Don't worry. I absolutely will not die before you do. Ha ha ha. And Jianghu felt a warmth in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, "Come, let's attack together." Good. The two fought side by side, not exchanging any pleasantries. Then, they threw themselves back into battle. While Jianghu could be saved, Xiahou would not be so lucky. By the time his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Xiahou had already died. When his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Jianghu's lower body had already been bitten off by a king-grade demonic wolf. His aura was very weak, and he would die soon. My son. The White Tiger Holy Lord could not help shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Xiahou smiled bitterly and reached out to touch his father's face. He said, "Lord Father, don't be sad. This child failed to live up to your expectations. My greatest regret in this life is losing face at the king conferral ceremony, letting down your efforts. I'm really sorry. Don't say any more. It's all in the past. Don't worry. I'll bring you away. I'll treat you. Go. Where can we go? The Kunlun realm will be gone. Where will our home be? Lord Father, before Xiahou Ju could finish speaking, he suddenly smacked the ground with his right palm. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Half of Xiahou Ju's body soared into the air, flying towards a huge demonic snake. Then, there was an intense explosion with a loud bang. Xiahou Ju perished together with that king-grade demonic snake, dying without a complete corpse. Ah! The three holy masters could not help feeling grief. They roared with bloodshot eyes, damn it. Brother Xia, the profound martial gate's holy son, Feng Wuji, who had grown up with Xiahou Ju, was stunned for a moment. The price for this moment was a few more wounds on his body. Tragic scenes played out everywhere. The Kunlun realm cultivators, who held a numerical disadvantage, had to do their best to fight. This was because there was already no way out. The people behind the mountains were all innocent people and low-level cultivators who were not even martial monarchs. To the demonic world, these people were like sacrifices and food, they could not resist at all. Chu Yang, I'm very tired. I think I'm going to sleep. The Moon Palace's holy daughter paled as she lay weakly on Chu Yang's back in Zodiac Hall. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. In that case, go to sleep. Don't think too much. I'll wake you up. Chu Yang smiled gently. The sword light in his hand was as resplendent as the sun, chopping a blood demon Emperor Wu in half. Although Chu Yang was smiling, tears flowed down silently from the corners of his eyes. All right. In that case, remember to wake me up. I'm going to sleep. Fu Hongyao no longer showed any signs of life. His arm holding Chu Yang fell silently. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Chu Yang, who had already forced back several groups of blood demon martial emperors, suffered several sword wounds. Before he could say anything, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A few blood demon martial emperors drew their swords, and Chu Yang fell to his knees. Chu Yang, who had already exhausted all his primordial energy, simply could not treat this wound. His life force drained rapidly, but he could not do anything about it. Sorry, I can't wake you up. Right after Chu Yang spoke, he fell to the ground, dying together with Fu Hongyao. Damn! They are finally dead. These two dogs are already dead, yet they are still stuck together. Split them up and tear them into 10,000 pieces. A blood demon martial emperor said coldly as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a ghostly sword light swept by, and the heads of a few blood demon cultivators, who were about to take action, flew up, instantly chopped in half. A blood demon martial emperor immediately exclaimed in horror, Who? Who is playing tricks? Yan Shisan. Ka Xie. At some point in time, the swordsman of killing, Yan Shisan, appeared behind this blood demon martial emperor. With a backhand swing, he stabbed the blood demon martial emperor's heart of an emperor, instantly killing him. When Yan Shisan saw the two corpses tangled together on the ground, he could not help stopping, even though he did not care much about life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yan Shisan showed a cold expression as he looked at the two corpses, not moving at all. However, Yan Shisan continuously swung his sword with his right hand. He did not even look behind him. Sword lights flashed, chopping up a group of blood demon cultivators that tried to sneak up on him, causing them to scream miserably. In the end, Yan Shisan still left. He calmly scanned the battlefield. Most of the places needed reinforcements, so he chose the place with the most severe situation and silently walked over. Yan Shisan's strength was unfathomable. He clearly possessed the strength of a ninth heaven martial emperor, but he did not leak out his aura at all. As Yan Shisan walked around the battlefield with a murderous sword, no one could stop him. Yan Shisan resolved another encirclement and chopped off the head of the final enemy. just as he was about to sheath his sword. Just as he was about to withdraw his sword, the headless bodies of the demons exploded at nearly the same time. When the divine light scattered, Xianxia saw Wuk, who had just withdrawn his fist. The two former opponents met in such a manner. "Your fist is slower than my sword," Xianxia said. Wuk smiled and said, "However, my fist has killed more demons than your sword. However, no matter how many we kill, the two of us will not be able to turn the situation around." Wuk smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you dare to go big?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Speak." Wuk looked at the sky and muttered, "The ones who can truly change the situation are the primes. However, our primes are all delayed by the other party. As long as we can have a prime free up, we can alleviate the current situation." Xianxia casually looked around. Aside from a few places, most of the people below prime were pushed back. Like the receding tide, the demon cultivators and ferocious beasts were boundless, surging over like a flood. Before such a general trend, the small victories that the two of them created seemed insignificant. As the demons gained an increasingly greater advantage, the two of them would soon be targeted and surrounded by true experts. If all the low-level demons lost, it would definitely affect the fight between the primes. Wuk narrowed his eyes as he looked at the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch, who were fighting Emperor Forsaken. He said, "Let's go and kill the primes." "Do you dare?" "If you dare, why would I not?" Xianxia had long since become indifferent to life and death. His killing sword Dao had never been afraid. Chapter 1530. Wuk said, "Good. Do you see the three people fighting with my master? The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch. These three are all primes. Among them, the celestial demon monarch is the main force. My master spends most of his energy dealing with this demon. The target is him?" "That's right. The other two primes are weaker. They rely on the power of faith of the millions of believers in the divine kingdom. As long as we eliminate the celestial demon monarch or severely injure him, my master will have a chance to make a move." Xianxia glanced at the situation of the battlefield. Overwhelming demonic qi filled the sky and ground. The entire Kunlun realm's formation was cut up. Several factions that could have formed strong combat prowess were beaten into a daze and could only retreat. If this continued, the Kunlun realm would soon reach the heavenly dew divine spring. Xianxia nodded and said, "Good. Tell me what to do." A ferocious look appeared in Wuk's eyes as he said, "There is a forbidden technique in my myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. I have never used it before. If I use the essence blood of the deity race as a catalyst, I can surpass my limits and bring out 30 times my combat prowess." Xianxia frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Your body cannot endure 10 times your combat prowess. Even if you do not die from 30 times your combat prowess, you will be crippled." As the two spoke, they stopped moving. Their figures flickered, and everywhere they passed, blood rained. Without a demon monarch making a move, the other demons would find it hard to block the two working together. Fist light and sword light swept through everything before them, killing everything in their way. The two were not greedy. They did not stop for more than 15 minutes at a time, not giving the demons a chance to trap them. Bang! With a casual punch, Wuk sent out thousands of beams of divine light, directly shattering an iron demon. Even an iron demon could not block this fist light. This showed how strong his explosive power was. Xiao Chen's physical body had undergone a metamorphosis on the nine-colored Emperor's road. Haha. If the Kunlun realm is gone, even if I live, I will be no different from a cripple. Wuk said indifferently, "You have only one chance to make a move. I will use a forbidden technique to create a chance for you to use one sword strike. Be careful, there is only one sword. If you don't have this confidence, then don't bother playing with me." Xianxia casually swung his sword and chopped off the head of a winged demon. Then, he said calmly, "Ever since you became famous, everyone in the world feared you. When have I, Xianxia, ever feared you?" Ha ha ha. Good. Good. As expected of Xianxia. If that person hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you would have been my greatest opponent in this life. Amidst Diwuk's maniacal laughter, the myriad divine halos that shot out from his body all entered his body. For a moment, his aura was restrained, and his eyes hid the sharpest edge of his life. Kacha. His heart split open, and a drop of his heart's blood flowed out of his body. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of white hair seemed to be stained with fresh blood. Xianxia closed his eyes and sheathed his sword. He was about to execute the most magnificent sword move of his life. Perhaps it would also be the last sword. Two youths were audacious enough to want to assassinate a prime. Furthermore, it was the celestial demon monarch, who was ranked first among the 18 demon monarchs. If such thoughts were exposed, it would probably be earth-shattering, making everyone laugh their heads off. However, that was what Xianxia and Diwuk did. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. Diwuk shouted, and a scarlet light shone from his entire body. It was like he was possessed. Then, he suddenly soared up and shot forward. The scarlet light contained Diwuk's heart's blood. It looked like a rain of blood. The dazzling scarlet light shocked every cultivator fighting in the battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around, in the sky and on the ground, in the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. They all felt this aura that was even more berserk than that of a prime. It was simply like a human-shaped volcano. It's him. The heaven-punishing prime's final disciple, Xingju, was currently leading the corpse race cultivators in a head-on clash with the Iron Demon. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. It's Diwuk. Feng Wuji muttered to himself in disbelief. This is crazy. What is he trying to do? With one glance, everyone could tell that Diwuk definitely used a forbidden art. Otherwise, his aura would not be so horrifying. Celestial Demon Monarch, receive a punch from me, Diwuk. The Celestial Demon Monarch, who was currently exchanging moves with Emperor Forsaken, smiled coldly, not caring about Diwuk at all. You overestimate yourself. Above the Divine Kingdom, Emperor Forsaken's body became 3 kilometers tall due to the power of faith, looking like a divine being. Forbidden art. Bloodline forbidden art. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Monarch's expression changed drastically. However, he could not stop it at all. Like a meteor exploding, a spot of divine light that looked like blood dripped on Diwuk's body in the sky. Deities descending, 10-fold combat prowess increased explosively again, reaching 30-fold combat prowess with this punch. Pu Ci. Space shattered, and Diwuk looked like he teleported, appearing in front of the Celestial Demon Monarch from nowhere. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he laughed loudly and punched. Humph. You think you are worthy of dying together with me? The Celestial Demon Monarch felt somewhat flustered. To think that this brat wanted to die together with him. Without even thinking, he executed his consummate demonic shadow palm. A demonic god image appeared behind the Celestial Demon Monarch. A vast demonic might immediately suppressed Diwuk's tyrannical aura. Then, the Celestial Demon Monarch pushed out a palm to clash with this punch. Boom! The energy in Diwuk's body was already extremely unstable in the first place. The instant the fist and palm clashed, the energy surged. The Emperor's body exploded on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Cracks appeared in the demonic god image behind the Celestial Demon Monarch before it crumbled and vanished. Pu Ci. The Celestial Demon Monarch vomited a large mouthful of blood as he retreated a few steps with an unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Diwuk's final punch contained a strength that was even stronger than a prime's, severely injuring the Celestial Demon Monarch. Flawless. Emperor Forsaken could only watch as Diwuk died before him. He simply could not accept it. Retreat. Qitian is going crazy. I absolutely cannot endure his blow right now. Fear welled up in the Celestial Demon Monarch's heart as he quickly retreated. The Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch reacted very quickly, shielding the Celestial Demon Monarch as he retreated. Killing sword Dao, rage turns demonic. Clang. Suddenly, a sword hum, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, rang out. Yan Shisan, who had his eyes tightly shut, opened them. Yan Shisan did not draw his sword. Just by opening his eyes, he exuded an unparalleled sword intent. He started practicing the sword at the age of 8 and had been practicing it for 30 years. He did not walk the usual path, walking the unconventional path, drawing his sword only to kill. Killing sword Dao, ultimate sword, rage turns demonic. Yan Shisan opened his eyes, drew his sword, and turned demonic. This final sword strike of his contained an overwhelming demonic chi, a demonic chi that made all the demon monarchs tremble. The sword went out of control, dragging Yan Shisan into the air. The celestial demon monarch, who had been guarding against Emperor Forsaken, could not react at all. This fatal sword strike chopped off his head from behind. What kind of sword could be so fast? What kind of sword could kill a demon with one strike? Only the demonic sword, Yan Shisan's final sword strike, was no longer under his control. It had become a thoroughly demonic sword. The celestial demon monarch died. His clone's body decayed, and he died on the spot. He did not even have time to say his last words. The strongest of the 18 demon monarchs died at the hands of 2 juniors of the Kunlun realm. Even in his wildest dreams, the celestial demon monarch would not have expected such a result. All the cultivators of the demonic world would not have guessed it even if they racked their brains. I, Yan Shisan, do not have many friends. Before I die, I count you, Wuk, as one. Yan Shisan, whose eyes contained boundless demonic chi, squeezed out a smile, relying on his last bit of rationality. Yan Shisan shook his hand ferociously, and the sword shattered. Then, he held the broken sword and stabbed it into his heart of an emperor. Rage turns demonic. With this final sword strike, Yan Shisan entered the demonic Dao. If he did not commit suicide, he would lose all rationality and become a killing machine, a humanoid demonic beast. As life essence flowed out, Yan Shisan's corpse slowly drifted down from the sky. The 2 outstanding talents of the current Kunlun realm, second only to Shao Chen, fell just like that, exchanged for the head of the top demon monarch of the deep abyss demonic world. Many people silently shed tears. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and hatred surged in their hearts, hating that they could not kill all these demons. Emperor Forsaken felt indescribable grief. However, he knew that this was Wuk's kind intentions. Shao Chen wanted Shao Chen to free up his hands and turn the situation around. Chapter 1531. Up in the sky, Shao Chen, who was fighting the Thunder King, also learned of the deaths of Wuk and Yan Shisan, as well as the horrifying scenes. Although the 2 were completely focused on the fight, their perception spread throughout the entire battlefield. They knew everything that was happening in every corner of the battlefield like the back of their hands. Damn it! Shao Chen felt great pain in his heart. He could not help shouting, "Is this the result you wanted?" The Thunder King smiled coldly without any expression on his face. "This is your doing. Just surrender obediently and hand over the Rock of Origin, and this will be the result. Dream on." Shao Chen shouted and suddenly attacked, executing the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending once more. Shao Chen's tenfold combat prowess burst out in an instant. The horrifying might and pressure made the raging Shao Chen look exceptionally frightening. The Thunder King's expression turned grave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he crisscrossed his hands and formed a black lightning shield filled with countless negative emotions. Bang! A surging fist force burst out, immediately knocking the Thunder King into the air. The black lightning shield shattered into ashes. The Thunder King wiped away the blood on his lips. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Tenfold combat prowess is very damaging to you. You only had one chance to use it. If you use it now, you will not be able to injure me in my peak state. Whoosh! Who knew? Shao Chen ignored the Thunder King. Shao Chen turned around and charged towards where Emperor Forsaken and the 2 demon monarchs were fighting. The Thunder King frowned and said, "What is he trying to do? A sneak attack? That is impossible. The moment he moves, the two demon monarchs will immediately sense it and flee. Could it be the state of cycle, reversing time and space? The two are already dead. If he wants to reverse time and space, he is simply going against the heavens. The price he will have to pay will be unimaginable. Furthermore, if he manages to save them, he will suffer the wrath of heaven. This is already changing fate. During the immortal epoch, even an immortal lord would not dare to use it casually. That's fine. As long as he really saves the two of them, I'll give him a fatal blow the moment he returns to reality." The Thunder King quickly made up his mind. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the black lightning above his head quickly accumulated. "Ao Jiao!" Xiaoqin shouted and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xiaoqin used his full power in this saber strike. In his mind, the reincarnation heart shone brightly. The Thunder King had guessed correctly. Xiaoqin wanted to reverse time and space. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. When he turned around and swung his saber, Xiaoqin met with a startling resistance. However, he knew that when he traveled to the past and returned, he would face even more terrifying resistance. But this time, just this time, Xiaoqin was really unwilling. Puchi! A light flashed. Xiaoqin, who had exhausted half of his veritable essence energy, finally took that difficult step and saw Diwuk. Unfortunately, what Xiaoqin saw was Diwuk, who had already punched. Xiaoqin had exhausted his full power to reverse time and space, but he was still too late. "Diwuk, why?" Xiaoqin asked, his body trembling slightly. Diwuk's entire body turned scarlet. His skin cracked, and he was in unbearable pain. Tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. Those were not tears of pain, but a form of relief. Xiaoqian's heart had withered long ago when the divine daughter, Tian Yushi, died from the rebound of her cultivation technique because she wanted to help him deal with Xiaoqin. Diwuk looked at Xiaoqin. At first, he felt surprised. Then, he recalled Xiaoqian's martial technique and understood. Reverse time and space? I didn't expect that you would come for me. Let me ask you, can this fist of mine, this peak fist of mine, defeat you? Xiaoqin nodded silently. It can. A smile appeared on Diwuk's face. Then, his body suddenly exploded. In the end, the past did not change. Whoosh! There was an explosion, and time and space turned upside down. Xiaoqin returned to reality before he drew his lunar shadow saber. Xiaoqin turned around and swung his saber, blocking the Thunder King's attack, which he had stored up power for. Xiaoqin, who had failed to change his fate, did not have to pay a huge price. Dark Church's church master, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will. Xiaoqin burned with rage, his murderous intent surging into the sky. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Unfortunately, rage cannot kill." This time, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. They no longer probed each other but made their move. Kill! The heaven-abandoning god monarch, who had witnessed Diwuk's death, roared ferociously. The divine kingdom spun, and his body swelled up again. Boundless divine light descended from Emperor Forsaken's body as he calmly blocked the attacks of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Despite his rage, Emperor Forsaken did not lose his rationality. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, taking in all the battles before him. Then, he continuously attacked, blocking the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Giant fingers shrouded in divine light descended from the sky. Every time these fingers descended, they killed a large group of demon cultivators. The deaths of Diwuk and Yan Shursan finally brought about the arrival of primes. Immediately, the Kunlun realm's camp heaved a sigh of relief. Several demonic world cultivators, who had already charged up the mountain, were forced back. They suffered heavy casualties, and the situation eased up slightly. Lords of the Corpse God Palace, come to me and charge. Diwuk's death made Xing Ju grieve. His eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at the Iron Demon, the most troublesome demon of the demon race. The surviving corpse race cultivators gritted their teeth and roared. Many clones charged at Xingju. Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples, are there any of you still alive? Let out a roar and charge with me. Di Wuk and Yen Shirsan, two outstanding talents, fought with their lives in exchange for a demon monarch's head. And Juanshi felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he shouted somewhat crazily. First senior brother, I, Tang Meng, am still alive. First senior brother, Fang Xian, am still alive. The many Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples called out from a distance. They cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques and were full of vigor. Even though they were severely injured, their voices were still like thunder. Disciples of the Divine Martial Gate, Phoenix's Passion Palace, and White Emperor City, gather. I, Feng Wuji, am still alive. Don't let the demons kill you. The only remaining disciple of the three holy masters, Feng Wuji, roared, prompting the disciples of the three holy masters to call out in response. Dragon's Gate's bladesmen, heed my command. Form the yin-yang saber formation and charge out. Roger. Halfway up the mountain, Mo Chen shouted, and the many Dragon's Gate disciples quickly gathered. Whoosh! 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 The 2,000 Dragon's Gate elite bladesmen formed the formation, and the yin-yang saber formation quickly formed. This was the formation that Xiao Chen taught them. This was the first time they executed it in actual combat. A huge formation diagram appeared under their feet. The Taiji diagram spun, and the 2,000 bladesmen formed two dragons, one bright and one dark. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Countless saber lights chopped countless demon cultivators into a mangled mess. Unable to dodge, they all fled down the mountain. What a strong saber formation. It's the Dragon's Gate's people. This seems to be the saber formation that the Blue Dragon King once used. How ferocious. The yin-yang saber formation was like two saber dragons, carrying countless saber lights. Together with the Taiji diagram, it was simply unstoppable. Soon, the saber dragons charged to the very front, clashing with the fatigued corpse race cultivators. The sharp saber lights were unparalleled. Even the iron demons cried out in pain. Mo Chen felt gratified. However, she also felt it was unfortunate, as Xiao Chen had not comprehended the stronger 4-division saber formation yet. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. Kim Tae-ho held the coffin lid in his hand. His plump body moved nimbly through the army of demon cultivators. He did not make many moves. However, every time he did, a demon cultivator would die. After all, the coffin lid in his hand was the one used to bury the Tianwu Emperor. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could bring out its might even more. Gong Yangyu held a staff, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When he swung it down, even the strong iron demon would be knocked back. Xianyuan Zhantian possessed the sovereign war body. His strong aura made him the most dazzling of the Dragon's Gate's outstanding talents. When the heavenly war halberd struck at full power, even the iron demon with astonishing defense would be chopped in half. This was horrifying. When the Dragon's Gate erupted with full power, it led this wave of counterattacks. Many outstanding talents stepped forward at this crucial moment, gathering the cultivators of their respective factions and forming a flood. Using this rare opportunity, they finally managed to truly block the demon army charging up the mountain with a ferocious aura. A ghostly black cloud drifted over from the distance like a sharp knife stabbing into the sky. Everywhere it passed, demon cultivators fell from the sky. It's the ghost domain. The ghost race's reinforcements have arrived. When everyone saw clearly, they all revealed joyful expressions. At this crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. This was simply too inspiring. Ghost Mother Sun-Shi finally unified the ghost race's forces. She led the strong cultivators of the Spirit Palace and tore a hole in the sky, disrupting the demonic beast army. The overbearing and overwhelming aura of the demons finally crumbled. The Kunlun realm had passed the first wave of its most difficult test. From the very start, the demon experts had an advantage in numbers, pushing the Kunlun realm into an unstoppable state. Many outstanding talents died in battle. The scene of them dying together with the enemy still could not salvage the situation. Instead, the demons continuously increased their advantage. They even charged up Kunlun Mountain and nearly reached the heavenly dew divine spring. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Wuk and Yen Shursan fought with their lives on the line, salvaging the situation and returning the battle to a stalemate. That was right. Even though a demon monarch died, the strongest demon monarch, the situation did not turn around completely. There were simply too many superior-grade sovereign personages of the demonic world. The demonic beast army was even more vast and boundless. It was already not easy for the Kunlun realm to fight to such an extent. Originally, the many demon monarchs thought that they could easily crush the Kunlun realm. Who knew, the price they paid was far greater than the Kunlun realms. Chapter 1532. The battle entered a stalemate once more. Although the demonic world held the advantage, they no longer dared to casually launch an all-out attack. The defeat of the previous round showed the demonic world the strength of the united Kunlun realm. After changing their strategy, the demonic world prepared to fight steadily. With their advantage in numbers and superior-grade sovereign personages, the Kunlun realm would eventually be exhausted to death. The stalemate tested the will and perseverance of the demonic world. After a night, it was now noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sending scorching sunlight down. Blood flowed like rivers for 500 kilometers around. Corpses piled up. Many horrifying corpses piled up like small hills. This tragic scene was like hell on earth, a ghastly sight. After fighting for so long, many people started to feel mentally fatigued. Their bodies were tired, their minds were in pain, and their hearts were in even more pain. Endless sorrow, massacre, and despair mixed with an intense stench of blood lingered in every corner of the world. Xiao Chen, you are still too inexperienced. I only need to delay you. The Kunlun realm will definitely lose this battle. The outcome was already decided long ago. From the start to the end, the Thunder King had not revealed his full strength, appearing to be at ease. The Thunder King, who had never been distracted in a huge battle, appeared to be in a much better state than Xiao Chen. For the sake of Wuk and Yen Shursan, Xiao Chen had used deities descending and the state of cycle. However, they had not managed to cause any significant damage. He had even fallen into a passive state. Xiao Chen felt somewhat vexed. Up until now, he had not found the other party's weakness, bottom line, or upper limit. As a result, Xiao Chen did not dare to go all out. He feared that after he ran out of energy, the other party would counterattack and catch him off guard. Ao Jiao, back then, when Senior Sangmu fought him, did he really not lose to him in one move? Xiao Chen calmly asked Ao Jiao, unperturbed by the Thunder King's words. He wanted to see if he could gain some experience. No matter what, this was the second time Xiao Chen fought the Thunder King with the Lunar Shadow Saber. She should be able to give him some pointers. Yes, he did lose to him in one move. But now that I think about it, he must have been hiding his strength back then. He didn't dare to use his demonic energy recklessly for fear of exposing his identity. His weakness is that his moves are conservative. To put it nicely, it sounds heavy and steady, but in reality, it's just that he's conservative. He won't take risks easily. On the other hand, Sangmu showed off his abilities and dared to fight, forcing him to be unprepared. If it wasn't for the fact that Sangmu ran out of energy, it would be hard to say who would win. Of course, this is under the premise that he doesn't use demonic chi or the nether sex martial techniques. I don't know if he'll still be like this after 10,000 years. It took a long time to describe, but in truth, the two of them were connected in their minds. The message they conveyed was completed in a single breath of time. An idea flashed through Xiao Chen's mind when he heard this. He was afraid of getting hurt. That's right, he didn't dare to go all out because he couldn't afford to. His physical body was his weakness. After living for such a long time, he was unable to increase his cultivation level. His physical body was already past its prime. How could his physical body compare to the hot-blooded Thunder King Sangmu's? Not to mention the current Xiaoqin. If Xiaoqin could recover from the same injuries in 15 minutes, the other party would need to spend at least twice as much time. Ao Jiao, thank you. I know how to deal with him now. A sharp light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. Then, his aura suddenly changed, becoming like a sharp blade shining with a cold light. Haha. You want to go all out now? It looks like your energy is about to run out. In the end, you are still too inexperienced. The Thunder King narrowed his eyes. The experienced him quickly sensed that Xiaoqin was different. That's right. I do want to go all out, because the thing you can't afford to go all out is your life. The Thunder King's expression changed as if he thought of something. However, Xiaoqin did not give the Thunder King any time to think. He snorted coldly and instantly executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiaoqin's heart shattered, and a crack opened. Intense pain spread throughout his body, bursting forth with his boundless potential. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. To shatter the enemy's heart, shatter one's own heart first. The pain reached its peak, imprinted in one's bones and heart. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Xiaoqin ruthlessly chopped down with the heartbreaking stance. The Thunder King caught it. At first, he did not find anything special about it. However, in the next moment, a saber light pierced through Xiaoqin's heart, causing black blood to spurt out. Xiaoqin's complexion immediately paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. You are seeking death. Black Lotus heart purging chop. The Thunder King raged. A black lotus flower appeared under his feet, and black petals flew in the air. Each lotus flower contained dense demonic qi. As the petals flew, they were as heavy as mountains. The black lotus flowers in the air gathered into a sword. Then, following the Thunder King, they stabbed at Xiaoqin. Dang! Xiaoqin held his sword horizontally across his chest, blocking this sword strike. However, he could not block the huge force. He vomited a mouthful of blood and moved back 100 steps. Humph. Since you want to die so quickly, don't blame me for being merciless. The injury on Xiaoqin's chest contained the power of the saber Dao. He could not heal it, and the pain lingered, enraging the Thunder King. Xiaoqin wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he revealed a smile on his face. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he saw the other party lose his composure and get angry. It looked like his guess was right. The Kunlun realm could still be saved. Xiaoqin said coldly, "Stop putting on airs. Let's see who is afraid of whom. I will fight you to the death. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi, lightning hell." The Thunder King seemed to be really anxious. He formed hand seals, and countless black lotus flowers flew out of his body. They were like strong winds, filling the surrounding 5 kilometers with black lotus petals. The thousands upon thousands of black lotus flowers all had black lightning surrounding them. The electricity connected and formed a lightning domain. However, this lightning domain was different from ordinary domains. The lotus flowers also contained many negative emotions, causing all sorts of hellish illusions to appear continuously. Xiaoqin's heart sank. Although this Thunder King could not raise his lightning domain to the Thunder Great Dao, he had taken a different approach, making it no weaker than the complete Thunder Great Dao. Flawless Saber Dao. Flawless Saber Dao. Flawless Saber Domain. In this lightning hell, Xiaoqin felt an extremely strong pressure. It was like the other party was the ruler of this world. Xiaoqin brandished his saber, and Great Dao energy spread out along with the saber light, merging the saber domain and the saber Dao energy. This formed a brand new flawless saber domain to resist the Thunder King's lightning hell. Boom! Boom! The two different domains layered over each other, clashing endlessly. Intense explosions rang out endlessly. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens, soaring moon descends. Xiaochen executed the flawless saber technique, soaring cloud stance and soaring sky stance at the same time. His figure soared into the sky, and a bright moon that looked like a real moon descended on the Thunder King. Bang! The two moves merged into one, and their might immediately increased explosively. The Thunder King clashed head-on with this move, finding it somewhat strenuous. However, he still managed to counterattack when Xiaochen exhausted his moves. Lightning Hell, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The various negative emotions coalesced into many malicious ghosts flickering with black electricity. They swept out like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Crackling electricity came from Xiaochen's body. Similarly, loud explosions came from his sea of consciousness. This move not only injured Xiaochen's physical body but also his mind. Xiaochen laughed loudly, not showing any fear. His sharpness did not diminish as he continued to charge at the Thunder King. In less than 100 moves, the effects became apparent. The Thunder King's movements clearly slowed. Wounds covered Xiaochen's body, and blood flowed under his black robes. Thunder King, in the end, you are getting old. Xiaochen possessed the Blue Dragon War body. His injuries healed very quickly, much better than the Thunder King's. The Thunder King smiled coldly. Interesting. Do you not know that although the surging river looks ferocious like a dragon, it still has to yield before the sea? That is because the dragon is not ferocious enough, not mighty enough. Xiaochen shouted and charged over again. This startled the Thunder King, and some anxiety appeared in his eyes. The demonic god's sacrifice was still some time away from completion. If he really died here, it might be over for him. Just as the Thunder King felt somewhat anxious, the situation on the battlefield changed. Statues as large as mountains appeared behind the demons, casting large shadows. The 17 immortal statues had finished repairing themselves and were charging over. Upon seeing this scene, the Thunder King guffawed. Xiaochen, the heavens want you dead, and the Tao will not tolerate you. You no longer have a chance. How can this be? Despair rose in Xiaochen's heart. The flame of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiaochen discovered that the immortal statues had started killing the demons and demonic beasts from behind. Fellow Daoists of the Kunlun realm, do not panic. The Penglai Sea is here to help. The immortal statues are already under the complete control of Immortal Venerate Yunchen. The 17 immortal statues spoke at the same time. Their voices shook the clouds and reverberated in all directions. Everyone on the battlefield heard them clearly. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. Xiaochen shouted, Dark Church Master, what other tricks do you have? Your end is here. Chapter 1533. Saber light danced in the air, supported by great Tao energy. The white-clad Xiaochen turned into a killing god. None of the demonic beasts or demon cultivators in his way could last even one exchange. The Kunlun realm banner fluttered in the wind behind Xiaochen, encouraging all the Kunlun realm cultivators still fighting. Leng Yu. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Suddenly, his right hand grabbed the chain, and 10,000 dragon force materialized into an ancient dragon cauldron. Many chains coiled around Xiaochen's physical body. Xiaochen frowned slightly. This was a great opportunity, but he let the Thunder King go for nothing. Fighting with his life on the line, the Thunder King clearly could not last for long. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, it would be harder to kill the other party later. A skinny and aged figure flew over from beside Immortal Venerate Yunchen. He showed a mocking smile as he looked at the treasure master. Could it be that he was not even afraid of death? Everyone, persevere. Victory will come soon. In the distance, the Thunder King rushed to the rear of the demonic world in rage. Immortal Venerate Yunchen. The Thunder King could no longer care about fighting with Xiaochen. He scattered the thunder hell and quickly flew towards the 17 immortal statues. Did you not notice that all 18 demon monarchs are here except one? Xing Wang was frightened out of his wits. He finally understood why the treasure master said that he was not a match for Xiaochen back then. A man can be merciful but not mindful. Some people are merciful but never mindful. Actually, they are the most heartless. Some people are merciless but always mindful. While they seem heartless, they are actually the most sentimental. The 17 immortal statues shattered together with Yunqin. However, the magic treasures in their hands radiated boundless immortal might as they charged at the treasure master. The treasure master gently waved his hand, and the lightning restriction in immortal venerate Yunqin's body instantly exploded. Electric light flashed at the treasure master's chest. His yuaning exploded first. Then, his physical body gave off a bright electric light and turned into ashes. However, before he died, immortal venerate Yunqin finally completed his final hand seal. Xiaoqin spread his arms and landed firmly, pointing his saber at the treasure master. Courting death. He knew that even with 17 immortal statues, his chances of victory against the treasure master were not high. More importantly, the treasure master had defeated the 3 immortal venerates long ago, leaving restrictions in their bodies. If King Xing were to deal with Xiaoqin alone, his fate would probably be even worse. So. The treasure master was not surprised that the other party could control the immortal statues. The puppet pearl was a magic treasure used by immortal cultivators in the first place. The immortal statues were also repaired and strengthened by the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Punisher King loosened his right hand and Punisher King's axe tore through space and appeared above Xiaoqian's head, giving off a terrifying aura as it tried to split Xiaoqin in half. Punisher King held the chain in his right hand and started to slowly spin it. The Punisher King axe on the chain spun like the wind, causing countless clouds to collide and bolts of lightning to descend. Xiao! The demonic pattern chains fell off and Xiaoqin ignored them, continuing to chase after the treasure master. With just this one exchange, Xiaoqin could only see the blurry figure of the Thunder King in the distance. Blue Dragon King, it turns out that you are only a so-so. Punisher King caught Xiaoqin off guard and succeeded in one move. He could not help laughing loudly. After being locked down by my demonic pattern chains, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to struggle free. This is the price of your carelessness. One cauldron force burst out. Before Punisher King could react, he got pulled into the air. Ka-ca. A saber light flew out, looking like it would hack Punisher King in half. Fortunately, the sudden betrayal of the 17 immortal statues was of great benefit to the Kunlun realm. Perhaps the remaining cultivators were already fatigued. They were all relying on their wills and faith to persevere. Everyone encouraged each other and continued the bloody battle. Punisher King gave a loud order, and countless demonic beasts roared ferociously, charging at Xiaoqin from all directions. The treasure master looked coldly at immortal venerate Yunqin, who was controlling the 17 immortal statues, and revealed a murderous intent. As for the blue dragon king Xiaoqin, he chased after the treasure master, no one could stop him. The treasure master's gaze sank as he asked, "Are you here to seek death?" Ha ha ha. I have not persevered until now in vain. This old man must live on. I must see all the demons die. Punisher King, block him for me. The Thunder King ignored the treasure master. He directly got Punisher King, one of the 2 vice church masters fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, to come out and block Xiaoqin. The Thunder King needed to quickly deal with this problem. Otherwise, the situation of the entire battlefield would change. Wounds covered the treasure master's body. Saber scars appeared, making him even uglier. However, he did not panic as he looked at Xiaoqin. The difference in strength was too great. Unless the 18 demon monarchs worked together to block him, no one could stop him. The former top bladesman of the Tianwu Domain's southern region, Feng Xingsheng, said somewhat fatigued when he saw this scene. Punisher King and Fa Wang, these 2 peak primes, managed to fight to a draw. Now that one of them withdrew, Fa Wang's situation was not good. You want to leave? It's not that simple. The Thunder King felt somewhat surprised when he saw the 17 immortal statues massacring the demonic world cultivators and demonic beast kings. You are already at the end of your rope. Quickly stop. I believe that the people of the Kunlun realm will let you die more easily. Xia Changtian smiled and said, that's right. I'm here to see how you die. Even in your dreams, you would never have imagined that the various races of the Kunlun realm would be so united. All the more, you would never have imagined that the Penglai Sea would betray you. Not everyone can be toyed with in the palm of your hand. The treasure master's indifferent words made Xiao Chen's heart skip a beat, and his entire body trembled slightly. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen did his best to avoid being struck in a vital spot. However, the saber light still chopped off an arm. Who could have imagined that Punisher King would pull hard on the chain? The Punisher King's axe spun up at a strange angle? Treasure Master, could it be that you still can't see what he is trying to do? The Blue Dragon King chased away the Dark Church's Church Master. Furthermore, with the help of the immortal statues, the Kunlun realm can still be saved. Stop him. Don't let him catch up to the Treasure Master. The careless one was not Xiao Chen but the Treasure Master himself. Is that so? Right now, the Treasure Master had no chance of victory against him. The immortal statues combined with the chaos caused by the demons formed a true counterattack for the first time, forcing the demons into retreat. Church Master, go ahead without worry. I'll stop him. However, the Treasure Master knew that he held the other party's fate and hope. He believed that the other party would not dare to act rashly. The golden Kunlun realm war banner flapped loudly as it flew forward, giving everyone a glimpse of hope. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, dodging the huge axe with a surging aura. Holding up his saber, Xiao Chen wanted to give chase. With the Blue Dragon King around, everything will be fine. Immortal Venerate Yun Chen, stop right now. What are you trying to do? Immortal Venerate Yun Chen formed hand seals, and the 17 immortal statues gathered together and moved closer to him. At the very least, he had to last until the demonic god arrived. That's right. The martial epoch does not contain immortals. Why should I remain a variable in the world? I'm already tired of it long ago. I might as well let the final inheritance of the immortal Tao do something meaningful. There's hope. Brat, don't get distracted. Xia Changtian, you trash came as well, the Treasure Master said coldly with a frown. The two had once fought in the air. Xing Wang had suffered a small loss. Now, they were officially fighting. Unexpectedly, he truly did not expect the other party to betray him. Xing Wang knew that the situation was grim, so he immediately moved to block Xiao Chen. Xing Wang could not stop Xing Wang in time. He could only watch as Immortal Venerate Yun Chen died. The 17 immortal magic treasures struck the Treasure Master at the same time. This was the Treasure Master's trump card, a trump card that could decide the outcome of the battlefield. Why did it become someone else's in the blink of an eye? What's going on? These were internal injuries from clashing with the Iron Demon. Even if the Treasure Master lived, it would be difficult to get rid of them completely. The Penglai Immortal Sect led the 17 immortal statues to suddenly charge over, throwing the demonic world's rear into chaos. This was simply like a dream. The Treasure Master, who was already severely injured in the first place, was severely injured on the spot. He vomited a large mouthful of black blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Immortal Venerate Yun Chen nodded and said, I am different from my two senior brothers. They did their best to continue the inheritance. However, in my opinion, they are just struggling at death's door. Immortal cultivators are trapped in a place like a cage. There is no goal or freedom. There is no point in living like this. The Treasure Master did not care about Xia Changtian's words at all. You are just an ant. Scram further away. Xiao Chen frowned and said, get your people to stop. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Chen. Are you the former or the latter? Whoosh. Whoosh. The Treasure Master flicked Xia Changtian away with a finger but did not kill him. It seemed that he really looked down on the other party. Whoosh. 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 The Xingtian's personal disciple, Xing Ju, laughed wantonly. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his internal bones were all shattered. Xiao Chen, who had been chasing all the way, happened to see the scene of immortal venerate Yunchen dying and the 17 magic treasures working together to attack the treasure master. In that case, you can go and die. The treasure master looked at immortal venerate Yunchen seriously and said, Yunchen, you have to think this through. You know that the Penglai Sea's immortal energy is running out. All the immortal cultivators will die. Only I can save them. Only I can help you improve your strength. Chapter 1534. Xiao Chen's face sank as he looked at the treasure master. What did you do to Leng Yu? The treasure master guffawed when he heard that. It looks like you are the latter. Ha ha ha. You are much weaker than the Qing Emperor. If it was the Qing Emperor of the past, he wouldn't have said a single word to me. He would have directly chopped me down with his saber. In a cold voice Xiao Chen said, I am indeed not Qing Emperor, I am me, you don't need to compare me with anyone. I just need to be honest with myself. Cut the crap. What did you do to Leng Yu? The treasure master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, put away your saber, and I'll tell you. Xiao. Murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he hacked down with his saber. First, he had exchanged a life for a life with Xiao Chen, which had caused him serious injuries. Then, he had been attacked by 17 immortal treasures at the same time. If he took another blow from Xiao Chen, he would lose at least half his life, and he would no longer be able to fight. The treasure master's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. Right now, he clearly did not have the courage to take on Xiao Chen's saber. It seems that you really don't care about her life or death. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, it turns out that I was wrong about you. You actually used this as a backup. As the treasure master retreated, he laughed and observed Xiao Chen's expression. If people had feelings, they would definitely have weaknesses. Xiao Chen was one of them. Did Xiao Chen care about Leng Yu's life? Of course, Xiao Chen cared. However, compared to the entire Kunlun realm, compared to the countless cultivators who sacrificed their lives for the Kunlun realm, how should he choose? If possible, Xiao Chen would naturally choose the best of both worlds. Leng Yu would not have to die, and the Kunlun realm could survive the demonic calamity. But if you had to choose one, which one would you choose? Xiao Chen didn't know that most of the time, he always gave people the impression that he was decisive, cold, and unapproachable. But who could understand his heart? Who knew that under this appearance, he also had a gentle heart? Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Xiao Chen's saber technique sealed off Xiao Chen's paths of retreat and evasion. The treasure master waved his sleeves ferociously, and he suddenly picked up a figure. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, his expression froze, and he quickly withdrew his saber move. Xiao! The boundless saber light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his figure flashed as he moved back 100 steps. This scene was within the treasure master's expectations. He could tell that although Xiao Chen's saber technique was ruthless, it was not as simple as it seemed. However, amidst the viciousness, there was always a trace of hesitation. If there really wasn't any hesitation, it would have struck him long ago instead of waiting until now. It seems to be working. What if he really stops? The treasure master hid behind Leng Yu and seemed to be speaking to her. He continued, it was not in vain that I wasted a spatial secret treasure to seal you for so long. Ha ha ha. Let's test the effect again. So. The treasure master roared ferociously as he carried Leng Yu's body, brandishing her like a weapon as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he retreated again and again, not daring to make a move. Such a scene attracted the attention of many people, making them anxious. This was such a great opportunity, yet he let it go. What was wrong with Xiao Chen? After a while, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. Although he knew that he had to chop down this time, he really could not do it. But he really couldn't do it. He clearly knew many principles, but he still couldn't do it. No one could understand the pain in the Blue Dragon King's heart at this moment. A water screen in the Kunlun Mountains' Blue Dragon Palace showed everything that happened to Xiaochen. When the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others saw this scene, they all felt very conflicted. Fortunately, I did not chop down like this. Otherwise, I would have been crippled for life, the old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. The old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. Personally killing the person it loved would put it under immense psychological pressure. In the future, there would only be one outcome, and that would be the same as the Qing Emperor, falling into the demonic path. However, if Xiaochen had not swung his saber, there would have been even more trouble. The outstanding talents that sacrificed themselves for the Kunlun realm also made Xiaochen blame himself. This child really has it tough. At such a young age, he has to bear the pressure of an entire world. Although he was born in an abandoned land, his future accomplishments will definitely surpass those demonic geniuses and outstanding talents outside. The young woman's heart ached for Xiaochen. Her eyes were a little red as she spoke softly. Unfortunately, due to the rules of this world, we are unable to leave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Let's keep watching. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. The old dragon horse said in a deep voice. In the scene, Xiaochen sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. He had already slowly calmed down, no longer as conflicted as before. As the treasure master held up Lang Yu, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaochen. I have always taken everything into account. How can I lose? Since you have sheathed your saber, then let's have a proper talk. I'll let her off, but you have to promise not to attack the demons. Xiaochen smiled. However, this smile was cold and emotionless, without any warmth at all. It was like it was even more bone-piercing than the chilly wind of a winter night. Lang Yu, who was held in the treasure master's hand, had messy hair and a pale complexion. Her charming face appeared somewhat miserable. However, Lang Yu stubbornly did not shed a single tear. She only raised her head to look at Xiaochen. The two's gazes met. Many things were said without needing to be said. Do it, then. My life is already worth it if you are willing to sheathe your saber for me, Lang Yu suddenly said as she looked at Xiaochen. Lang Yu's heart ached, not because of her situation but because of Xiaochen. She felt warmth in her heart, all for the moment when Xiaochen sheathed his saber. At that moment, time and space froze. That white figure would forever remain fixed in her mind. Those who practiced charm arts avoided falling in love with someone the most. However, if there was a next life, she was willing to fall in love with someone again. Draw your saber. Not for the Kunlun realm, not for anyone in this world. Draw your saber only for me. Lang Yu revealed a smile as she looked seriously at Xiaochen. This saber strike is only for you. Whoosh. A saber light flashed as Xiaochen swung his saber. In the next moment, Lang Yu's head flew into the air. It could be seen that Lang Yu still had a smile on her face. She did not have any regrets, as that saber strike was what she sought. Xiaochen sent out a saber light for her alone. Blood spurted out, splattering the treasure master's face. This made his ugly face look even more disgusting and disgusting. You. The treasure master was startled. He had not expected Xiaochen, who had already stopped, to really send out this saber strike. The treasure master let go of Lang Yu's headless body and rushed back. Clang! Xiaochen sheathed his saber and stabbed it into the ground. His expression turned extremely sullen as he chased after the treasure master step by step. The instant Xiaochen left, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and quickly looked around. When the treasure master sensed Xiaochen's aura chasing after him, he was startled. He shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" However, no one could stop Xiaochen. Every time he punched, a large number of demon corpses would fall to the ground. Xiaochen's fist light contained saber energy. The demon cultivators that got struck all died miserable deaths. Xiaochen did not move very fast, but he was getting closer to the treasure master. Xiaochen was like a killing god. In the end, no one dared to block Xiaochen. Bang! During the final distance, Xiaochen locked on to the treasure master's figure. Then, he soared into the air and kicked. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiaochen's back spread open, and his speed doubled, instantly catching up to the treasure master. This kick ruthlessly kicked the treasure master into the ground. The treasure master vomited a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground. As he looked at the sullen Xiaochen, he said, "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to save the entire Kunlun realm. After the demonic god descends, all your efforts, boom." Without giving the treasure master a chance to speak, Xiaochen ruthlessly stomped on the treasure master's head, crushing it into mush. Chapter 1535. The treasure master is dead? Xiaochen crushed the treasure master, who was severely injured and then attacked by 17 immortal magic treasures at the same time. Even after advancing to martial emperor and possessing the body of an emperor, the head was still one of the vitals of a cultivator. With the treasure master's head crushed, it would be hard for him to come back to life. A large amount of black life essence flew out of the treasure master's body. This seemed to prove this point. Is the treasure master really dead? When many people saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Such a strong person, who had shaken the world for more than 10,000 years, died just like that. Did he really die just like that? Was it too easy? Or was Xiaochen too strong? Many demon cultivators were stunned. With the treasure master dead, who could block the strong Xiaochen? In the sky dome, many of the primes fighting each other also revealed angry and doubtful expressions, their expressions grave. Is he dead? Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself in the divine kingdom, not daring to believe it. After a while, the treasure master's corpse still showed no reaction, continuing to give off a large amount of dense black life essence. Only now did the many Emperor Wu and primes show joy on their faces. The treasure master was truly dead. Ha ha ha. The Dark Church's church master is already dead. Are the two of you still going to persist? Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly. The expressions of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch, who were fighting him, changed wildly, becoming incredibly complicated. The church master is dead? Let's go. We will retreat according to the plan. The two demon monarchs exchanged glances and quickly retreated. The Dark Church's church master is already dead. The news of the Dark Church's church master's death quickly spread throughout the battlefield. When the Kunlun realm cultivators heard this, they all became spirited. On the other hand, the demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts retreated in a fluster, leaving behind corpses. Originally, with the 17 immortal statues and Xiaochen's casual slaughter, the number of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts had decreased significantly. In terms of numbers, although the demonic world cultivators still outnumbered the Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer held that overwhelming advantage. Before the united Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer felt any pressure. Furthermore, when news of the Dark Church's church master's death spread, the Kunlun realm cultivators immediately suppressed them. This was the first time the Kunlun realm cultivators held the upper hand since the start of the war. Kill. If they did not attack now, when would they? No one was timid or weak. The morale of the Kunlun realm side soared. In the back, Xiaochen looked at the treasure master's corpse with a cold and emotionless expression. Xiaochen sent out another palm strike. The palm wind was like a mountain, crushing the treasure master's corpse into mush. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. He could not be any more dead. Xiaochen did not believe that such a body could be resurrected. He looked around and began to search for the Nether Sect's two vice sect masters, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strength far surpassed that of the demon monarchs, second only to the Thunder King. They had to be eliminated. While Xiaochen still had the strength to fight, his injuries worsened, and it would be very difficult for him to suppress the two of them. The battle between him and the Thunder King earlier was extremely horrifying, and every single move was a gamble of life. Although he had the Blue Dragon War body and his vitality was vigorous, far surpassing that of the Thunder King. However, the accumulation of injuries was not something that could be easily healed. Hey, why can't I find the two of them? Xiao exclaimed softly. He was shocked to discover that, aside from some demon monarchs being chased, he did not see the two. Could there be some other scheme, the demonic god? Xiao expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he remembered the Thunder King's dying words. When the demonic god descended, all efforts would be for naught. Whoosh! 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 Xiao figure flashed, and he quickly arrived beside the Kunlun Palace's palace master. Senior, do you see Xing Wang and Fa Wang? The Kunlun Palace's palace master was injured, severely so. This was especially so for his face, which had been burned by the demonic flame. There was also a wound at his waist, bleeding from which a large chunk had been cut off. This was really difficult for the Kunlun Palace master. He had to fight against two primes second only to the Thunder King alone. They fled. When the Thunder King headed to the rear, the two started fleeing. Xing Wang plotted against me and could not give chase. Xiao quickly asked, which direction did they flee in? The oceanic world. It's over. Xiao face sank. The Thunder King must have sent word to the two that the demonic god blood sacrifice was about to be completed and rushed back to the altar. The Kunlun Palace's palace master did not understand. Right now, the situation was very good. The demons were being forced into retreat and would soon be chased out of the profound domain. Why did Xiao say this? Could there be more to this? Just as the Kunlun Palace's palace master was about to ask, a dense black demonic chi suddenly appeared in the distant oceanic world, connecting to the sky and the ground. Even from millions of kilometers away, one could still see it clearly. This was because the black demonic chi pillar flickered with a black light, looking very resplendent and bright. Whoosh! Before the Kunlun realm cultivators could react, a black cloud spread out from the sky above the Treasure Master Island in just 4 or 5 breaths. Just as the many Kunlun realm cultivators watched in bewilderment, this black cloud covered the entire Kunlun realm. The sun could not be seen, and the entire world turned dark. Heavens! What is that? Horror spread in the hearts of the Kunlun realm cultivators. There was a terrifying energy in the black cloud, inspiring fear in the depths of their hearts. The people of the Kunlun realm, who were originally chasing the demon cultivators, retreated in a fluster, feeling bewildered. The 7 primes gathered together and looked at the sky with grave expressions. The entire world turned dark, there was no sun. Light and shadow turned blurry as this black cloud covered everything. Do you feel it? The heavenly Tao is isolated, Ingzongtian said softly, his body trembling slightly. The senses of primes were much sharper than those of ordinary cultivators. Without exception, all of them felt a strange feeling. They could not explain what it was, but they could clearly sense that something was missing in this world. Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "It is completely isolated. The heavenly Tao no longer exists." Could it be? The cyclic astral lord thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the demonic cloud churned, it suddenly formed a gigantic face looking down on all life. Millions of demon cultivators and demonic beasts knelt on the ground at the same time. They performed the same gesture, knelt, prayed, and chanted in a low voice. A demonic god. It's a demonic god. Everyone thought of such an existence. They retreated quickly again, revealing incomparable horror on their faces. Could it be that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Kunlun realm? After so many twists and turns, countless outstanding talents dyed the sky red with their blood. However, they still could not bring peace to the world. Damn it! And Jianghu, who was riddled with wounds, teared up. He really wanted to shout, "Why?" As the gigantic demonic god face looked down, everyone felt fear spread in their hearts. The brilliant demonic might was like an overwhelming flood, pressing down on everyone until they found it hard to breathe. Shui Lingling felt incredibly fatigued as she landed on Kunlun Mountain. She held the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow in her hand, her complexion pale. Not far away, despair flashed in by Wuxia's eyes, along with a heavy dissatisfaction. Before the demonic god fully appeared, it already shattered most people's fighting spirit, making them feel an undefeatable despair. Drip. Drip. Suddenly, black demonic rain fell from the sky. This rain fell on the demonic world cultivators. It was like a miraculous elixir. The injured demonic world cultivators instantly regained their vigor, recovering to their peak. Roar. 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 Several demonic beasts roared ferociously. Their suppressed ferocious auras reappeared. Ha ha ha. The demonic god is descending. The Kunlun realm will definitely be destroyed. The demonic world cultivators were incredibly excited, all of them entering a frenzy. Xiaochen looked around and suddenly discovered that the life essence that the Thunder King scattered in the air earlier quickly gathered and flew towards the black clouds in the sky. Oh no. He wants to use the demonic god to revive. A murderous intent flashed in Xiaochen's eyes, and his aura surged ferociously. However, it was too late. The scattered life essence rose very quickly. In a short while, it all entered the black clouds. When all the life essence entered, the overwhelming demonic clouds churned quickly. A huge figure suddenly formed and landed on the ground. Boundless demonic might surged out from this figure, forming strong winds that blew over this battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around. Damn it! Damn it! Xiaochen, I have already merged with the demonic god. You are the one who forced me onto this path. I will definitely wash the Kunlun realm in blood and make you suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain. An extremely unpleasant voice came from the mouth of the huge figure. Its expression changed many times. It was like countless people's faces were squeezed under that skin, looking exceptionally scary. The Thunder King came back to life. However, he became a monster that was neither human nor ghost. This was probably not what he truly wanted. Chapter 1536. What was a demonic god? Even the people of the demonic world did not know. They would only stammer that it was the god they believed in. However, in reality, there was no such thing as a demonic god in this world. It was just that there were many people who believed in it. Countless years of accumulation of the power of faith gave birth to such an existence. It did not have intelligence, it could even be said that it did not have life. It was controlled by the person who created it. The demonic god possessed strong energy, the accumulation of the power of faith over countless years, the energy of souls from all sorts of blood sacrifices, and all sorts of evil secret techniques infused it with negative emotions. Rather than calling it a god, it was more like a monster. The demonic world was different from the deity race. The deity race directly absorbed the power of faith and infused it into themselves. These people were not gods but still humans. Humans would die. When they died, the power of faith would scatter. As for the demonic god, it was born from the power of faith. It was undying and indestructible, continuously accumulating the power of faith. There was also the horrifying blood sacrifices of the Dark Church, which provided the blood and souls of experts, making the demonic god even more terrifying. At this moment, the treasure master used the demonic god to revive. It looked like he still had his own consciousness. In reality, the true treasure master was already dead. Right now, the Thunder King was a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Kill. The appearance of the demonic god plunged the demonic world cultivators and the demonic beasts into a frenzy. Their eyes turned scarlet as they sank into some kind of crazed state. They looked much more spirited, their strength returning to its peak. In reality, it was just the demonic god using a secret technique to activate their life potential, exhausting their life essence. Facing the counterattack of this group of madmen, the Kunlun realm cultivators fell into an extremely difficult situation. Xiaochen watched as the demon race cultivators that he had severely injured earlier suddenly appeared alive and well. Anyone who faced such a situation would feel like dying. This was too torturous. However, the Kunlun realm cultivators could not retreat, as there was already no way out. Even if it looked like a dead end, they had to use their last bit of strength to stake it all on this. Retreat to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, it was clearly not the right time to charge into battle with the demons. They could only use Kunlun Mountain's terrain and formations as their final defense. When facing the horrifying demonic god, the various clans no longer dared to hide their resources. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the divine kingdom and quickly formed hand seals. He wanted to summon the sealed old ancestor of the god race. That was an ancient divine sovereign of the god race. He had lived for many years, and because of the accumulation of time, his strength had already surpassed ordinary supreme beings. Unfortunately, he was restricted by the heavenly Tao and remained in a sealed state, not daring to appear in this world. A crack opened in the pitch-black space. A beam of divine light shone in the dark world. But very quickly, he was drowned in the endless darkness. Emperor Forsaken's expression turned slightly ugly. The demonic might of the demon god was simply too strong. Even the divine light of the god race patriarch was unable to illuminate this dark world. The heaven-punishing corpse god roared, and 8 corpse race elders appeared, carrying a black wooden coffin. The wooden coffin was heavily sealed and bound with chains. Each of the chains burned with green corpse flames. A martial god medallion appeared in Ingzongtian's hand. Then, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, preparing to summon out the clone that the founder of the Bushan Palace left in the seal. The heavenly Tao is really isolated. Emperor Forsaken showed a grave expression. Every time he summoned the deity race patriarch, the heavenly Tao would attack him. This time, it did not. However, Emperor Forsaken could not smile at all. How strong was a demonic god that could isolate the heavenly Tao? The cyclic astral lord smiled bitterly and said, "Things have already reached this point. I'll just do my best." The myriad law fiend master's aged face looked at the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. He muttered, "Why bother? He is neither human nor ghost. What exactly is he seeking?" The myriad law fiend master was on good terms with the Thunder King. Seeing the other party end up like this, he felt a chill in his heart. The demonic god had appeared, and the heavenly Tao was isolated. The Kunlun realm was in grave danger. It might collapse in the next second. However, at this moment, the 7 utmost beings were a lot less nervous, and a lot calmer. Why was this so? It was because they were already prepared to die. They were primes, the peak existences of the Kunlun realm. After contributing all the strength they could, that would be enough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saber light lit up in the boundless darkness. That saber light looked somewhat weak in the darkness. However, it was like a flickering star in the night sky. It was not very bright, but it existed eternally. It's Xiao Chen. The Blue Dragon King is making a move. The crowd was very excited. In the dark night, even the weakest candlelight would attract everyone's attention. At the crucial moment, the demonic god descended. As the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, the Blue Dragon King stood out without hesitation once more. Ha ha ha. Good timing. I don't have to look for you everywhere. The demonic god was 3 kilometers tall. Its face changed many times before finally turning into the Thunder King's face. Then, it revealed a sinister smile as it looked at Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen flew over, he did not have a saber in his hand. However, he cultivated the flawless saber Dao. His body was the sharpest treasure saber in the world. From the start to the end, his body gave off a weak saber light, resisting the might and pressure of the demonic god. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings and punched at the demonic god's head. Ignorant. The demonic god smiled coldly and spat out a black flame at Xiao Chen. The blue dragon divine wings flapped gently, and Xiao Chen brushed by the flame. Bang! The demonic god had just stopped when he punched. This punch distorted space, not something that could be judged with common sense. Suddenly, the demonic god arrived above Xiao Chen's head. The mountain-like fist light contained a demonic might that could destroy the world. Cauldron. Xiao Chen shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a cauldron. It stabilized the space, solidifying the distorted space. Then, Xiaochen executed the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! The attack knocked Xiaochen into the air, and a large mouthful of blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Do you feel the difference in strength? This is the power of faith that the Dark Church has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Ha 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 ha. The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, laughed maniacally as he sent punches at Xiaochen. Every time the Thunder King punched, space distorted. The fist lights appeared and disappeared mysteriously, appearing boundlessly tyrannical. How terrifying! Xiaochen was startled. However, after a while, he slowly lost consciousness. Xiaochen watched as the demonic god approached, leading the allied demon race's armies to charge up Kunlun Mountain. If even Xiaochen could not block the demonic god, it would be a disaster for ordinary cultivators. Xiaochen shouted and burned his magic energy, executing the major magic skill, Dermic World. His figure trembled slightly, and his body quickly enlarged, clashing with the approaching demonic god. Bang! With a punch, Xiaochen finally blocked the demonic god's fist light. Then, he stood at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, blocking the other party's advance. I only have 7 seconds. I have to do my best to push the demonic god further away. Bang! Loud rumbles resounded in the world. However, the demonic god did not take a step back before Xiaochen, who had executed Dermic World. Instead, the demonic god launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Xiaochen's Dermic World. In just one breath, the huge Dermic World was already riddled with injuries. Can you hold on? Let's see how long you can last. The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, felt extremely delighted. Xiaochen used his fist as a saber, his body as a saber, and his Dermic World as a saber. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and gave it his all. However, he still could not truly injure the demonic god. All he could do was defend the foot of Kunlun Mountain with much difficulty. Boom! The demonic god punched again, and Xiaochen's huge Dermic World body fell to one knee. Xiaochen! The cultivators who had retreated to Kunlun Mountain felt heartbroken when they saw this, feeling immense pain. The kneeling Dermic World was like a guardian of the mountain, stubborn and proud, not retreating. When the final punch landed, the Dermic World body went flying. Xiaochen reverted to his original form. Blood dyed the sky, and half the bones in his body shattered. Xiaochen, this is all you are capable of? The demonic god laughed maniacally. Save him. However, of the 7 primes, Emperor Forsaken, Ingzongtian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all anxiously summoning the treasures of their respective races. They could not free themselves at all. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord charged over without hesitation. The 3 had only one thought: no matter what, they had to save Xiaochen. Stop them. I want to torture Xiaochen to death. I want him to suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain I've suffered. The demon gods roared furiously, and the demon sovereign supremes came out in full force, blocking the 3 supremes. What should we do? We've been blocked. Xiaochen will die. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a grave expression as he looked at the 8 demon monarchs blocking his way. I have a secret method. I can rush over. Help me hold them back, I can save him. A brilliant light flashed in the Cyclic Astral Lord's eyes. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. But you have to face the demon god alone. There's no other choice. A resolute expression appeared on Xing Zhu's handsome face, and his body suddenly turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared into the night. When Xiaochen reappeared, the boundless starlight in the sky condensed into the appearance of the Cyclic Astral Lord. He caught the falling Xiaochen and dodged the demonic god's gigantic hand. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. I'll kill you, an ant, first. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. He was somewhat surprised that the Cyclic Astral Lord would be the one to save him without hesitation. Last night's stars, last night's wind. Starlight is like the wind, sending you off. The cyclic astral lord chanted. Boundless starlight shone through the dense demonic clouds in the sky, turning into a gentle, nine-colored astral wind. Carrying Xianxia, the cyclic astral lord flew to the top of Kunlun Mountain at an incredible speed. He left Xianxia alone to face the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Chapter 1537. Xianxia was greatly startled. However, he was severely injured and could not move at all. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord, who had always been very ambitious and sanctimonious, would make a sacrifice for him at this crucial moment. Live on properly. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the Kunlun realm. A voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. It was the cyclic astral lord's voice. Don't die, either. I even promise to bring you out of the Kunlun realm. Leave the Kunlun realm? Sometimes, people are really laughable. I keep thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. However, I always find out what I really want in the end. The cyclic astral lord revealed a bitter smile. The deaths of Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao dealt a huge blow to him. It also allowed him to see many things clearly. Even his two disciples had such a strong sense of belonging to the Kunlun realm. His own time in the Kunlun realm was even longer. However, he kept thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. Could it be that he was not even comparable to his two disciples? Damn it! How dare you spoil my plans? Cyclic astral lord, you must be tired of living. The demonic god raged, and its face quickly changed. Countless faces squeezed under that human skin. Joy, anger, grief, joy, and all sorts of other expressions changed continuously, looking incredibly scary. The cyclic astral lord recovered his wits and looked at the other party. He said softly, "You are really pitiful. Is there any point in living like this? I can squash you to death like squashing an ant. What qualifications do you have to say that about me?" The demonic god raged and ferociously opened its huge palm. It was like the sky encasing the cyclic astral lord. The vast demonic might pressed down, making it difficult for people to speak. The cyclic astral lord did not feel any fear. He only quietly closed his eyes and said softly, "The sun and moon are constant, the stars move, the great thousand realms, limitless star burst." The cyclic astral lord formed hand seals. When he finished, starlight lit up every acupoint in his body. His 200-odd acupoints looked like they hid stars, making him crystalline and transparent. His hair gave off faint starlight as it fluttered in the wind. The cyclic astral lord seemed to turn into a painting. As the painting slowly unfurled, it revealed a magnificent, resplendent, and boundless star chart. In the dark space, this scene deeply shocked everyone. This is the Star Palace's forbidden technique, limitless starburst. No, when the disciples of the Star Palace saw this scene, they all went crazy. This was a forbidden art passed down in the Star Palace. Once it was used, death was certain. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Bright Moon Empress, who were fighting the Demon Monarch, were stunned. Unexpectedly, the Astral Lord was so decisive. "Old friend, why do you have to do this?" Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the cyclic Astral Lord's crystalline body exploded with a loud boom. Boom! The demonic god's massive palm exploded on the spot, and the star explosion radiated out. Half of the demonic god's massive body was blasted away. Miserable wails came from the gigantic demonic body, echoing in all directions. Like the howls of wolves in the night, these cries of pain overlapped, tormenting everyone's ears. Dead, Xianxia watched this scene somewhat dispiritedly. Another person died. For the sake of saving him, the cyclic astral lord chose to self-destruct. The resplendent light was always short-lived, passing in an instant. The demonic clouds encased the world, returning it to darkness. In the darkness, the demon god wailed in pain. But what made people despair was that, however, the most despairing thing was that the destroyed half of the demonic god's body quickly grew back. The demonic god glared. When it saw that Xianxia was already far away, it flew into a rage. Go to hell. The demonic god soared into the air and threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. Rumble. The instant the demonic god got up, the entire Kunlun mountain started trembling. The peaks of the entire Kunlun mountain began to tremble, and countless rocks began to fall. Oh no! Just at this crucial moment, a loud dragon roar came from the Blue Dragon Palace at the back of Kunlun Mountain. A dragon claw extended from there. The dragon claw expanded as the wind blew, sending the demonic god flying. Then, it turned into a beam of light and swept Xiaochen back into the Blue Dragon Palace. The demonic god that the Thunder King possessed flew back 1 kilometer before stopping. When it saw the retracted dragon claw, it revealed a cold smile. They really dared to come out. Are they not afraid of death? Whoosh! When the dragon claw returned to the Blue Dragon Palace, the palace quickly soared into the air as if it feared something. It quickly flew away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Seeing that the Blue Dragon Palace rescued Xiaochen, the primes released their bated breath. Emperor Forsaken roared, and the deity race ancestor opened his eyes and walked out of a spatial tear. The chains in the corpse race coffin exploded, and a 10,000-year-old corpse king burning with green flames slowly emerged. The martial god medallion in Ing Zongtian's hands stopped spinning, and a figure came out of it. The 3 existences that surpassed primes roared ferociously and charged at the demonic god that was sent flying. Let's go as well. The Bright Moon Empress and the others will not be able to hold out much longer. Emperor Forsaken led the charge, fighting the demonic world primes together with the Bright Moon Empress and the others. In reality, the Blue Dragon Palace was only halfway through its flight when countless bolts of black lightning struck it, causing it to fall with a loud boom. When the Blue Dragon Palace landed, it wobbled. However, it did not fall over. Big Brother Dragon, are you alright? Inside the palace, the old dragon horse was charred black and covered in wounds. It fell weakly to the ground. After a long time, it said, I'm fine. Do not go out. The heavenly Tao only isolates us to a certain extent. If people of our level go out, we will die a miserable death. Furthermore, we will bring disaster back to the Blue Dragon Palace. What should we do now? Young master is unconscious, and he is severely injured. The girl in her prime asked somewhat anxiously as she carried Xiaochen. Bring him to the blood pool to treat his injuries. This is the Kunlun realm's own calamity. He has to rely on himself. We have already done everything we can to help him. After the old dragon horse finished speaking, it stood up and, together with the others, placed Xiaochen back into the spiritual liquid pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts. I already saw it clearly. That demonic god's refinement method is a secret technique of the Black Lotus Church. The Dark Church follows the orders of the Black Lotus Church, the old dragon horse said with a grave expression as it looked at Xiaochen in the spiritual pool. The girl's expression changed slightly. I recall that the Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that split from the Buddhist sects in the previous epoch. They are very strong but do not have deep accumulations. How could such a small sect like them have such vast resources to occupy the resources of an abandoned land? Let's not care so much for now. Let's wait for Xiaochen to wake up first. 4 hours later, Xiaochen slowly woke up in the blood pool. By relying on the strong and surging medicinal energy of the ancient ferocious beast's blood, Xiaochen's injuries had mostly recovered. He no longer had any major problems. Senior, save the Kunlun realm. Xiaochen immediately cried out in joy when he opened his eyes and saw the old dragon horse and the others. You are all experts that I cannot see through at all. You must have a way to save the Kunlun realm, right? Xiaochen asked anxiously. The girl, azure-clad man, and the others shook their heads. They only sighed silently and did not answer. Xiaochen, if we could save them, we would have made a move during the incident with the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. I once told you that it is very difficult to leave the abandoned land. It is even more difficult to enter. After entering, there are even more restrictions. This is also why the faction behind the Dark Church can only use the natives of the Kunlun realm to develop its faction. do you understand what I mean? Simply put, if someone from the outside world enters, even if they are as strong as you, they will be rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, you are different. You were born and raised in the Kunlun realm. More or less, you have adapted to this place. People like us, who are much stronger than you, simply can't get out. The old dragon horse sighed and replied to Xiao Chen, I already took a huge risk to save you. It is not that I cannot, it is that I cannot. When Xiao Chen heard that, he expected this answer. If it could help, the old dragon horse would have left long ago. Now, the only way to save the Kunlun realm lies with you. The old dragon horse looked at Xiao Chen, and its expression suddenly turned grave. Xiao Chen felt a glimmer of hope again. He asked eagerly, what method? Tell me. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Although you cannot inherit the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance now, as long as you can touch him, you will be able to obtain the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. As long as we awaken the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul and obtain some pointers, defeating the demonic god will not be a problem. The old dragon horse said seriously. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Xiao Chen thought, why did I not think of this? However, the scarlet dragon seal above the veritable essence energy lake was incredibly firm. It did not look like it could be touched at all. It was not that Xiao Chen had not tried it before. That seal was too strong, far from what he could touch now. I got it. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. As long as I break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 9th layer, the horrifying energy from the tribulation should be able to touch the Scarlet Dragon Seal. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 7th layer, every breakthrough was a test of life and death. The lightning tribulation would multiply. If one was not careful, one would die. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape. However, the impact of the lightning tribulation was something that Xiao Chen could not do. He definitely could touch the Scarlet Dragon Seal. Xiao Chen originally planned to wait until he left the abandoned land and became stronger before making a breakthrough. However, he could not care so much now. He needed to risk his life. With this thought, Xiao Chen immediately flew out of the blood pool and headed out of the Blue Dragon Palace. The old dragon horse and the others quickly asked, what are you doing? Don't be rash. Don't worry about me. I'm looking for a quiet place to make a breakthrough. Only then can I touch the dragon seal. Xiao Chen showed a determined expression. He did not want to worry the seniors, so he did not say anything more and quickly walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Chapter 1538. It was clearly daytime, but the outside world was dark. Xiao Chen walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. This place was far from the profound domain battlefield. However, it should not be the Tianwu domain, as Xiao Chen had never been here before. Xiao Chen looked at the sky. Demonic clouds covered the sky, making it dark. Relying on his sharp senses, Xiao Chen looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Sound could no longer transmit the battle there. Xiao Chen only vaguely sensed some auras, which still made his heart tremble. A battle that would decide the life and death of the Kunlun realm was taking place there. If no miracle happened, the Kunlun realm's defeat was only a matter of time. The demonic god was practically immortal. Even after half of its body was destroyed, it could still recover perfectly. The ordinary cultivators of Kunlun Mountain also faced the demon race cultivators who had overdrawn on their life force. A peak battlefield versus an ordinary battlefield. No matter which side won, they would immediately feed back to their allies, quickly ending this bitter battle. Since Xiao Chen arrived in this world, he had never experienced such a miserable scene. Even the bloodshed that he experienced on the Emperor's Road could not compare to 1,000th of this battle. Friends who were alive and well in one moment might die in the next. The scene of life and death was playing out at every moment. It was destined that there would be no winner in this battle. The demons were just pitiful bugs that the Dark Church kidnapped. From the moment they offered their souls to the demonic god, they were destined not to betray him. The Thunder King's transformation into something that was neither human nor ghost was clearly not what he wanted. After 10,000 years of scheming, in the end, he was still the loser. Pitiful, lamentable, and even more hateful. Far away from the battlefield, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down for a rare moment. In that instant, he thought of many things. The death of the cyclic astral lord was a great shock to Xiao Chen. The man who once used the oath stone to threaten him was dead. The person died, and the person who made the oath died. Naturally, the restrictions were no longer there. However, Xiao Chen did not feel relaxed at all. As he looked at Kunlun Mountain in the distance, many scenes flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. Many people had placed their lives on the line to bet on him. This time, he could only succeed, failure was not allowed. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao Chen soared into the sky and scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable location. A moment later, he landed on a mountain and sat down cross-legged. It was not easy for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to break through to the 9th layer. That was already the limit of strength allowed by the heavenly Tao of this world. After the 7th layer, every breakthrough brought Xiao Chen an experience that was engraved in his bones. When he recalled it, other than the pain, there was only one word that came to mind. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, don't laugh at me if I die from the cultivation technique you created. Before starting, Xiao Chen teased himself to relax. Then, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just like eating and drinking, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated naturally in his body. He had practiced this cultivation technique day and night. He was already extremely familiar with it. Even when he was unconscious, his body would automatically move. He was simply too familiar with it. Xiao Chen drove his veritable essence energy and circulated it in his meridians. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered in Xiao Chen's body. After one great cycle, Xiao Chen's surroundings started flickering with crackling electric light. Logically speaking, he should have stopped at this point. That was already sufficient. However, it was clearly not possible to break through now. Xiao Chen calmed himself and opened up new meridians. With every increase in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's layer, more meridians would flow. The so-called breakthrough was opening up new meridians, lengthening the time it took to complete a great cycle. When cultivating, one would absorb more energy, and their speed would be faster. This was originally a rather difficult process. However, Xiao Chen had 2 years of accumulations, so it was not difficult. What was rare was that after opening the various meridians required for the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 10th layer, a lightning tribulation would descend. Only by truly enduring it could one be considered to have broken through to the 9th layer. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. The more dangerous part was using the lightning tribulation to activate the Scarlet Dragon seal. Time ticked by. When Xiao Chen opened the final meridian, tribulation clouds appeared above his head. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky and landed on Xiao Chen's body. It's starting. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and silently endured the lightning tribulation. Following that, bolts of lightning descended continuously. As the lightning ravaged his physical body, Xiao Chen guided the lightning tribulation's energy to charge at the Scarlet Dragon seal in his dantian. The Scarlet Dragon seal was half the size of a palm, but it was like a vast and boundless sea. The lightning tribulation's energy was like a drop of dew. When it charged over, it did not cause any waves. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Based on his experience, the lightning tribulation would slowly grow stronger. This matter could not be rushed. Using the lightning tribulation's energy was an extremely risky thing to do. In the past, Xiao Chen did his best to block the lightning tribulation's energy from his physical body. This time, he did his best to absorb it into his body. If he was not careful, the lightning tribulation's energy might go out of control and explode in his body. Without any surprises, Xiao Chen would be blasted into smithereens on the spot, not even leaving a scrap behind. Boom! After about 7 minutes, a divine dragon palace materialized by lightning descended. A huge pressure immediately crushed the mountain Xiao Chen sat on. Rumble. Before the lightning arrived, the mountain crumbled. Xiao Chen tensed up. As the lightning descended, countless sparks flew on the surface of his body. His body, which was already numb from the pain, felt like it would fall apart. With a strong will, Xiaochen endured and guided the lightning tribulation's energy to circulate in his meridians. Rumble. The lightning tribulation's energy was like an unbridled wild horse, quickly galloping around. Xiaochen found it extremely taxing to control it. Bang! This time, the scarlet dragon seal, which had not reacted all this time, finally shook for a moment. It only shook for a moment, not even for a second. If Xiaochen had not been watching closely, he would have thought that he saw wrong. However, Xiaochen did not notice that the instant the scarlet dragon seal shook, countless scarlet molecules separated from the dragon seal and merged into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. It separated from the dragon mark and melted into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. Xiaochen laughed loudly and reared his head back, shouting, "Darn heavens!" Again. 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered together, turning into a ferocious venomous lightning snake that bit at Xiaochen. Before the first wave passed, another wave came. Xiaochen was like a small boat in the waves, drifting about in this berserk lightning tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered, turning into a ferocious venomous lightning snake that bit at Xiaochen. The scarlet dragon seal shook for an increasingly longer period of time. All the signs indicated that the scarlet dragon seal could truly be touched. All of a sudden, the storm of thunder and lightning stopped. The entire place turned quiet. Is the lightning tribulation over? No, it is brewing an even more ferocious lightning tribulation, the final lightning tribulation. Suddenly, a sword tip emerged from the clouds. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in the clouds. The lightning tribulation turned into a ferocious weapon. This startled Xiaochen. This was his first time seeing tribulation lightning materialize into a weapon. It made him feel like he had committed a sin and was placed on the execution platform by the heavenly Tao. Oh no! Even if I can endure this lightning tribulation, I cannot draw it into my body. Sharpness. Other than the berserk power, the lightning tribulation this time also had a sharp edge to it. Whoosh! The lightning ferocious weapon arrived in an instant, so fast that Xiaochen could not react in time. The sword blade pierced through Xiaochen's head without a drop of blood. I'm fine. However, in the next second, Xiaochen's expression changed drastically. This lightning tribulation was targeting his physical body. It completely ignored his defenses, wanting to explode in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon that entered Xiaochen's body shrank as it descended. When the electric light shone out, Xiaochen's entire body turned transparent. His internal organs, flesh, and bones were all clearly visible. This was gathering the power of lightning, continuously compressing the tribulation lightning's energy. At the end of the compression, Xiaochen would explode, instantly vaporizing. In reality, this time, it was not the right time to make this breakthrough. If not for the scarlet dragon seal slowly strengthening Xiaochen's bloodline in secret, Xiaochen's physical body would not have been able to last until now. With Xiaochen's physical body, he would not be able to last until now. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation only had 12 layers. The danger of the final 3 layers far surpassed his expectations. Xiaochen watched helplessly as that lightning ferocious weapon slowly compressed and condensed in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon turned into a small dot. Its light was already as resplendent and dazzling as the sun. However, there was no earth-shaking explosion. Without a sound, the last bolt of tribulation lightning exploded just like that. Before Xiaochen could think, his flesh, and bones vaporized on the spot. Only a coiled blue dragon image remained, surrounding the scarlet dragon seal. Whoosh! It seemed like something in the scarlet dragon seal woke up. The blue dragon image opened its eyes. That was a pair of cold scarlet eyes, lonely and proud. It looked like it was outside the world, looking down on everything under the heavens. Interesting. To think that this barren land managed to find a successor who matches my temper. The secrets on you are extraordinary. You shall be the one. Chapter 1539. Dragon Race Secret Technique, Blood Rebirth. A low chant came from the scarlet dragon seal. Then, strands of blood mist started to appear in the air. The hazy blood mist slowly condensed into drops of blood. Then, all the drops of blood suddenly retracted. 1 second ago, Xiaochen had disappeared. Now, he was perfectly fine. Then, he miraculously reappeared. Am I dead? Xiaochen asked in a daze as he opened his eyes in a mysterious space. This world was dark. Countless stars dotted the sky, but no starlight shone down. Dead? If I had woken up a second later, you might really have died. Saving you was not easy. Forcefully using blood rebirth before reaching the required cultivation is not that easy. Of course, I am an exception. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space, startling Xiaochen awake. Who am I? Haven't you always wanted to see me? What's wrong? Are you frightened after seeing me? The voice came from behind. Xiaochen quickly turned around and saw a white-clad person with a sinister smile. His lips curled into an evil smile, and a faint blood-red light flickered in his eyes. This person's aura was very strange. His expression was sinister, and he smiled evilly. However, after seeing those eyes, no one would think that he was smiling. The eyes were cold, emotionless, lonely, and proud. There was also a boundless killing chi that seemed capable of melting people. You are the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor? Xiaochen asked quickly when he reacted. In that case, he did not die and was saved. The white-clad person did not answer Xiaochen. Suddenly, he raised his head, and the killing chi hidden in his eyes shot out. The white-clad person reached out and grabbed. Then, he revealed an extremely cold expression as he firmly grasped a clump of black fog in his hand. The black mist twisted and distorted, letting out a series of painful and unpleasant sounds. As Xiaochen looked at that black fog, he felt fear for some reason, raising his guard involuntarily. Boom! The white-clad person grabbed, and the black fog shrieked miserably. Then, it turned into a clump of blood mist and vanished. What is this? Xiaochen asked, feeling bewildered. Your inner demon. But don't worry, I've already killed it. Don't be so strange. I cultivate the Tao of massacre and have been dealing with heart demons my entire life. I have killed so many heart demons that even I can't count them. Actually, the heart demon is a good thing. For you, if you can get through it peacefully, your mental state will be strengthened imperceptibly. Unfortunately, you've come to see me in such a decisive manner. Naturally, I can't let the inner demons waste any more time. The white-robed man casually explained, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, Xiaochen was shocked. He had never heard of heart demons being killed. Speak, then. Why are you in such a rush to see me? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor seemed to be in a rush, urging the stunned Xiaochen to speak. Xiaochen startled awake. Then, he explained what happened to the Kunlun realm and the matter of the demonic god as simply as possible. How troublesome. There's actually someone spending so much effort on a soul path secret technique in such a small place. After the white-robed man heard that, he frowned slightly. This made Xiaochen nervous. Could it be that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not deal with it? Don't misunderstand. This Soul Dao technique can be destroyed with one look by a newly advanced Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. It is too immature and crude. However, it makes sense when you think about it. It is already very incredible to be able to complete a Soul Dao secret technique in such a barren land. The white-robed man continued, let me think. At your level, what methods do you have to deal with it? Xiaochen did not know what the Soul Dao was. However, he guessed that it should be the Soul Dao. That was not something that a veritable personage could deal with. The human soul was incredibly mysterious. Since ancient times, it had been a cultivation forbidden zone. In the Kunlun realm, only the people of the ghost domain could scratch the surface of it. However, one could not enter it. The Soul Dao was too ancient and extremely dangerous, a forbidden zone for the human body. The origin of the soul was even harder to trace. The Kunlun realm did not have a single cultivation technique or martial technique related to the Soul Dao. If one wanted to truly cultivate the Soul Dao, one would have to reach an extremely high cultivation. At the very least, the current Xiaoqun was still far from that level. Senior, is there really no way at all? Xiaoqun looked at the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor with a pleading look. The Kunlun realm was in danger. It might fall completely in the next second. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiaoqun and said, although a secret technique at the level of the demonic god is extremely inferior, it is of a much higher level than you. It is innately undefeatable. You have no means to deal any substantial damage to it. There is no way at all. There is. Naturally, you also need a Soul Dao martial technique to deal with a Soul Dao secret technique. I have grasped many Soul Dao martial techniques. However, I simply cannot find one that you can cultivate at your cultivation. In that case, can Senior personally make a move and defeat the demonic god? I am just a strand of a remnant soul existing in this dragon seal. My strength is not even comparable to yours. Are you going to send me to my death? That demonic god would love for someone like me to go out. It would be great nourishment for him and be very comfortable. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiaoqun with disdain, crushing Xiaoqun's final hope. Doesn't that mean that there is no hope? Humph. Suddenly, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said sullenly, as my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, how can you be so lacking in ambition? This is an impossible task for ordinary people. However, as my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, if you cannot even clear this stage, then I can only say that I am blind. What do you mean? Xiaoqun asked, feeling confused. Nothing much. I'll teach you a Soul Dao martial technique. Even if you do not know it, you have to learn it from me. Otherwise, if the demonic god cannot kill you, I will personally kill you. To think that you want me to personally make a move for you over such a small matter. I really feel ashamed on your behalf for having such thoughts. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiaoqun with disdain and a cold smile. Xiaoqun's expression changed slightly as he demanded angrily, small matter? I will allow you to look down on me and humiliate me. However, don't joke around with the lives of my Kunlun realm compatriots. Let me tell you, this is not a small matter. This is not a small matter. Seeing Xiaoqun's disrespect, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. You have a temper. However, if you want to be my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, just having a temper is not enough. I'll pass this Soul Dao martial technique to you. As long as you can learn it a little, you will be able to kill the demonic god. If you cannot learn it, haha. I will kill you and find another inheritor. Also, don't neglect the basics. My blue dragon bloodline is one of the great desolate 100 races. The strongest thing is the power of our bloodline. However, you are foolish enough to not use it. Right after the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor spoke, he pointed at Xiaoqun. Boundless information entered Xiaoqun's mind. Let's go. Don't disturb me for no reason. This remnant soul of mine cannot exist for long. If you wake me up and do not learn anything, it will be a waste. With a wave of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's hand, Xiaoqun returned to reality. Xiaoqun opened his eyes. Under the dim light, the surrounding terrain was cracked and in a sorry state. The terrain had changed completely. The tall mountains were gone, and the plains were gone. Cracks filled the ground, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. When Xiaoqun regained control of his physical body, he immediately felt that his physical body was stronger than before. In his bloodline, there was a power that wanted to roar. Everything seemed to be very different. Vital Qi, gather. Xiaoqun clenched his fist, and all his vital Qi surged. Strands of dragon-shaped energy flew around in the air. As Xiaoqun clenched his fist, 2 ancient dragon cauldrons hovered above his head. 2 cauldron force. Xiaoqun felt shocked. His vital Qi actually doubled. What's going on? Could this be the power of the bloodline that the blood-soaked dragon emperor mentioned? Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Thinking back, he vaguely recalled that his blood seemed to have changed when he underwent his tribulation. Every time the power of the lightning tribulation, it would strengthen his physical body, undergoing some kind of tempering, polishing his blue dragon war body. Aside from his vital qi doubling, the magic energy origin in his sea of consciousness also doubled in size. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. This was the most obvious benefit of the Purple Thunder divine incantation advancing to the 10th layer. With the expansion of his magic energy origin, he would be able to execute magic skills more easily. His dermic world would also last longer. However, these were not the important points now. The important point was the Soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left in his mind when he chased him out. Soul-breaking finger. Chapter 1540. Soul-breaking finger. This was a Soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had obtained long ago. One had to reach the veritable personage realm at the very least before one could cultivate it. But now, he had thrown it to Xiao Qin and wanted him to learn it immediately. This was a bit too much. After all, Xiao Qin was only at the first minor stage of the perfected being realm, the veritable essence realm. After that, there was still the Yin essence realm and the Yang essence realm. This was equivalent to Xiao Qin crossing two cultivation realms to learn a martial technique. Xiao Qin carefully thought back to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words. After calming down and thinking about it, he realized that while the other party's words seemed unreasonable, they were actually not that heartless. If he really didn't think highly of him, he wouldn't have given the soul-breaking finger to Xiao Qin, nor would he have saved him. In reality, there was no other way. If they could not break the rules, they could forget about saving the Kunlun realm. Familiarizing himself with the mental cultivation method of the soul-breaking finger, Xiao Qin did not rush to try it out. Soul Dao martial techniques exhausted a cultivator's soul energy. If one failed, one's soul would be injured. This was especially so for someone like him who forcefully cultivated. If he was not careful, the damage would be even greater. In the worst-case scenario, he might even turn into a fool or have his soul dissipated. In the message that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gave Xiao Qin, he said that he could only suffer 3 failures at most. If Zhang Xian failed the 3rd time, his soul origin would be damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover from it. First step, mobilize your soul force. Xiao Qin slowly circulated his mental cultivation method. As his mental cultivation method deepened, he realized that his consciousness was drifting away from his physical body. The taboo energy in his body was being controlled by him. Winds blew and clouds surged. A powerful aura burst forth from his body. This aura was several times stronger than his Dao might. A strong wind howled, and clothes flapped noisily. At this moment, anyone in the Kunlun realm who stood before Xiao Qin would feel fear in the depths of their soul. Second step, condense soul power. The condensation of soul power was the most crucial step. Without condensation, soul power would not have any power, and it would be impossible to release it. Hoochie hoochie. As the soul energy gathered, invisible storms appeared in the sky and gathered in the clouds. Bolts of lightning were torn apart, emitting a soul-shaking sound. Poochie. Before he even had time to reveal a trace of happiness, Xiao Qin spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul power scattering from his hand like water. In the sky, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the terrifying aura disappeared. After summarizing his failure, Xiao Qin rested for a while and began his second attempt. This time, the soul power was successfully condensed, but at the 3rd step, the release of soul power, something went wrong. As a result, Xiao Qin felt as if his soul had fallen apart. His entire body felt weak, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. Again. After resting, Xiao Qin immediately failed for the 3rd time. This time, he could only succeed. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was in the scarlet dragon seal in his body, did not sleep. Instead, he stared at Xiao Qin intently. What a terrifying talent for the Tao of the soul. Just 2 attempts and he has already reached this level. His soul power is also shockingly powerful, much stronger than mine in the past. The blood-soaked dragon emperor muttered to himself, perhaps it has something to do with his secrets. As Xiaochen thought, he formally began his third attempt. The first step, circulating soul power, was successfully completed. The second step, condensing soul power, was successfully completed. The third step, releasing soul power, was successfully completed. There was still one final step, just one drop of dragon blood. The dragon race was one of the strongest races of the Great Desolate Aeon. After millions of years, the dragon blood was like a mythical bloodline. Although there were no pure-blooded dragons, Xiaochen's blue dragon bloodline was a peerless 8-color dragon bloodline of extremely high quality. One drop of peerless blue dragon blood was sufficient to increase the might of the soul-breaking finger tenfold. Without the dragon blood, the might of the soul-breaking finger would be very ordinary. After Xiaochen successfully released his soul power to his fingertip, his chest tore open, and a drop of heart blood immediately melted. The tip of Xiaochen's right index finger released a scarlet light. The entire world turned scarlet under this light. What was even more strange was that when the scarlet light radiated, clear lines could be seen even in the insides of rocks and grass. Am I going to succeed? The blood-soaked dragon emperor felt excited in his heart. However, his expression suddenly changed. That's not right. The dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. Boom! A scarlet beam of light with dragon patterns on it shot out from Xiaochen's fingertip. However, this beam of light suddenly disintegrated halfway, vanishing into nothing. This time, Xiaochen was not injured. However, disappointment filled his face. How can it be like this? I clearly already succeeded. Why did it still disintegrate? This won't do. I have to try again. Whoosh! Space suddenly twisted, and Xiaochen was pulled into the Scarlet Dragon Seal space. Then, he saw the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor again. Stop trying. You already failed, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said expressionlessly. Xiaochen said, I have to try again. Otherwise, I will definitely succeed this time. What if you fail? You will die a miserable death. Are you sure you want to try? I'm sure. I can only gamble on this. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sighed silently in his heart. Xiaochen is really stubborn, just like me back then. Perhaps I can really revive the extinct blue dragon bloodline. Just like me back then, I can revive the entire declining dragon race by myself. Very well. Go ahead and try. I won't stop you. However, I really have to sleep for a while. You can wake me up after you surpass the veritable personage realm. Remember, make good use of the power of your bloodline. That is a huge asset. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor finished speaking, his figure slowly faded, vanishing from Xiaochen's sight. When Xiaochen returned to reality, he revealed a smile. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was truly an interesting person. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor criticized Xiaochen harshly, he did not mention anything about not wanting Xiaochen as an inheritor after he failed. The third failure should be because the dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. I have to think of a way. On the other side, the huge battle at Kunlun Mountain had already reached its final juncture. Under the leadership of the Fiend Celestial, the Fiend Celestial army carried out violent attacks on Kunlun Mountain again and again. It was possible that they would charge up Kunlun Mountain at any time. Once this final line of defense fell, what awaited the Kunlun realm cultivators would be a one-sided massacre. The demonic god fought the deity race ancestor, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse, and the clone of the Bushan Palace's founder alone. The demonic god had an innate advantage of being undefeatable. No matter what kind of injuries it suffered, they would not be fatal to it. It would recover quickly. On the other hand, the Kunlun realm's three great trump cards, the clone of the Bushan Palace's founder, grew dimmer. The deity race ancestor was riddled with injuries, looking like he would collapse at any moment. Only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse was in the best situation due to its physical body's advantage. Upon seeing the demonic god suppress the three great trump cards, Ingzongtian and Emperor Forsaken, who were fighting the Earth Demon Monarch, the Shadow Demon Monarch, and the other demonic world primes, revealed helpless expressions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clone of the Bushan Palace's founder suddenly started flickering, its figure growing increasingly fainter. Ingzongtian's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Time is almost up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the clone vanished without a trace. The fragile balance was instantly broken. The demonic god laughed loudly. You undying old man, you can truly die now. Bang! A scarlet light burst out. The deity race ancestor, who had been holding on for a long time, finally could no longer hold on. He got knocked into the air, splattering blood everywhere. As the injuries piled up, the deity race ancestor's life force weakened continuously. Strands of life essence scattered in the air. Ancestor! Emperor Forsaken cried out in despair. The deity race ancestor had protected the deity race generation after generation. Today, he died in his generation. Of the 3 great trump cards, only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse remained, holding on bitterly. Kunlun Mountain would fall soon. However, Xiaochen was still making one last attempt. Chapter 1541. First step, circulate soul energy. Second step, condense soul energy. Third step, fourth step, release soul energy, melt the dragon blood, and merge the two. After thinking for a long time, this was Xiaochen's 4th attempt. This time, he took the risk of carrying out the 3rd and 4th steps at the same time. This was the only way to completely merge the dragon blood and soul energy. As Xiaochen's cultivation was insufficient, he could only forcefully cultivate it. Naturally, a cultivator of a higher cultivation realm would follow the normal order, which was safe and stable. However, Xiaochen needed to use some unconventional methods. Otherwise, he would never succeed if he followed the normal order. The drop of dragon blood in Xiaochen's heart melted, and the condensed soul energy entered his right index finger at the same time. His soul energy and dragon blood merged continuously during this process. A strong aura burst out from Xiaochen's body. Success or failure depended on this. Dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Xiaochen roared, and a scarlet light lit up the space on his right index finger. The blood-red light beam shot out for a full 10,000 meters without dispersing. Success! Xiaochen revealed a smile, rejoicing in his heart. He finally succeeded on his 4th attempt. By carrying out the 3rd and 4th steps at the same time, he had made the right gamble by taking the risk. When the scarlet light faded, fatigue washed over Xiaochen, and he slowly calmed down. Perhaps this was not enough. After all, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had not seen the demonic god personally. Furthermore, what if this dragon blood soul-breaking finger could not completely kill the demonic god? He really couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose. Just this dragon blood soul-breaking finger is not enough. I have to think of other ways to raise the purple thunder divine incantation to the 10th layer. My thunder domain should not be much weaker than the Thunder King's. However, the Thunder King's thunder domain has already mutated. As Xiaochen thought, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Although my ice domain is not as strong as the thunder domain, it is close. If I can merge the two, I will have another asset to deal with him. What kind of medium would the fusion of ice and lightning take? Naturally, the first thing that came to Xiaochen's mind was the saber. He was the most familiar with the saber. However, he already grasped a complete Dao for saber intent, which was one level higher than a domain. Merging the 3 was somewhat difficult. Other than sabers, I'm most familiar with dragons. That's right, that's it. Xiaochen's eyes flashed. He had the bloodline of the blue dragon and had seen all kinds of dragons. It was the perfect vessel. Opening his palm, streams of lightning energy emerged from his palm, crackling and flickering non-stop. Then, with a thought, the power of ice appeared in his palm at the same time, and the two continuously mixed together. Under Xiaochen's gaze, it quickly took the shape of a dragon, becoming more and more exquisite. The blood-soaked dragon emperor said that my dragon blood is a huge treasure. However, I still do not know how to use it. But just now, the dragon blood soul-breaking finger had fused with the power of the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Only then could it be called the true soul-breaking finger. Could the thunderbolt ice dragon be infused with a trace of dragon blood? Thinking of this, Xiaochen took action. A drop of scarlet dragon blood seeped out of his palm, which was covered in ice and lightning. Like an extremely gluttonous child, the thunderbolt ice dragon instantly absorbed this drop of dragon blood and turned into a berserk tricolor dragon. The purple of lightning, the white of ice, and the red of blood. As the thunder domain and ice domain's energies drained, the berserk tricolor dragon in Xiao Chen's hand grew larger and longer. When Xiao Chen's energy of lightning and ice was completely drained, a 10-meter-long berserk tricolor dragon soared out of his palm. Its main body was purple lightning, and white ice covered its scales. Blood dotted its claws and horns. I succeeded. I will call you the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, then. Xiaochen clenched his fist, and the berserk tricolor dragon vanished. Heavy confidence flashed in his eyes. He had gained another killing move. Furthermore, with the strengthening of his physical body and vital qi, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. He was now 50% confident of dealing with the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Xiaochen raised his head and looked at the demonic clouds in the sky. He muttered, "If I can break the demonic clouds and allow the isolated heavenly Tao to reappear, the demonic god's strength will decrease significantly. 50% will become 70%. Whoosh! With a thought, Xiaochen arrived under the demonic clouds. After hesitating for a while, he entered. When Xiaochen entered the demonic clouds, all sorts of negative emotions immediately surged over. This was an extremely terrifying mental attack. However, to the current Xiaochen, this was not too much trouble. He just had to guard his heart. Xiaochen flew higher and higher. After flying for 10 kilometers, he still had not emerged from the demonic clouds. This startled him greatly. No wonder it could isolate the heavenly Tao. The thickness of these demonic clouds was simply incredible. Blue dragon divine wings. A pair of dragon wings spread out on Xiaochen's back, and he suddenly accelerated. Then, he leaped out of the demonic clouds. Rumble. The long-awaited sunlight appeared. Before Xiaochen could reminisce about it, bolts of lightning shot towards him. After Xiaochen dodged, he quickly withdrew his aura. Right now, his strength was already on the verge of being killed by the heavenly Tao. More accurately, Xiaochen had already broken through, hovering around the limit. However, Xiaochen was a cultivator who grew up in the Kunlun realm. The heavenly Tao was more tolerant of him. As expected, there is a clear gap between us. Beneath the demonic clouds, I can be unbridled. But outside the demonic clouds, I have to be cautious. If I am not careful, I will touch the red line of the heavenly Tao. A calm expression appeared on Xiaochen's face. However, compared to the demon god, he is still the one at a disadvantage. Without the demonic clouds, his strength will decrease by at least 2 to 3 times. As for me, it will only decrease by 20% at most. Xiaochen still vividly remembered the sorry state he had been in when he fought with the demon god, even though he had used Dharma World. Even after using all sorts of means, he was still unable to receive Xiaochen's attacks. Every punch was excruciatingly painful, and Xiaochen's defeat was extremely miserable. After executing his heavenly eye, Xiaochen could barely see through the clouds and see the blurry terrain of the Kunlun realm. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived above the mysterious domain and stopped. He looked at the demonic clouds thoughtfully. How could he break it and let the heavenly Tao penetrate it, disintegrating the demonic clouds of the entire Kunlun realm? As long as there was a hole in the 500-kilometer-long dike, the flood would immediately destroy it. However, the might of the heavenly Tao was much more ferocious than the flood. Once Xiaochen had a chance, he would definitely disintegrate the demonic clouds above the Kunlun realm. To pierce through the 10-kilometer-thick demonic clouds, aside from having great might, one's penetrative power had to be strong. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not be able to pierce through them. The demonic clouds would quickly close up, and the demon god would notice Xiao Chen's existence, not giving him another chance to attack. There was only one chance. His attack had to be ferocious, and its penetrative power had to be strong. Standing in the demonic clouds, Xiao Chen grabbed a clump of demonic clouds. Then, he opened his palm and looked at it carefully. The black demonic clouds in Xiao Chen's palm changed continuously. Unexpectedly, they turned into many evil spirits' heads. All of them had malevolent expressions, looking extremely horrifying. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Just a clump of demonic clouds already had so many evil spirits. For tens of thousands of years, how many innocent lives had the demonic god blood sacrifice killed? This method was simply too cruel. After calming down, Xiao Chen analyzed the situation. The demonic clouds were mainly made up of all sorts of resentful spirits and demonic qi. It seemed like Xiao Chen's strength attribute was not very useful against such existences. It would be great if he had an attribute like the state of holy light. I can only use brute force. With the support of the Dao might and the saber Dao's great Dao energy and 2 cauldron force, that should be enough. After taking a deep breath, a Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Chen. Then, it condensed into a point and continuously elongated. When it elongated to 3 centimeters, Xiao Chen punched ferociously. 2 cauldron force gathered on his fist light. With the support of the Dao might, the berserk energy became incredibly dense. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, the saber light that the fist light turned into continuously pierced through the demonic clouds. Xiao Chen was very confident in his attack. Before the demonic clouds were completely pierced through, Xiao Chen leaped out of the opening.